Chapter 961. Law Enforcement Palace was an independent palace. Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng were under the control of the 7th grade Great Saint. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived at the location of the Law Enforcement Palace. Little Qinzi, what should we do now? I heard that Law Enforcement Palace is incomparably powerful. Even if we don't die here, we will still lose a layer of skin. The current master of Law Enforcement Palace is the master of Desolate Palace. We won't have a good ending if we fall into their hands. Kong Yang whispered to Jiang Qin through divine sense. There was a hint of worry in his voice. You don't have to say anything later. I will handle everything. Jiang Qin had always been so confident. No matter what kind of situation or environment he was in, you wouldn't see the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng admired his temperament from the bottom of their hearts. You two don't have to worry. No one will die. De Huang Dog wagged his sturdy big tail. Since Jiang Qin said that it would be fine, it must be fine. It wasn't because of how strong Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin's cultivation base was far from the level where he could fight the master of Desolate Palace, but because of Jiang Qin's self-confidence. The location of Law Enforcement Palace was very special. It was located in the center of the 8 palaces. There was a towering golden tower that seemed to have a dozen floors. Its whole body was radiating golden light, giving off an incomparably noble aura. Gu Qin, if you can't explain the matter of the immortal qi clearly today, you should know the consequences. The elder looked at Jiang Qin and said, Gu Qin, the refining tower is the foundation of St. Origin Palace. Nothing like this has ever happened since it was built. So, Law Enforcement Palace must find out what is going on. You are very lucky, but you are also unlucky because this time, the master of the palace will come to interrogate you personally. Another elder said. Jiang Qin placed his hands behind his back, acting as if he didn't hear the words of the 2 elders. There wasn't a trace of worry on his face. Let's go. The elder of Desolate Palace said and led Jiang Qin and the others into the Law Enforcement Palace. The main hall of Law Enforcement Palace was as big as a palace. At this moment, there were at least a dozen people sitting in it. As soon as Jiang Qin and the others stepped into the main hall, they immediately felt an invisible pressure filling the air above the main hall. Under this invisible pressure, Gu Lufeng and Kong Yang's bodies couldn't help but shiver. Their foreheads were full of sweat. These people in front of them were the true higher-ups of the heavens and earth. The lowest cultivation grade among them was a 7th grade Great Saint. There were also 8th grade and 9th grade Great Saints. With so many of them gathered together, the pressure that was exuded wasn't something that ordinary people could bear. At least, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng couldn't bear it and felt extremely uncomfortable. Even De Huang Dog, who had the bloodline of a divine beast, felt very uncomfortable under such pressure. If it wasn't for the depressing atmosphere, he would have cursed out loud. On the contrary, Jiang Qin behaved as if nothing had happened from the beginning to the end. Even the combined pressure of so many experts couldn't affect him at all. And the higher-ups of Law Enforcement Palace couldn't help but exclaim. Their surprised eyes fell on Jiang Qin. Given their eyesight, they could naturally see that this white-clothed young man was just a puny 2nd grade Great Saint. It was unimaginable that a young man could remain so calm in the face of so many powerful experts. Some of the members of the Gu family couldn't help but nod their heads when they saw Jiang Qin. Immediately they were about to kneel down, but they were lifted up by an invisible force released by Jiang Qin. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin with even more astonishment when they saw this scene. Although Desolate Emperor is the palace master of Desolate Palace and Law Enforcement Palace, he doesn't have the right to make us kneel. We are the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. We have no reason to kneel to outsiders. Moreover, we are great saints with dignity. Our dignity doesn't allow us to kneel. Even if the palace master of Gu Palace is here, I won't kneel. Moreover, you have no reason to make us kneel because we have done nothing wrong. Jiang Qin looked around and said faintly, Bastard. This is Law Enforcement Palace. How dare a junior like you ignore the rules of Law Enforcement Palace? Since you won't kneel down, I'll make you unable to stand up again. The elder of Desolate Palace who brought Jiang Qin and the others here was furious. His chi fluctuated and an illusory giant hand suddenly shot out towards Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin was unwilling to kneel down, he would make Jiang Qin kneel down and never stand up again. Stop. I'd like to see who dares to make the geniuses of Gu Palace kneel down. At this time, a thunderous voice was heard outside the Law Enforcement Palace. Then a figure appeared beside Jiang Qin like a ghost. Without anyone seeing how he moved, the illusory giant hand that was shot out by the elder of Desolate Palace shattered automatically. The newcomer was wearing a pale yellow long robe. He seemed to be about the same age as Desolate Emperor. He had the same dignified chi as Desolate Emperor. He was none other than the palace master of Gu Palace, Gu Firmament. Judging from his chi alone, he wasn't weaker than Desolate Emperor. His cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint, just one step away from becoming an immortal and cultivating the immortal Tao. My demon palace has never had the habit of kneeling before anyone. Don't you think so, Desolate Emperor? At the moment when Gu Firmament appeared, another powerful figure also appeared. This person was extremely tall and majestic. His casual movement brought about endless wind and waves. His name was Heavenly Peng King, the palace lord of the demon palace. Heavenly Peng was a peerless divine beast. Its bloodline wasn't any weaker than that of the Huang dog. However, Heavenly Peng King didn't have a complete divine beast bloodline in his body. It was said that Heavenly Peng King was just a mutated giant bird. When he was young, he mistakenly entered a forbidden land and obtained the blood essence of an ancient Heavenly Peng. Since then he soared to the sky and became unstoppable. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King's reputation weren't inferior to Desolate Emperor's. The law enforcement palace was the best place to enforce the law in St. Origin Palace. No one would dare to act recklessly here, but these two were different. There was no place in the entire St. Origin Palace that they didn't dare to go. Even Desolate Emperor, the palace master, couldn't do anything to them. Gu Firmament, Heavenly Peng King, I'm enforcing the law now. What are you two doing here? This is the law enforcement palace. You have no right to interfere with the matters here. Desolate Emperor said with a frown. No right to interfere, my ass. Those standing here are the geniuses of Gu Palace. Let me see how you, the palace master of law enforcement palace, enforce the law impartially. Gu Chen didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Now that you, the palace master of law enforcement palace, have been alarmed, don't you think you're making a fuss over a minor issue? Gu Firmament spoke bluntly. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Jiang Chen. He happened to hear what Jiang Chen said just now. How could the people of Gu Palace kneel down? Such a heroic bearing made Gu Firmament very pleasing to his eyes. If Jiang Chen knelt down under the threat, Gu Firmament would have turned around and walked away without caring about Jiang Chen's life or death. Without a bit of pride, Gu Firmament wouldn't care about a genius. But now it was different. Gu Xuanhuan had told him everything that happened in the refining tower. Chapter 962. Gu Firmament had already known everything that had happened in the refining tower. He was very curious about how Jiang Chen was able to absorb all the immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone, but he was sure that there was one more terrifying genius in Gu Palace. A first-grade Great Saint was able to easily kill a third-grade Great Saint genius of Desolate Palace. This wasn't something that anyone could do. Furthermore, he was very clear about Jiang Chen's identity. Gu Xintian had personally sent him a letter, explaining Jiang Chen's identity and the earth-shattering things that Jiang Chen had done in the Pure Land. This made Gu Firmament, the palace master, attach great importance to Jiang Chen. Now that he had seen Jiang Chen today, he knew that Jiang Chen was indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. I also want to know what mistake the geniuses of Demon Palace have made. Heavenly Peng King spoke. Big Yellow was a man who possessed the complete divine beast bloodline and a heaven-defying totem divine seal. Demon Palace had attached great importance to him. They were very clear about the current situation of St. Origin Palace. Desolate Palace was getting bigger and bigger. Sooner or later the balance would be broken. Both of them knew this very well. Therefore they knew the importance of Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. I suppose both of you have heard about the incident in the refining tower. These four people have absorbed all the immortal chi. This is the first time in the history of St. Origin Palace that something like this has never happened before. I must know what method they used to do it. If I don't find out and punish them, I'm afraid that the geniuses of St. Origin Palace won't be able to absorb the immortal chi anymore. Desolate Emperor stood up from his seat and said. Originally he wanted to use forceful means to force Jiang Chen to confess, but now that Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King had appeared, he couldn't do that. However, he was even more determined to punish Jiang Chen. These people in front of him had directly alarmed Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King, which was enough to prove that they had an extraordinary status in Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Palace Lord Shao, you must be joking. This matter has nothing to do with the three of them. The immortal chi came to me on its own, and then I separated it for them. As for what method I used, I can tell you responsibly that I didn't use any method. It was the immortal chi that came to me on its own. Jiang Chen said immediately. Nonsense. Do you think we don't know the situation of the miniature space? You better tell us the truth. What kind of forbidden technique did you use to forcefully seize all the immortal qi? What you did today has already aroused public anger. If we didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid those geniuses would have already torn you apart. The elder who brought Jiang Chen and the others here said sternly. Shut up. There are 3 of us here. You don't have the right to speak. Why don't you take a look at your own status? Heavenly Peng King shouted at the elder. The elder's facial expression changed and he dared not say another word. He was facing Heavenly Peng King, the palace master of Demon Palace. Given his status, he wasn't qualified to go against Heavenly Peng King, not even Desolate Emperor. Heavenly Peng King was known for his speed. If Heavenly Peng King wanted to kill him, even Desolate Emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. More importantly, even if Heavenly Peng King killed him in the law enforcement palace, he would die in vain. Heavenly Peng King didn't need a reason to kill someone because it was a symbol of his status. This elder is also a dignified 7th grade great saint. How can you be so unreasonable? You are simply throwing the face of Desolate Palace and Law Enforcement Palace. You said that I used a forbidden technique, but you should at least show me the evidence. Law Enforcement Palace is a place that relies on evidence. Falsely accusing someone without any evidence isn't the style of an elder of Law Enforcement Palace. Jiang Chen laughed loudly and retorted with sharp words. Upon hearing this, Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was truly a scary young man who knew how to deal with a situation. Any ordinary disciple who came here would be paralyzed with fear. They had never seen a young man who could remain so calm in front of so many experts in Law Enforcement Palace. You have a sharp tongue, but Gu Chen, you'd better explain this matter clearly. Since you have come to Law Enforcement Palace, you have to explain yourself. The refining tower is related to the cultivation of all the geniuses in St. Origin Palace. It's not a place for you alone. Desolate Emperor harumphed coldly. He already had some killing intent towards Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's performance was just too outstanding. How could he feel good knowing that such an outstanding genius wasn't a disciple of Desolate Palace? There's no way to explain this situation. The geniuses who cultivate in the refining tower have to rely on their own luck and ability. Whoever has a stronger luck will be able to absorb more immortal qi. Now, all the immortal qi is moving towards me, indicating that my luck is strong, which has suppressed all the other geniuses. As the master of Law Enforcement Palace, Desolate Emperor should be impartial in enforcing the law. You can't accuse me just because I have a strong luck. Every time the refining tower is opened, there will be some geniuses with strong luck who will absorb a large amount of immortal qi. There are also a lot of geniuses with bad luck who can't absorb the immortal qi. There is no such thing as fairness in this. The refining tower has been open for so long, but Law Enforcement Palace has never punished those geniuses who absorbed a large amount of immortal qi because of their luck. Now, it's my turn to be punished. What kind of logic is this? Jiang Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, completely undeterred by Desolate Emperor's imposing manner. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth at the side. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen's words directly made Desolate Emperor speechless. Luck was something that no one could say. If Jiang Chen was punished because of his strong luck, wouldn't there be geniuses who would be punished every time the refining tower opened? More importantly, Desolate Emperor couldn't find any evidence of Jiang Chen using a taboo technique to absorb immortal qi. Jiang Chen had pushed everything to his luck. Even Desolate Emperor had nothing to say. Desolate Emperor, did you hear that? This is luck. Gu Qin is a newly promoted genius of Gu Palace. He has a strong luck. Cultivating in the refining tower is a competition of luck. Law Enforcement Palace should enforce the law impartially. You can't punish others just because they have a strong luck. That's called jealousy. Gu Firmament burst into laughter. The more he looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. There was no reason not to like such a young man. Being able to make Desolate Emperor speechless, Jiang Chen's ability must be extraordinary. Originally, Gu Firmament wanted to come to the Law Enforcement Palace and forcefully take Jiang Chen away. But now, it seemed that Jiang Chen's words were reasonable and the Law Enforcement Palace had no way to punish him directly. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that your luck is strong enough to make the immortal qi take the initiative to find you. If you want to prove your innocence, then release your divine soul and let me use the soul-absorbing technique to find out whether you're lying or not. Desolate Emperor's aura fluctuated as he said. Desolate Emperor, don't go too far. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you control the Law Enforcement Palace. Since you can't produce any evidence, I'll take him away now. You're a dignified palace master. How dare you use the soul-absorbing technique on a junior? Don't you feel ashamed? I'm standing here today, you can try and touch Gu Qin. Gu Firmament was furious. Desolate Emperor's method was simply ridiculous. If he let Jiang Qin release his divine soul, he would be handing his life directly into the hands of Desolate Emperor. If Desolate Emperor killed Jiang Qin directly because of jealousy, who could he ask for justice? Desolate Emperor, you've gone too far. It's beneath your status. The law enforcement palace has never enforced the law like this. If you don't have evidence, don't arrest people. If you arrest people, you must have evidence. Heavenly Peng King said. It seemed that because of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, he and Gu Firmament had stood together. Desolate Emperor's face was incomparably unsightly, as if he was shrouded by a layer of haze. Originally, he thought that he could rely on his aura to scare Jiang Qin into confessing everything, but he didn't expect that this young man would be so difficult to deal with. Just like what Jiang Qin said, he wanted to punish Jiang Qin because of the incident in the refining tower, but he didn't have any strong evidence. Now that Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King were both here and stood on the same side, it was even more impossible for him to punish Jiang Qin directly because he was the palace master of the law enforcement palace. Alright, let's put this matter aside for the time being. Gu Qin, you killed 3 geniuses of my desolate palace without any explanation. You are just a new disciple, but this is your first time in the refining tower. How dare you act so recklessly and crazily? You don't put the rules of the refining tower in your eyes at all. I want to punish you. What do you have to say? Desolate Emperor shifted his target to the people of Desolate Palace who were killed. Upon hearing this, the corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. I did kill 3 geniuses of Desolate Palace, but if you want to talk about breaking the rules, it was the geniuses of Desolate Palace who started it first. They attacked the people of Gu Palace first and even threatened to kill us. Do you think that Gu Palace is a pushover? Do you think that the people of Gu Dian Palace can only stand there and be killed by the people of Desolate Palace? What kind of bullshit logic is this? Jiang Qin's tit-for-tat made Gu Firmament nod his head in anger. As a disciple of Gu Palace, it was necessary for Gu Qin to stand up for the geniuses of Gu Palace. They, the people of Gu Palace, couldn't be bullied without fighting back. Desolate Emperor, you have also heard it. This matter was started by your Desolate Palace. Gu Qin was just defending himself. Besides, it's common for the disciples to fight among themselves, even if it's just a matter of studying abroad. How can you bring this matter to Law Enforcement Palace? Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 963. Humph. Gu Qin, a new disciple, has openly killed 3 geniuses of Desolate Palace in the refining tower. If I don't punish him for his insanity, he will surely turn the heavens upside down in the future. Where will the face of Desolate Palace be? Desolate Emperor harumphed coldly. It wasn't easy for him to capture Jiang Qin today. He didn't want to let Jiang Qin go just like that. Since Desolate Emperor is talking about face, then your 3rd grade great saint couldn't defeat me, a 1st grade great saint, and was killed by me instead. Do you think you have any face left? Now you, the dignified Desolate Emperor, have personally intervened in the battle between your disciples? Don't you feel ashamed? Jiang Qin said indifferently. He didn't care about killing Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 geniuses because it wasn't a rare thing. The grudges between the 8 major families had existed for a very long time. No one knew how many bloody incidents had taken place over the years, especially the battles between the disciples. Generally, the disciples would settle it themselves. Desolate Emperor, don't you have any face left? It's shameful enough that the disciples of Desolate Palace are incompetent. Just like what Gu Qin said, only Desolate Palace can kill them and they can't kill Desolate Palace. What kind of logic is this? Does Desolate Palace have the power to cover the sky with one hand? Is the life of Desolate Palace more precious than ours? Gu Firmament Lung said. Who said that the geniuses of Desolate Palace are incompetent? Desolate Emperor was somewhat infuriated. Desolate Palace, as the #1 palace in St. Origin Palace, had always been high and mighty. No one dared to disobey them. Now, someone had said that their geniuses were incompetent. How could he bear it? All right. Since Desolate Emperor said that your geniuses are very powerful, I have a solution. Today I, Gu Qin, am here. Desolate Emperor can ask any 4th grade great saint of Desolate Palace to fight me. If I lose, I will be at the mercy of the Law Enforcement Palace. If I win, the people of Desolate Palace will have to lower their heads when they see Gu Palace. Jiang Qin seized the opportunity and said, today's matter must be resolved. Jiang Qin never liked to be passive, so he might as well take the initiative. Plus, he believed that Desolate Emperor wouldn't refuse the conditions that he proposed. Once he did, it would mean that he was admitting that their geniuses weren't good enough. After all, Jiangchen was only a second-grade great saint. There was nothing to say about challenging a fourth-grade great saint as a second-grade great saint. Moreover, this was also a good time to establish Gu Palace's prestige. Now that Gu Firmament was here, he wanted to win enough face for Gu Palace and let Gu Firmament hold his head high. Jiang Chen's words stunned Desolate Emperor. He had never thought that this guy would be so arrogant as to challenge their fourth-grade great saint genius. This left him speechless. How about it, Desolate Emperor? You don't dare? If you don't dare, we will leave now. Gu Firmament's face was filled with a sunny smile. It wasn't often that he could see Desolate Emperor being humiliated. Today was just too refreshing. The emergence of such a genius in Gu Palace had truly made him feel happy. All right. Since this kid wants to fight, Desolate Palace won't back down. Just you wait. Desolate Emperor's eyes turned cold. Naturally, he wouldn't say the word, "I don't dare," because he couldn't afford to lose his face. Almost as soon as Desolate Emperor's voice faded, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the main hall of the law enforcement palace. It was a youth who seemed to be less than 30 years old. He was extraordinarily handsome and had already reached the peak of the fourth-grade great saint. He was only one step away from advancing to the fifth-grade great saint. Palace Master has summoned me. The youth came to Desolate Emperor and bowed deeply. Desolate Itong, you will fight Gu Chen. Remember, it will be a life-and-death battle. The revenge of Desolate Ichiro will depend on you. Desolate Emperor's tone was incomparably cold. Desolate Itong was one of the most outstanding fourth-grade great saints in Desolate Palace. He was a supreme genius who was many times stronger than Gu Lian, who had a battle agreement with Jiang Chen. He was only one step away from the fifth-grade great saint. Although Jiang Chen was a rare and peerless genius, Desolate Emperor absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen could defeat Desolate Itong. In his point of view, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Understood, Palace Master. Desolate Itong looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of coldness and killing intent. He was also present at the scene of the incident in the refining tower, but Desolate Changfeng and the others were there, so he didn't have the chance to speak. Now that Desolate Emperor had personally asked him to deal with Jiang Chen, it meant that he thought highly of Jiang Chen. To him, this was a rare opportunity to show off. The battle with Jiang Chen was related to his face, the face of Desolate Emperor and the entire Desolate Palace. He simply couldn't afford to lose. Therefore he had to kill this bastard from Gu Palace. At that time, Desolate Emperor would certainly reward him personally. Once he received the reward, it was highly possible for him to break through to the fifth-grade great saint. The appearance of Desolate Itong, however, made Gu Firmament frown. Desolate Emperor, don't go too far. Desolate Itong is a peak fourth-grade great saint. You are too shameless to ask him to deal with a second-grade great saint junior. Gu Firmament couldn't help but speak. Haha, that's what Gu Chen said himself. Desolate Emperor chuckled, not putting Gu Firmament's words in his heart. In his point of view, this was the pit that Gu Chen had dug himself, so he should jump into it himself. That's right. I'm willing to fight him. Jiang Chen spoke. He had already advanced to the second-grade great saint. His combat strength was many times stronger than before. Any ordinary fourth-grade great saint would be killed instantly by him. Even a powerful existence like Desolate Itong was nothing in front of Jiang Chen. Desolate Itong wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, don't mess around. As long as you take back what you said just now, I will take you away immediately. This Desolate Itong isn't an ordinary genius. You may not be a match for him. Gu Firmament's voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen expressed his understanding of Gu Firmament's concern. One should know that there was a huge gap between a third-grade great saint and a fourth-grade great saint. It was equivalent to the gap between an early great saint and an intermediate great saint. Although Jiang Chen had advanced to the second-grade great saint, he was still in the early great saint realm. Even if Jiang Chen could deal with an ordinary fourth-grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with an existence like Desolate Itong. Desolate Itong wasn't an ordinary fourth-grade great saint. Rest assured, Palace Master. If he wants to fight, I will definitely kill him to earn back the reputation of Gu Palace. Besides, there has to be a solution to today's matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Desolate Emperor won't let this matter go. Jiang Chen replied to Gu Firmament. His words were full of confidence. Alright, then be careful. Gu Firmament didn't say anything more. He admired Jiang Chen's confidence and courage. If Gu Palace could nurture such a genius, he would certainly become a great figure in the future. Therefore, Gu Firmament wouldn't allow any harm to befall Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen couldn't defeat Desolate Yitong, he would forcefully protect Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, you are really courageous to agree to fight with me. I'm very surprised. I will definitely kill you later to defend the dignity of Desolate Palace and avenge Desolate Ichiro and the others. The blood of Desolate Palace isn't shed in vain. Desolate Yitong said arrogantly. In his point of view, killing Jiang Chen would be as easy as blowing off dust if he wanted to. Voila. Desolate Emperor waved his hand. With a voila sound, a spatial zone was opened up in the main hall of the Law Enforcement Palace. This spatial zone was 100 miles in circumference. It was the battlefield for Jiang Chen and Desolate Yitong. In that case, you two can enter the battlefield and fight. Remember, this is a life and death duel. You will die in vain. Desolate Emperor specially reminded Gu Firmament, which meant that even if Jiang Chen died, he would die in vain and Gu Firmament could only watch helplessly. Wait. Jiang Chen said. What? Are you afraid? But it's too late. Desolate Yitong looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored Desolate Yitong and looked at Desolate Emperor. Desolate Emperor, since this is a life and death duel, why don't we increase the stakes? What do you want to bet? Desolate Emperor's interest was piqued. If you want to bet, let's make it big. If I win, the position of Law Enforcement Palace's Palace Master will be taken by Gu Palace. Jiang Chen's words set off 1,000 ripples. As his voice faded, the entire Law Enforcement Palace could no longer remain calm. What? You want our Palace Master to abdicate? How dare you? Gu Chen. How dare you say such words? How disgraceful. Just based on these words alone, the Law Enforcement Palace is enough to sentence you to death. The elders of Desolate Palace in the main hall were infuriated. The others were also shocked. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would dare to make such a request. However, the elders of the Ancient People's Palace were delighted. Although the Law Enforcement Palace was an independent palace, it was composed of experts from the 8 major families. Who didn't want their patriarch to be the palace master? Gu Firmament didn't say a word. He was watching Desolate Emperor's reaction. This Jiang Chen had really surprised him, but at the same time he was very satisfied. He could see that Jiang Chen was mature and had his own way of doing things. There was no need for him to give him any advice. Desolate Emperor's face darkened. The Law Enforcement Palace had always been under the control of Desolate Palace. One should know that whoever controlled the Law Enforcement Palace would be able to obtain the largest amount of cultivation resources. Now, Jiang Chen was using the position of Law Enforcement Palace's Palace Master as a wager. Brat, you are using my position as a wager. What will you get if you lose? Are you going to use Gu Firmament's head as a wager? Desolate Emperor looked at Jiang Chen. I Gu Chen never use others as a wager. If I lose, I will take out 5 billion Saint Elixir as the wager. Chapter 964. Jiang Chen came from the Pure Land. In the entire Pure Land, only Jiang Chen had so many top-grade true meta stones. Furthermore, the amount of 5 billion true meta stones was too shocking. Desolate Emperor would definitely investigate the source of the stones. At that time, his identity would be exposed. Moreover, in Jiang Chen's view, there was no suspense in this gamble. Desolate Yitong would die for sure. Now, he had to fight for the greatest benefits for Gu Palace and improve its reputation. Now, it depended on whether Desolate Emperor dared to gamble or not. 5 billion true meta stones in exchange for the position of Law Enforcement Palace Master for 3 years was a huge gamble. He believed that Desolate Emperor would not let it go so easily. Sure enough, the 3 magnates were shocked when they heard 5 billion Saint Elixir. 5 billion Saint Elixir was not a joke. Even with their own wealth, they didn't have so much wealth. 5 billion true meta stones was indeed not a small bet. Then the question was, where could Jiang Chen, who came from the Pure Land, get 5 billion Saint Elixir? Even if all the wealth of the ancient people of the Pure Land were added up, they wouldn't have so much. Brat, don't talk big. Where did you get 5 billion Saint Elixir? You dare to bet with me? Desolate Emperor Lung Lung stared at Jiang Chen. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen could take out 5 billion Saint Elixir. This was simply a fantasy. What if I can take it out? Jiang Chen smiled. If you can take it out, I will bet with you. Desolate Emperor said immediately. Firstly, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could take out so much Saint Elixir. Secondly, if Jiang Chen really took it out, he would rather bet with Desolate Yitong. He was extremely confident in Desolate Yitong's strength. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, he created a small space of his own, and an intense surge of origin energy overflowed from it. Everyone's gazes turned over and saw that in that space, There was a mountain that was completely piled up with elixirs. The entire mountain shone with golden light. Those were fist-sized pills. If they weren't Saint Elixir, what could they be? With their eyesight, not only were they able to tell that they were all Saint Elixir, they were also able to tell how many of them there were. 5 billion no less. Oh my god, there are so many Saint Elixir elixirs. Moreover, I can feel that these Saint Elixir elixirs are emitting an incomparably pure aura. They are even more terrifying than ordinary Saint Elixir elixirs. They are all top-grade elixirs. This bastard is merely a second-grade great saint. How could he have such a huge amount of wealth? I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. 5 billion Saint Elixir. That's a lot of resources. Everyone was shocked. All of them were high and mighty great saints. There was nothing they hadn't seen before. However, these 5 billion were Saint Elixir elixirs, not Heaven Elixir elixirs. What shocked them more was that a puny second-grade great saint had such a huge amount of wealth. This kid. Gu Firmament smiled, unable to hide his astonishment. Voila! Jiang Qin waved his arm again and the Saint Elixir vanished. Desolate Emperor, did you see that? I didn't lie. I once broke into a ruin and found a treasure vault. These pills are all from there. There are 5 billion of them. Jiang Qin said. Naturally, he didn't have so many Saint Elixir elixirs. Only the outermost layer of the mountain was Saint Elixir elixirs while the inner layer was filled with high-grade true meta stones. However, the chi that was emitted when these two were mixed together was much purer than the ordinary Saint Elixir. Therefore, even with Desolate Emperor and Gu Firmament's eyesight, they didn't doubt Jiang Qin at all. Gu Qin, isn't this bet a little too big? Are you sure about this? Gu Firmament whispered to Jiang Qin. He came here to protect Jiang Qin, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would use his and Heavenly Peng King's support to scheme against Desolate Emperor. This made him look down on Jiang Qin. Desolate Emperor, what do you think? Do you want to bet? Jiang Qin asked. Desolate Emperor frowned. He looked at Desolate Yitong and said faintly, Yitong, are you sure about this? Desolate Yitong clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. His eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. Rest assured, Palace Master. I will kill him. Desolate Yitong was incomparably confident. He didn't believe that he couldn't take down a second-grade great saint. Furthermore, if he said no and backed out now, he would lose the face of Desolate Palace and Desolate Emperor. He wouldn't be able to stay in Desolate Palace anymore. Therefore, he had to do his best to deal with Jiang Qin and win this bet. In that case, not only would he regain the face of Desolate Palace and avenge Desolate Ichiro, he would also win 5 billion of wealth for Desolate Palace. Then, he would become the meritorious minister of Desolate Palace and gain an extraordinary status. Why not bet? Life was always a gamble. Sometimes it was a gamble with one's life. If he won, he would soar to the sky, and if he lost, he would lose everything. All right, Gu Qin. I will bet with you. If I lose, the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace will be given to Gu Firmament. If you lose, the 5 billion of Saint Elixir and your life will belong to us. Desolate Emperor agreed immediately. As the Palace Master of Desolate Palace, he still had this bit of boldness. If he was hesitant and scared by a junior, he would be looked down upon by others. Bring it on then. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin entered the battlefield. His black hair fluttered and his chi was unparalleled. He turned to Desolate Yitong and shouted, Desolate Yitong, come and fight me. Courting death. Desolate Yitong's murderous intent soared to the sky. In a blink, he had also entered the battlefield and stood opposite to Jiang Qin. Jia, this time even Desolate Emperor has been tricked by that brat. Da Huang Dog was secretly pleased. He knew Jiang Qin too well. This guy would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. More importantly, Da Huang Dog knew very well how powerful Jiang Qin was. Although Desolate Yitong was a peak 4th-grade great saint, he wasn't strong enough to be killed by Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin transformed into his dragon form, killing Desolate Yitong would be a matter of seconds. In the battlefield of 100 miles, Jiang Qin and Desolate Yitong were standing opposite each other. Their bodies were emitting strong murderous intent. Desolate Yitong's chi was rising steadily, ready to strike at any time. Gu Firmament, this is a fair battle. None of us are allowed to step into the battlefield and interfere with their battle. Desolate Emperor said to Gu Firmament with a smile. Of course, but Desolate Emperor, are you so confident that Desolate Yitong can win? If Desolate Yitong is defeated, don't forget to hand over the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace. Gu Firmament said. Ah, do you really believe what you just said? Desolate Emperor laughed. As a mighty ninth grade great saint and the palace master of Desolate Palace, he had seen too many geniuses. He knew the gap between a second grade great saint and a fourth grade great saint. No matter how talented Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to defeat Desolate Itang, who was 2 grades higher than him. Chapter 965. Humph. Gu Firmament harumphed and ignored Desolate Emperor. His eyes were staring at the 2 people on the battlefield without blinking. Although he looked very confident and strong on the surface, he didn't have any confidence in himself. However, since the bet had already been made, he wouldn't say anything about it. On the battlefield. Gu Qin, I have to admire your courage and arrogance. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Desolate Itang's face was filled with ridicule. You will know my confidence very soon. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. A monstrous chi wave suddenly burst out from his body and immediately turned into a ray of light, rushing at Desolate Itang. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment because from the time when Jiang Chen launched his attack to Desolate Itang, it was so fast that there was no concept of time. So fast. Desolate Itang was shocked. He quickly put away his contempt for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's fist shone with a reddish-golden light. The airwaves that were shot out from his fist cut the void into pieces. This punch was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. Desolate Itang's reaction was also very fast. In a flash, he punched out with the same explosive energy and collided with Jiang Chen's fist. Long. The impact of the powerful force had destroyed the battlefield within 100 miles. Desolate Itang could only feel a majestic and irresistible energy rushing towards him. Under the push of this force, he was pushed back a distance of 12 meters. His blood and chi couldn't help but churn, making his body feel indescribable discomfort. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was still maintaining the posture of punching. He stood there motionlessly. What? Desolate Itang exclaimed. He couldn't believe that he was repelled by a second-grade great saint. Outside the battlefield, all the elders were shocked. The smile on Desolate Emperor's face froze instantly. With his eyesight he could see how strong Jiang Chen was. He knew how powerful Desolate Itang was. Now that this was the second round of the bet, Desolate Itang wouldn't dare to be careless. In other words, the confrontation just now wasn't an accident. Haha, good kid. Gu Firmament burst into laughter. This scene was simply too satisfying. All the elders of Gu Palace in the hall were also overjoyed. If the law enforcement hall fell into the hands of Gu Palace, it would be a great feeling. No one knew how many years it had been since Gu Palace took control of the law enforcement hall. The heavenly Peng King also clicked his tongue in wonder. He had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. Xiaoyitang, you're pretty good to be able to take one of my moves. However, it's only one move. Jiang Chen's aura was monstrous. His words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Xiaoyitang's heart. To him, it was a kind of humiliation, a disgrace. Gu Chen, don't be arrogant. I was just probing you with my attack, Lai Yang. Xiaoyitang didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Chen anymore. He immediately used his most powerful combat skill. A golden sun with a diameter of 30 meters was conjured by him. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with golden light and the scorching aura of the sun was everywhere. Even Jiang Chen was shrouded by the scorching sun. The airflow that came out from the scorching sun was like a sharp blade. If it was an ordinary person, just these airflow alone would be enough to cut him to death. Your combat skill is pretty good, but it's a pity that the person using it isn't good enough. I won't waste my time with you. Jiang Chen didn't take Xiaoyitang's combat skill seriously at all. The difference between this Lai Yang combat skill and his golden dragon seal was huge. Rumble. Jiang Chen waved his arm and struck out the golden dragon seal. An incomparably dazzling reddish golden dragon roared out and collided with the scorching sun. The violent collision was like a battle between ancient beasts. The battlefield within 100 miles was completely incinerated. However, this was, after all, a battlefield created by Desolate Emperor. Even if the battlefield was in chaos, the energy wouldn't leak out. The huge sun was torn into countless pieces by the golden dragon. Once again, Xiaoyitang was sent flying by the destructive force and spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Was another move. The outcome of the battle was decided without any suspense. Even though Xiaoyitang was a peak 4th grade great saint expert, he still couldn't fight against Jiang Chen. The gap between a genius and a monstrous genius couldn't be measured with common sense. Desolate Emperor's face darkened. At this moment, it was impossible for him to not see the reason. This Gu Chen was far more powerful than he had imagined. He was one of the most terrifying monstrous geniuses he had ever seen in his life. Once such a monstrous genius grew up, he would be really terrifying. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King's faces were also showing a dignified look, but their eyes were blazing, especially Gu Firmament. He seemed to be able to see the future of Gu Palace from Jiangqin. Clang. Jiangqin didn't want to waste any more time. He didn't want to expose too many of his combat skills and trump cards. Immediately, he drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword and lunged at Desolate Yitong with thunderous force. Roar. Desolate Yitong roared furiously. Today's battle was a great humiliation to him. His honor didn't matter. If Desolate Emperor lost his position as the palace master because of this, his crime would be unforgivable and he wouldn't be able to show his face in Desolate Palace anymore. At this moment, Desolate Yitong had no way to retreat. He could only fight with his life on the line with bloodshot eyes. A golden fan appeared in Desolate Yitong's hand. This fan exuded an incomparably bright brilliance. Under his control, it turned into a huge fan like a heavenly barrier, covering the entire battlefield. This was a powerful Great Saint weapon. When it was used by Desolate Yitong, its destructive power was unimaginable. However, although Desolate Yitong's fan was terrifying, it was still not on the same level as the Heavenly Saint Sword. Out of the 7 fragments of the Heavenly Saint Sword, 5 had been fused. Although the other 2 fragments were not found, as Jiang Chen's natal weapon, an ordinary Great Saint weapon could not be compared to it at all. Not only was the Heavenly Saint Sword tyrannical but more importantly the person who used it. Jiang Chen could instantly merge with the Heavenly Saint Sword, achieving the most perfect fusion. Under the crazy attack of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Desolate Yitong's fan was cut in half on the spot like a piece of paper. It seemed vulnerable. Desolate Yitong was seriously injured again after his natal weapon was destroyed. There was a big wound on his chest and blood gushed out. No! Desolate Yitong let out a roar. He and Jiang Chen had exchanged a total of 3 moves. In just 3 moves he was now completely in a state of being an arrow at the end of its flight. Desolate Yitong was beaten by Jiang Chen and had no strength to fight back. At this moment he was seriously injured and could not even exert half of his combat power. How could he be a match for Jiang Chen? Shua. Jiang Chen did not give Desolate Yitong a chance at all. The Heavenly Saint Sword turned into a divine light and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it was above Desolate Yitong's head. Countless rays of light rushed out of the Heavenly Saint Sword and turned into a sword net. It enveloped Desolate Yitong and sealed the void, making it impossible for Desolate Yitong to escape. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the depths of Desolate Yitong's heart. It was the smell of death. It was an aura that he had never felt before. Deep fear instantly filled his heart. He was going to die. No one was not afraid of death. The better the life, the more afraid of death because his life was precious. Guqin stopped. Desolate Emperor bellowed. He had never thought that Guqin would be so powerful. The mighty Desolate Yitong couldn't even withstand 3 moves from Guqin. Now he was about to be killed. How could he not be angry? That was a genius of Desolate Palace. Losing one of them would be a great loss. However, Jiang Chen pretended not to hear Desolate Emperor's words. From the moment he started the battle with Desolate Yitong's fate had already been decided. Puchi. Along with a shrill scream, the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Yitong, was slashed into 2 halves by the Heavenly Saint Sword and died on the spot. For a moment, all the elders in the law enforcement palace widened their eyes. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them, especially those from Desolate Palace. This was a huge blow to them. They were very clear about Desolate Yitong's strength. Otherwise, Desolate Emperor wouldn't have sent him to fight against Jiang Chen. Not only them, even Gu Firmament was stunned on the spot. He had high expectations for Jiang Chen, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated Jiang Chen. Such a genius was simply heaven-defying. Gu Palace had really picked up a treasure this time. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Saint Sword slowly, then walked out of the battlefield and returned to the main hall. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He looked at Desolate Emperor and said, "Desolate Emperor, you should still remember our bet, right?" All the elders' faces turned ugly in an instant, including Desolate Emperor. Just now they were immersed in Jiang Chen's monstrous talent and Desolate Yitong's death, so they had forgotten about this matter. Only after Jiang Chen's reminder did they remember it. This time things had really gone out of control. Desolate Emperor didn't want to believe this fact, but he had to admit that he had been fooled by Jiang Chen. He was an old man who had lived for hundreds of years and was the pinnacle figure of St. Origin World, but he was fooled by a brat. To him this was an endless humiliation. Desolate Emperor wasn't a fool. How could he not see that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap today? From the moment Jiang Chen took the initiative to fight any fourth-grade great saint of Desolate Palace, Jiang Chen had been setting a trap for him. Thinking about it made him want to spurt out blood. Ah! Desolate Emperor, it would be disrespectful of me to refuse the position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master. I have been coveting this position for a long time. Gu Firmament was afraid that Desolate Emperor wouldn't die from anger, so he added another stab. He was in a good mood now. Gu Palace had never felt so proud and elated before. Motherfucker. Desolate Emperor felt a little stuffy in his chest. 100,000 fuck horses were galloping wildly in his heart. Chapter 966. As the high and mighty Desolate Emperor, he didn't know how long it had been since he last got angry because no one had ever dared to make him angry. But today it wasn't as simple as just being angry. That kind of grievance and depression was driving him crazy. He, Desolate Emperor, had been tricked by a brat. He, Desolate Emperor, had actually suffered such a huge setback in the hands of a junior. How shameful. If this matter were to spread out, he wouldn't know where to put his face. His supreme prestige had suffered a serious provocation and damage. However, Desolate Emperor knew that this matter would soon spread to every corner of St. Origin Palace. Even he, Desolate Emperor, wouldn't be able to stop the spread of this news. Desolate Emperor, given your identity, it's impossible for you to go back on your words. Since you have made a bet with Gu Qin, you have to be willing to accept the loss. The position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master will be changed. Desolate Emperor, you have been sitting in this position for so long, I guess you should be tired of it. The Heavenly Rock King said in a serious manner. It was easy for him to talk while standing. Desolate Emperor really had the urge to rush up and beat this Heavenly Rock up. Before Desolate Emperor could say anything, Heavenly Peng King cupped his fists at Gu Firmament and said, "Old Gu, congratulations." "Aha, congratulations to you too. We are all on the same side. Why don't the two of us take the position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master together?" "That's not appropriate. The position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master has always been occupied by one person. How can two people take the position together?" "Brother Heavenly Peng, you don't have to be so courteous. I can't do it in the past but I can now. I'm the Law Enforcement Palace Master now. I have the final say. How can I accept this?" Looking at these two old men echoing each other and treating the Law Enforcement Palace as their own home, everyone was stunned. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but grin. Today he had finally seen what was called shamelessness. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King were afraid that they wouldn't anger Desolate Emperor to death. They began to discuss how to manage the Law Enforcement Palace in the future and how to reform it. Enough. He felt that he was about to explode. He was the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Even if he lost, his own people were still here. At the very least, these two bastards should have waited for him to leave before discussing the matter. They really didn't give him any face at all. The position of the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall had been snatched away. Moreover, the position had changed from one person to two people. These two bastards were shamelessly discussing the reform of the Law Enforcement Hall, and they were discussing it in an incomparably serious manner. This was really infuriating. "Desolate Emperor, since you lost the bet, hand over the token of the Law Enforcement Hall." Gu Firmament didn't care whether Desolate Emperor would vomit blood or not. He stretched out his hand directly. Heavenly Peng King, who was beside him, had a gloating look on his face. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the performance of Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King. As long as these two bastards could come together, Gu Palace and Demon Palace would be completely united. Desolate Emperor was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. His identity was there and he was not allowed to act shamelessly. If the dignified Desolate Emperor didn't even dare to honor a bet, he would not only lose his position as the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, but also his reputation. "Here you go." Desolate Emperor waved his hand and a golden light flew out, which was caught by Gu Firmament. It was a golden token with the word Law Enforcement engraved on it. It was the token that controlled the Law Enforcement Hall. There was only one such token in the entire Law Enforcement Hall, and only the Hall Master was qualified to possess it. Subsequently, Desolate Emperor looked at Jiang Chen without concealing his killing intent. He couldn't help but feel jealous of such a genius. It would be great if Jiang Chen was a member of Desolate Palace. Unfortunately he wasn't. Desolate Emperor's figure slowly disappeared. He had lost the bet and was no longer the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. If he continued to stay here, he would only bring trouble to himself. The entire Law Enforcement Hall was in an uproar. Since the establishment of the Law Enforcement Hall, The position of the hall master was elected every 3 years, and there had never been a bet. Today they finally witnessed it. The elders of Gu Palace happily ran to Gu Firmament to congratulate him. Congratulations, Hall Master. We, Gu Palace, have finally taken control of the law enforcement hall. That's right. Gu Palace is really proud and elated today. Guchen, you're really good. With such a genius in our palace, we will certainly be more glorious in the future. That's right. Guchen is merely a second-grade great saint, but he could kill a fourth-grade great saint genius. He is a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Plus, he could absorb all the immortal qi in the refining tower. His luck is flourishing. Jiangchen will certainly become a great figure in the future. This is the fortune of Gu Palace. The elders of Gu Palace were incomparably complacent, but there were some who weren't happy. The elders of Desolate Palace were depressed to the extreme. They were supposed to punish Guchen, but they didn't expect that Guchen would lose his position as the hall master. Law Enforcement Hall is used to enforce the law. It doesn't belong to Gu Palace alone. The elder of Desolate Palace who brought Jiangchen here said angrily. However, as soon as his voice faded, Gu Firmament turned to him and said with Lung Lung, "You have been dismissed from your position. Get out of Law Enforcement Hall immediately." What? The elder's eyes widened. What kind of joke was this? How could he dismiss someone just because he said so? I'm the hall master. You don't have the right to speak here. Just get out of here. You were disrespectful to me just now. That's treason. Dismissal is already the lightest punishment. Gu Firmament waved his hand. A wave of qi hit the elder of Desolate Palace, throwing him out of the main hall. What the fuck? This guy is really something. Da Huang Dog couldn't help but murmur. Of course. As a giant, how can he not have a little boldness? Jiangchen shrugged. Even a peerless figure like Gu Firmament would have a little temper. That elder of Desolate Palace was blind enough to bump himself into the muzzle of a gun. A newly appointed official would have 3 fires, let alone Gu Firmament. All right, the law enforcement hall will continue as usual. I will come to visit from time to time. Guchen, come with me. Gu Firmament said. A wave of qi enveloped Jiangchen and then he vanished into thin air. Subsequently, Heavenly Peng King also left with Da Huang Dog and Kong Yang. Gu Lufeng left the law enforcement hall and headed in the direction of Gu Palace. In Gu Palace there was a temporary residence built in a space of nothingness. This was where Gu Firmament lived. Ordinary people couldn't enter without his permission. Now he brought Jiangchen here. Jiangchen, you've brought honor to our Gu Palace today. You've given me a great pleasure. It's a miracle that you have such a heaven-defying talent at such a young age. Gu Firmament looked at Jiangchen with great satisfaction. He called Jiangchen by his real name instead of Guchen. Obviously, he already knew Jiangchen's identity. In this case, Jiangchen didn't need to hide anymore. His facial muscles twisted and he returned to his original appearance. I did this with the help of the Palace Lord's power. If the Palace Lord didn't appear, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance at all. Desolate Emperor would have 100 ways to kill me. Jiangchen said with a smile. Ah, you really have guts. Gu Shantian has told me all the earth-shattering things you have done in the Pure Land. I heard that you are the son-in-law of the ancient people, which means that you are one of us. Today you helped the people of Gu Palace absorb all the immortal qi in the refining tower, which greatly boosted Gu Palace's prestige. Now, you even won the position of the Law Enforcement Hall Lord and humiliated Desolate Emperor. You are now a great hero of Gu Palace. I believe that after this news spreads out, everyone in Gu Palace will know about you and your status in Gu Palace will rise steadily in the future. Gu Firmament said with a smile. He was very satisfied with Jiangchen's performance today. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt so refreshed. Desolate Palace is getting more and more powerful and ambitious. The balance of the 8 major families will be broken sooner or later. We, Gu Palace, have to stand out and join forces with the Demon Palace. Desolate Palace has been getting stronger and stronger these years. Do you know why? Asked Jiangchen. Desolate Palace is indeed getting stronger and stronger, especially their young generation. They are much stronger than the young generation of the other 7 major families. They seem to have obtained resources that we can't get. This isn't just because Desolate Palace controls the Law Enforcement Palace. There must be some other reason that we don't know about. I have investigated it before but I didn't find anything. However, Desolate Palace's ambition has been revealed. You are right, the balance of the 8 major families will soon be broken. If we can ally with Demon Palace, it will be a good choice. If we can join forces with the Demon Palace, it will be a good choice, said Gu Firmament. He was very confident in Jiangchen. When Gu Xintian said that the future of the ancient people rested in Jiang Chen's hands, he didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Jiang Chen today he truly believed it. Let's put this aside for the time being. Right now there is an urgent matter that needs to be done, and that is to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. Among the 8 major palaces, the Demon Palace is the best. Basically, they don't have any internal conflicts. Regardless of the other palaces, we, Gu Palace, must solve this internal conflict. Otherwise it will affect the entire future of Gu Palace. Jiang Chen said solemnly. You are right, but there has been no way to solve this conflict. However, your appearance has brought this conflict to the surface. Plus, what you did in the refining tower has helped Gu Palace a lot in solving the internal conflict. Chapter 967. The battle between me and Gu Lian is inevitable. I must defeat Gu Lian in front of all the people of Gu Palace. Only then can the people of Inner Palace recognize themselves and accept the people of Outer Palace. Because I am fighting on behalf of Outer Palace, even if Gu Lian admits defeat, the effect has already been achieved. Since the conflict has surfaced, it must be resolved. Jiang Chen spoke with incomparable firmness. The battle with Gu Lian was inevitable. He had to defeat Gu Lian with his own hands. Only then would he be able to resolve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. The importance of this battle was self-evident. Alright. I will show up in person for the battle between you and Gu Lian the day after tomorrow. At that time many people of Gu Palace will be there. It's all up to you, said Gu Firmament. What Jiang Chen said was right. Since the conflict had surfaced, it must be resolved. No hidden danger could be left. Countless lessons in history had proved that the danger of internal strife was too great. Gu Firmament had a lot of trust in Jiang Chen. If he only relied on the battle between Jiang Chen and Gu Lian, he was afraid that it wouldn't be an easy task to resolve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. However, what Jiang Chen had done in Law Enforcement Palace had undoubtedly paved the way for Jiang Chen, which was incomparably important to the resolution of the internal conflict of Gu Palace. It was imaginable that the news of the refining tower had already spread across the entire Saint Origin Palace. The news of Law Enforcement Palace would also spread at the fastest speed. At that time, Jiang Chen would become the idol of many young disciples of Gu Palace. Whether it was the disciples of Outer Palace or Inner Palace, they would worship Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's status would inevitably rise. The emergence of such a dazzling and peerless genius in Gu Palace would surely excite the higher-ups and elders. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Gu Firmament. Jiang Chen, what kind of cultivation resources do you need? Just tell me. Gu Palace will try its best to satisfy you, said Gu Firmament. He had already made up his mind to cultivate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a figure that was worth cultivating. If Saint Origin World were to fall into chaos, Jiang Chen would definitely play one of the most important roles. Jiang Chen lowered his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, no need. These 3 simple words clearly showed Jiang Chen's domineering and self-confidence. He was a lofty character. Heart of Blaze had given him a lofty ambition. A casual word, a glance, or a movement could affect others. Subsequently, Jiang Chen changed back to Gu Chen's appearance and vanished. He didn't go anywhere else but went straight back to his residence. In order to avoid trouble, he went into seclusion. He knew very well that many people would come to visit him after what happened in Law Enforcement Palace was spread out. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked trouble. Today's harvest is great. Not only have I advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint, I have also boosted the momentum of Gu Palace and suppressed the arrogance of Desolate Palace. More importantly, the alliance between me and De Huang has brought Gu Palace and Demon Palace together. The alliance of these 2 major powers is definitely very important. There was a smile on Jiang Chen's face. He was very satisfied with the progress of the current situation. Now, he only needed to wait for the battle with Gu Lian the day after tomorrow to resolve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. The first step of his plan had been achieved. Next, he needed to find ways to improve his cultivation. Desolate Palace must have a great ambition. He guessed that Desolate Palace must be hiding some secret, a very big secret, which allowed Desolate Palace to grow faster than the other 7 palaces. The secret of Desolate Palace's growth had piqued Jiang Chen's interest, but he had to take his time to find the root of it. No matter when, strength was the most important thing. Without strength, even if he found out the secret of Desolate Palace, it would be useless. Without strength, one couldn't change the reality. Jiang Chen had always been very clear about this point. Moreover, after absorbing the immortal qi, Jiang Chen found that the immortal qi was very helpful to him. If he could continue to use the immortal chi to cultivate, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Unfortunately, this was undoubtedly an extravagant hope that couldn't be realized. After all, Saint Origin Palace wasn't separated from Saint Origin World. It wasn't the immortal world. It was already very good to be able to absorb a little bit of immortal chi. It was impossible to absorb immortal chi like how one absorbed the heaven and earth yuan chi, unless one became an immortal and ascended to the immortal world. While Jiang Qin was in seclusion, the situation outside was just as Jiang Qin and Gu Firmament had expected. The news of Law Enforcement Palace spread across Saint Origin Palace like a gust of wind. My God. It's such a pity that I didn't see the scene at that time. I never thought that Gu Qin would be so amazing. He actually killed Desolate Yitong and almost angered Desolate Emperor to death. He even won the position of Law Enforcement Palace Master. I'm afraid that only Gu Qin can achieve such a great merit in the entire Gu Palace. He has already done such an earth-shattering thing on his second day in Saint Origin Palace. But this Gu Qin is really not bad. He has helped our disciples in the refining tower by killing the 3 geniuses of Desolate family. I heard that he even gave Gu Yong some pills and asked him to bring them back to those who were injured yesterday. Those pills are really miraculous. All the injured disciples have recovered. Gu Qin is really magnanimous. Despite what we did to him yesterday, he still stood up for us regardless of the past enmity. That's nothing. Gu Qin has absorbed all the immortal chi in the refining tower. This is the first time such a thing has happened in the history of Saint Origin Palace. Simply amazing. I was there at that time. The immortal chi in the entire miniature spatial zone disappeared in just a few minutes. Everyone in Gu Palace was cheering. The topic of Gu Qin was everywhere. The emergence of Gu Qin had brought endless glory to Gu Palace. It had been decades since Gu Palace had been so awesome. Everyone in Gu Palace was full of praise for Gu Qin's arrival. Judging from the current reaction, even if Jiang Qin didn't fight Gu Lian, the conflict between the geniuses of Inner Palace and Outer Palace would have been almost resolved. However, the conflict between the geniuses of Gu Palace wasn't limited to the geniuses of Gu Palace. Even among the higher-ups there were more or less conflicts. Since the conflict had emerged, it must be resolved. Whether or not the conflict had been alleviated, Jiang Qin had to use the battle with Gu Lian to achieve his goal. By the way, Gu Qin has killed Desolate Yitong. Doesn't that mean Big Brother Gu Lian has no chance of winning the battle 2 days later? Wake up. What chance of winning? There's no suspense in this battle. Big Brother Gu Lian is indeed powerful, but there's still a gap between him and Desolate Yitong. Even Desolate Yitong was killed by Gu Qin. Gu Qin is the peerless genius of Gu Palace, the #1 genius. In my opinion, we should cancel the battle 2 days later. If we really fight, Big Brother Gu Lian will only be seeking his own humiliation. That's right. It seems like the decisive battle is meaningless now. It seems like we were wrong about the Outer Palace in the past. Yesterday when we fought with them, we could feel their tyrannical strength. Moreover, Gu Qin is also a member of the Outer Palace. Who would dare to look down on Gu Qin? The greatest glory of Gu Palace was won by Gu Qin. No matter what you think, I have already regarded Gu Qin as my idol. Amidst the excitement, the battle between Gu Qin and Gu Lian was also discussed. All the geniuses of Inner Palace understood that this battle was basically meaningless. It was impossible for Gu Lian to be Gu Qin's opponent. The disciples of Outer Palace were even more excited. They had never felt so proud before. Ever since they entered Gu Palace, they had always been in a state of being bullied by the geniuses of Inner Palace. Now the situation had completely changed after the arrival of Jiang Qin. Not to mention the battle yesterday, the way those geniuses of Inner Palace looked at them had changed. They no longer had the arrogant and disdainful look in their eyes. 2 days passed quickly. On this day, the martial practice field of Gu Palace was crowded with people early in the morning. Many people had appeared, including disciples and elders. The martial practice field of Gu Palace was much larger than the one where Jiang Qin and the others lived. At the center of the martial practice field, there were several battle platforms that towered into the clouds. Today was the day of the battle between Jiang Qin and Gu Lian. Even though everyone knew that there was no suspense, they still showed up early. Jiang Qin had done such a big thing, but many people had not seen him in person. Those powerful elders came just to see Jiang Qin's glory. They wanted to see what the #1 genius of Gu Palace looked like. Gu Lian had also arrived. He looked calm and didn't seem nervous at all. In his opinion, winning or losing wasn't important. It was more important whether he dared to fight or not. A group of more than a dozen geniuses of Outer Palace leisurely walked over. The leader was a young man dressed in white. He exuded a heroic aura as he walked. It was none other than Jiang Qin. Look, Gu Qin is here. He is Gu Qin. Sure enough, he has an extraordinary demeanor. One look and I can tell that he is a dragon among men. His future achievements will certainly be unimaginable. He killed Desolate Itong with just a second-grade great saint. He didn't just defeat him, he killed him directly. I have never seen such heaven-defying strength before. It wouldn't be too much to call him the #1 genius of Gu Palace. That's for sure. This man has achieved such great glory for Gu Palace. He has even won the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace. Not even many of the elders with virtue and prestige can compare to him. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. All of them were praising Jiang Qin's glory. Chapter 968. It had been a long time since such a young genius had appeared in Gu Palace. Normally, the battle between the two disciples wouldn't attract so much attention from the higher-ups, but now many of them had appeared, just to have a look at Jiang Qin. At this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly spread out and filled the sky above the martial arts practice grounds. Under this familiar pressure, everyone stopped talking and a trace of respect appeared on their faces. A silhouette appeared. It was Gu Firmament. He was floating above the martial arts field. He didn't say a word. Just by standing there, he represented a kind of noble and lofty status. In Gu Palace, no one could shake his position. He was the absolute master. Of course, Gu Firmament wasn't the only powerful 9th-grade great saint in Gu Palace. There were several 9th-grade great saint elders and some old super great saints who had been hiding to focus on breaking through to the immortal realm. Some of them were already famous when Jiang Qin swept across the world. These old super great saints wouldn't easily appear unless Gu Palace was in a critical moment of life and death. Look, even the palace master has come. This shows how much importance he attaches to Gu Qin. If it was during normal times, the palace master wouldn't have come here in person even if someone was killed. That's for sure. Gu Qin had earned a lot of face for the palace master in Law Enforcement Palace. He even won back the position of the palace master. How could the palace master not attach importance to such a peerless genius? It was just a battle between the disciples of Inner Palace and the disciples of Outer Palace. Now that the palace master has come, it has become a big event in Gu Palace. Many elders have come. They really attach importance to it. The appearance of Gu Firmament showed the importance of the battle between Jiang Qin and Gu Lian. However, many of them knew that this battle was caused by the conflict between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. If this conflict could be resolved well, it would bring great benefits to Gu Palace. Gu Qin, Gu Lian, both of you go to the battle platform. Gu Firmament said personally. As soon as Gu Firmament's voice fell, Jiang Qin's figure had already appeared on the fighting ring. Therefore, many people's eyes fell on Gu Lian. They were guessing whether Gu Lian dared to accept the challenge or whether he would directly admit defeat, because it would be shameful if he went up. However, Gu Lian's expression did not change. He leaped onto the platform and stood opposite of Jiang Qin. You have guts, Jiang Qin said sincerely. Since Gu Lian dared to go on stage, no one would look down on him. If it was someone else, after hearing that Jiang Qin had killed Desolate Itong, they might not even have the courage to go on stage. However, Gu Lian did not show any fear, and his expression was incomparably natural. Gu Qin, I know that I'm no match for you. I might not even be able to withstand a single strike from you, but not being able to fight and not daring to fight are two different things. I, Gu Lian, must come to this battle platform because I want to see how a mere second-grade great saint like you is going to kill Desolate Itong. I also want to see how strong the #1 genius of Gu Palace is. Gu Lian said in a loud voice. Good. Big brother Gu Lian really has guts. Not being able to fight and not daring to fight are two different things. One shouldn't retreat because of fear. That's right. Even if big brother Gu Lian loses, it won't be shameful. We won't look down on him, instead we will respect him. That's for sure. If it was me, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even dare to go on stage. I would just admit defeat. Many of them praised Gu Lian. The fact that he was able to go on stage in a straightforward manner was already admirable. Gu Qin, bring it on. Divine Polo Palm. Gu Lian adjusted his chi to the peak. The chi of a 4th-grade great saint filled the entire battle platform. He struck out his most powerful combat skill, the Divine Polo Palm. He knew very well that he was no match for Jiang Qin. So, he had to strike out his most powerful attack so that he would have no regrets even if he lost. Long. A rumbling sound was heard in the void. A huge golden divine palm was conjured by Gu Lian. The gigantic palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth, shrouding everything in it. Many people were shocked. The power of this move was too powerful. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have been crushed into powder by the terrifying force. Papa. Rays of golden light emerged from Jiang Chen's fist, producing crackling sounds that sounded like thunder and lightning. His eyes shone with an incomparably bright light. Without any hesitation, he punched toward the divine polo palm. Boom, boom, boom. This was pure physical strength. There was no combat skill involved. A second-grade great saint was using his physical strength to resist a powerful combat skill of a fourth-grade great saint. In such a situation, if the second-grade great saint wasn't an idiot, he must have enough confidence in himself. Naturally, Jiang Chen wasn't an idiot. Those who treated Jiang Chen as an idiot were fools in the end. Jiang Chen's punch contained explosive energy. It collided with the divine polo palm. The violent energy raged, turning the sky above the battle platform into a frenzied battlefield. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the powerful divine polo palm was penetrated by Jiang Chen's fist. Then, it shattered into countless golden fragments and vanished into the void. Dang dang dang. Gu Lian suffered a tremendous counterforce. He took 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. These 3 steps had already pushed him to the edge of the battle platform. Incredible. It seems like it wasn't an accident that Gu Qin killed Desolate Yitong. That's right. He defeated Big Brother Gu Lian with just a punch. Such combat strength is simply boundless. Did you all see that? Gu Qin only used his physical strength to repel Big Brother Gu Lian. He didn't use any powerful combat skills to injure Big Brother Gu Lian. That was to save Big Brother Gu Lian's face. That's right. Big Brother Gu Lian is representing our palace. If he is beaten too badly, our entire palace will lose face. We will feel angry and humiliated. But Gu Qin clearly has great strength, yet he used such a method to save face for Big Brother Gu Lian and our palace. Can be said that he has put in a lot of effort. Many of them had seen through Jiang Chen's intention. If Jiang Chen stepped on Gu Lian like what he did 3 days ago, it would undoubtedly be a humiliation to Gu Palace in front of everyone. Not only would it not alleviate the internal conflict of Gu Palace, it would also have the opposite effect. It would make people feel that Jiang Chen was arrogant and unapproachable, which would arouse resentment in people's hearts. Gu Firmament and many of the higher-ups nodded, praising Jiang Chen even more. On the battle platform, Gu Lian shook his head helplessly. After exchanging blows with Jiang Chen, he thoroughly understood how powerful Jiang Chen was. It could be said that one of his wishes had been fulfilled. Gu Lian cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "Gu Chen, you are very powerful. I admit defeat. Thank you for saving face for me in Main Palace." Chapter 969. No one felt anything about Gu Lian's surrender. At least he had already fought and Jiang Chen had given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. It was the wisest choice to surrender now. If he continued to fight shamelessly, he would really be looked down upon. A person who couldn't even see the situation clearly was no different from a boorish man. "Brother Gu, you don't have to be so polite." Jiang Chen cupped his fists and responded to Gu Lian. Then he turned around and looked at all the people of Gu Palace, from the elders to the disciples. He found that all of them were looking at him with blazing eyes. "To all the brothers of the Main Palace, I, Gu Qin, would like to apologize for what happened 3 days ago," Jiang Chen said in a clear voice, "but I had no choice but to fight with Gu Lian today. I only have one purpose, and that is to let all the people of Gu Palace know that we are a family. We all have the surname Gu and the bloodline of the ancient people flows in our bodies. There shouldn't be any division between the Main Palace and the Outer Palace. If Gu Palace wants to be absolutely powerful, this contradiction must be completely resolved. You should know that the ancestors who founded Gu Palace also came from the ancient people of the Pure Land. Even those ancestors who have already ascended to the immortal realm don't want to see Gu Palace divided into factions. I, Gu Qin, want all the geniuses of the Main Palace to see that the people of the Outer Palace also have the ability. If they didn't have the ability, they wouldn't be standing here. You have no reason to look down on them because we are a family. Trying to feel superior in front of one's own family is really something that people of Gu Palace should look down on." The whole martial arts practice field was extremely quiet. Everyone, including Gu Firmament, was listening to Jiang Chen confidently. Every word of Jiang Chen touched people's hearts. Some of the geniuses of the Main Palace even lowered their heads and felt a little ashamed. Jiang Chen was right. Although they were members of the Main Palace, they had the same ancestor and the same bloodline. They were all family. What was so great about bullying one's own people? If they had the ability, they could bully their opponents. Back in the refining tower, they were bullied by Desolate Palace, and it was Jiang Qin who stood up for them. They shouldn't feel superior in front of their own people. Although Jiang Qin was from the Outer Palace and came from the Pure Land, he was much stronger than them in terms of talent and combat strength. However, was Jiang Qin not superior enough in front of them? However, Jiang Qin had never displayed his superiority in front of them. Instead, he displayed his strength in front of his enemies and stood up for his own people. This was the truth, and there was no need to say more. Guqin, Gu Ling would like to apologize to you in the outer hall for what happened 3 days ago. From today onwards, Gu Ling will no longer look down on the people of the outer hall. You're right, we're all family. Gu Ling stood out from the crowd and said loudly. Then he bowed deeply towards the people of the outer palace. That's right. Big brother Guqin is right. From now on, there will be no more internal conflicts in Gu Palace. We're all family. The blood flowing in our veins is the blood of the ancient people. Gu Lang used to bully the people of the outer palace. Now that I think about it, it's really hateful. Thanks to the appearance of Guqin, we all understand this truth. If the internal conflicts of Gu Palace continue to develop, it will sooner or later lead to its own destruction. For a moment, many geniuses of the main palace stood out to speak. Not only was Jiang Qin powerful, but he also knew how to conduct himself. He had completely conquered them and changed their view of the outer palace. Seeing this situation, many high-level elders were also moved. They knew better than anyone else how terrible the internal conflicts were and how serious the consequences would be for Gu Palace. Now even the disciples had understood it. If they still couldn't, then they wouldn't be worthy of being called experts. All the disciples of the outer palace heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally hold their heads up high. They had enough of the days of being bullied. From now on, they had their own identities and were the true people of Gu Palace. All the disciples of the outer palace looked at Jiang Qin, who was still standing on the fighting platform. Their eyes were filled with passion and worship. They were all proud and arrogant people. They were all geniuses among geniuses. They had never admired anyone before, let alone worshipped him. Boy, not bad. The conflict that even I couldn't solve was solved so easily by you. Gu Firmament's voice sounded in Jiang Qin's ears. What he said was true. Although he was the high and mighty palace master, such a conflict wasn't easy to solve. The conflict had already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Using forceful means would only produce the opposite of the desired result. Everything that had happened since Jiang Qin came to Gu Palace had paved the way for him to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. Therefore, after today's battle with Gu Lian, the conflict would be resolved completely. Everyone heard it. All of you have the blood of the ancient people. I don't want Gu Palace to be divided into the inner palace and the outer palace in the future. Everyone is equal. As long as we, the ancient people, work together, we will become stronger sooner or later. Gu Firmament said a few words and then disappeared directly. Many people saw that when Gu Firmament left, there was a smile on his face. The conflict of Gu Palace had been completely solved. In the future, it would show a great effect in the cultivation project, which was very important to a major power. Jiang Qin had become the #1 hero of Gu Palace. The higher-ups valued him and the subordinates worshipped him. In just 3 days, Jiang Qin had become famous, not only in Gu Palace, but also in the entire Saint Origin Palace. After the battle with Gu Lian, Jiang Qin didn't go into seclusion. Instead, he went to Demon Palace. Through the matter of Law Enforcement Palace, Gu Palace and Demon Palace were connected. De Huang Dog had a very high status in Demon Palace. It was time for Jiang Qin to pay a visit to Demon Palace. He believed that Heavenly Peng King would be very happy to see him. Gu Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. From the top to the bottom, everyone's face was filled with smiles. It was a great thing for Gu Palace to take control of Law Enforcement Palace. One should know that the special existence of Law Enforcement Palace wasn't just for law enforcement, but also for the distribution of cultivation resources. All these years, Desolate Palace had been in charge of Law Enforcement Palace, which gave them a huge advantage in this aspect and allowed them to obtain a lot of good cultivation resources. Now, it was finally Gu Palace's turn to be in charge. Naturally, they were very excited. Compared to Gu Palace's congratulations, the atmosphere in Desolate Palace was depressing. For many years, Desolate Palace had never been so depressed and aggrieved. From Desolate Emperor to the ordinary disciples, everyone's face was filled with anger. No one had ever made Desolate Palace suffer such a big loss. In the refining tower, they had lost 3 geniuses and the face of Desolate Palace. In the Law Enforcement Palace, they made Desolate Palace lose face. Not only did they lose another Desolate Itong, They also made Desolate Emperor a laughingstock. This was an incomparably abominable thing. Damn it. That Guqin is too abominable. We must find an opportunity to kill him. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. If he hides in Gu Palace and doesn't come out, we can't go to Gu Palace to kill him. Moreover, the matter of law enforcement palace was a bet between Palace Master and him. I never thought that the ancient people of Pure Land could cultivate such a heaven-defying genius. This person's existence is absolutely a great threat to Desolate Palace. As long as there's a chance, we must eliminate him. If we allow this person to grow, it will only be a matter of time before Gu Palace surpasses Desolate Palace. The people of Desolate Palace hated Jiang Qin to the bone. They couldn't wait to eat his flesh raw. The existence of Jiang Qin had also attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Desolate Palace. Feeling threatened, many experts had made up their minds to eliminate Gu Qin. Only by eliminating Gu Qin could they feel at ease and restore the lost face of Desolate Palace. In fact, it wasn't only Desolate Palace that had noticed Jiang Qin. The other major palaces were also the same. It would be a lie to say that they weren't jealous of such a genius, but Jiang Qin didn't have any direct conflict with them. So, they were just jealous of him. However, they believed that given the style of Desolate Palace, they wouldn't let Jiang Qin go so easily. Jiang Qin stayed in Demon Palace for a day before returning to Gu Palace. He had a pleasant conversation with Heavenly Peng King. Heavenly Peng King was also very worried about the overall situation of Saint Origin Palace. Demon Palace belonged to the demon race, which was fundamentally different from humans. Therefore they were extremely sensitive to all kinds of dangers. The ambition of Desolate Palace was obvious, but even Heavenly Peng King didn't know the real secret of Desolate Palace. However, both he and Jiang Qin believed that Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to swallow the entire Saint Origin Palace even if they had the ambition. Jiang Qin knitted his brows. Saint Origin Palace looked calm on the surface, but in fact there were surging undercurrents. His intuition told him that something big would happen in Saint Origin World sooner or later. Chaos wasn't far away. Jiang Qin created a spatial zone for himself and hid in it. He was thinking about a question about Ancestor Green Lotus. He had asked Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King about it, but both of them didn't know anything about Ancestor Green Lotus. This made Jiang Qin even more puzzled. According to Great Master Ran Feng, Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended to the immortal realm, nor was he dead but was imprisoned. Therefore, the only place that could imprison Ancestor Green Lotus in the entire Saint Origin world was Saint Origin Palace. But if Ancestor Green Lotus was really in Saint Origin Palace, given Heavenly Peng King and Gu Firmament's status, it was impossible for them not to know anything about it. After all, they were already the overlords of Saint Origin Palace. If they didn't know anything about it, it would make Jiang Qin feel somewhat distressed. Could it be Desolate Palace? Chapter 970. Jiang Qin knew Ancestor Green Lotus very well. Ancestor Green Lotus was a living Buddha who could predict the future. He wouldn't stay here for no reason. The reason why Great Master Ran Feng persisted for so many years was to find his master. Jiang Qin was even more certain that Ancestor Green Lotus was imprisoned in Saint Origin Palace. There was no other place in the world that could confine Ancestor Green Lotus. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus failed his tribulation, Jiang Qin could guess that there must be a reason for his failure. Perhaps, it had something to do with the person who imprisoned him. Otherwise, given Ancestor Green Lotus' ability, he wouldn't have failed his tribulation and would have become an immortal long ago. Gu Palace and Demon Palace don't know anything about Ancestor Green Lotus. Dan Palace, Narung Palace, Hua Palace, Shur Palace and Bin Palace certainly don't know anything about Ancestor Green Lotus. The only suspicious one is Desolate Palace. Unfortunately, I don't have the means to check it out. Given my current strength, going to Desolate Palace is no different from courting death. Jiang Qin was very distressed, but immediately, his eyes sparkled. By the way, I have the flaming wings now. With the help of the spatial shift, it shouldn't be a problem for me to go to Desolate Palace. The Zulong Tower should have the ability to hide my chi, but I still can't be reckless. If Desolate Palace has the means to imprison Ancestor Green Lotus and hide it from the other 7 families, their defense must be very tight. Jiang Qin sighed and decided to give up on investigating Desolate Palace. After all, his strength was still weak. Although he had advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint, it was still child's play compared to Desolate Palace. He still needed to investigate the matter of Ancestor Green Lotus carefully. As a matter of fact, just as Jiang Qin had expected, Ancestor Green Lotus was imprisoned by Desolate Palace. In the deep layer of the spatial zone of Desolate Palace, there was an independent spatial zone. It was very small, or it couldn't even be considered as a spatial zone. It could only be considered as a slightly bigger secret chamber. This secret chamber was only a few dozen meters in circumference. The entire chamber was filled with cold air and frost could be seen everywhere. The secret chamber was located in the spatial crevice and was sealed by an extremely powerful seal. The seal was so powerful that even a 9th-grade great saint wouldn't be able to sense its chi. At this moment, an old monk was sitting in the center of the secret chamber. The old monk's eyes were closed and he wore a light yellow xianxia. The xianxia looked very old, but it still gave off a faint luster. The old monk looked to be at least 100 years old. Of course, his true age was definitely not 100 years old. The old monk sat there, his back hunched. Even his breathing could not be felt. His face was full of loose skin and wrinkles. He looked like he did not have much longer to live, but he gave off the feeling that he would not die no matter what. The old monk seemed to have stayed here for too long and was numb to everything. The cold aura had no effect on him at all. There were old monks in Buddhism who had been meditating for 100 years. The old monk in front of them was exactly like this. At this moment, the space of the secret chamber rippled. A figure appeared like a ghost. It was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He had a long beard on his chin. He didn't have a strong physique, but his chi was terrifying. It was as if he had transcended the heaven and earth and was no longer a person of this world. His body was emitting immortal chi. That's right, it was immortal chi. He was a true immortal, an existence that had surpassed the great saint realm. If outsiders knew about this, they would surely be shocked. One should know that when a great saint advanced to the immortal realm, he would be drawn to the immortal world by the suction force of the immortal world. He couldn't stay in the lower world. Because the chi of an immortal was too strong, the lower world wouldn't be able to withstand his power. Once an immortal started a massacre, the entire world would collapse. This was similar to void triangular domain, which couldn't withstand the power of a great saint. However, the old man in front of them was real. Qinglian, it has been 100 years. You are still so stubborn. You won't have a good ending for going against Desolate Palace. The old man looked at the old monk who was sitting on the ground and said, "That's right." The old monk was none other than Ancestor Green Lotus, whom Jiang Chen had been looking for. "You're here again." Ancestor Green Lotus slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy at the beginning, but suddenly they became extremely bright. Just one look was enough to kill a person. This was a supreme realm. It was impossible to associate such a look with an old man who was on the verge of death. "Green Lotus, I have never admired anyone but you, Ancestor Green Lotus. As long as you hand over that thing, we will immediately open the prison for you and allow you to ascend to the immortal realm. This is supposed to be a good thing, but you stubbornly stayed here for 100 years. Why do you have to do this?" The old man said impatiently, because he had said the same thing many times. "You have violated the immortal Tao by using me to stay in the lower world. I won't give you the thing. You can go back now." Ancestor Green Lotus's tone was very calm. One wouldn't feel the slightest anger from him. After saying that, he closed his eyes. "Green Lotus, you are too stubborn. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" The old man was a little angry. "You won't dare. If you kill me, all the efforts of Desolate Palace for the past 100 years will be wasted." Ancestor Green Lotus shook his head. The old man was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. Just like what Ancestor Green Lotus said, he didn't dare to kill Ancestor Green Lotus. Killing Ancestor Green Lotus would destroy all the efforts of the past 100 years. "Green Lotus, you should know very well that even if we can't get that thing, we can still achieve the same result by imprisoning you. You are the one who will suffer the loss. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm." The old man harumphed coldly and vanished. It was another unpleasant conversation. This kind of conversation happened once every year. Ancestor Green Lotus had already become numb to it. After the old man left, the surrounding space barrier was completely sealed, and the surroundings were filled with white frost mist. Ancestor Green Lotus opened his eyes again, and a mocking sneer appeared on his calm face. Ancestor Green Lotus flipped his palm, and a broken sword that was 3 meters long appeared in his hand. If Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this broken sword was a broken piece of the Heavenly Saint sword. Ancestor Green Lotus stared at the broken sword in his hand as if he was looking at an old friend. "Old friend, 100 years ago you fell in the St. Cliff. When I went there, I found this broken sword. I have never admired anyone in my life, but you are the only one. You broke the immortal Tao and brought hope to the great saints of St. Origin World, but at the same time, you brought a disaster to St. Origin World. One all of a sudden, the broken sword in his hand trembled violently, producing a buzzing sound as if it was being summoned. Chapter 971. What's going on? This broken sword was left behind by Jiang. It's a fragment of the heavenly saint sword. I kept it as a souvenir. There has never been such an agitation before. In this world there is only one person who could make this broken sword agitated, but that's impossible. Jiang has already been crushed to pieces in the St. Cliff. Ancestor Green Lotus' face turned pale with fright. Given his cultivation and temperament, it was extremely abnormal for him to have such a huge fluctuation, but the agitation of the broken sword made him unable to calm down. At the same time, in the spatial zone where Jiang was, 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. It's the chi of the heavenly saint sword. The 6th broken sword has appeared. I didn't expect it to be in St. Origin Palace. This is great. If I can get this broken sword and integrate it with the heavenly saint sword, my cultivation will advance to the 3rd grade great saint. Let me sense the exact location of the heavenly saint sword. Jiang couldn't hide his excitement. He had already integrated 5 parts of the heavenly saint sword, leaving him with only 2 more parts. He didn't expect to sense it in St. Origin Palace. What he lacked the most now was cultivation. If he could find another fragment of the heavenly saint sword, he would be able to advance to the 3rd grade great saint. At that time, not even a 7th grade great saint would be a match for him when he transformed into his dragon form. At that time, Jiang would be considered to have stepped into the ranks of the higher grades. Jiang took out the heavenly saint sword. The dazzling heavenly saint sword hovered in front of his face, emitting a buzzing sound as if it was summoned by some kind of force. Jiang closed his eyes and circulated the great soul derivation technique, carefully sensing the exact location of the heavenly saint sword. Since he and the heavenly saint sword were connected by life, sensing its exact location was an incomparably easy task. Swoosh! Jiang opened his eyes abruptly. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. The light rippled and cut the void in front of him. It's in the direction of Desolate Palace. Jiang expression turned solemn. He had already sensed the exact location of the heavenly saint sword. It was right in the direction of Desolate Palace. This situation made him extremely depressed. Going to Desolate Palace to search for the sword fragment was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. One could imagine how dangerous it was. It seems like I have to pay a visit to Desolate Palace. A trace of ruthlessness was revealed in Jiang eyes. Just a moment ago, he was still considering whether he should go to Desolate Palace to investigate the matter regarding Ancestor Green Lotus. But now it seemed that there was no need to hesitate anymore. He must get the fragment of the heavenly saint sword. Even if it was Desolate Palace, he would still dare to go there. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Jiang had never been a coward. Jiang kept the heavenly saint sword and summoned the Zulong Tower. The golden ancestral dragon ancient tower had already condensed into 3 levels. Jiang shrouded the Zulong Tower and found out that not only did it have an amazing defensive power, it also had a very strong concealment ability. It could travel through the void silently. As long as Jiang wanted to, he could travel through the void without being discovered. In addition, Jiang spatial shift was incomparably mystical. Now that he had the flaming wings, Jiang was confident that he could go to Desolate Palace and find out what was going on. Swoosh! Jiang figure disappeared. He turned into a ghost that walked in the void and flew towards the direction of Desolate Palace. Initially he planned to bring the Huang dog along. After all, this dog was incomparably mystical and could break countless seals and restrictions. But after thinking about it, he decided not to bring them along. After all, he was going to Desolate Palace. If he encountered any danger, he could still escape alone. In other words, his and the Huang dog's cultivation were not very strong. At least, they weren't strong enough to enter and exit Desolate Palace at will. It would be easier for him to conceal himself if he went alone. In the frozen secret chamber, Ancestor Green Lotus was still staring at the broken sword in front of him without blinking his eyes. The sword trembled even more violently. It hadn't stopped ever since it was taken out. At the same time, Jiang, who was shuttling through the void, was gradually approaching the frozen small space. Soon Jiang came to the outside of the small space. He, who was hiding inside the Zulong Tower, was extremely shocked when he saw the small space. Damn it! How could Desolate Palace have such a hidden place? They created such a small thing in the deepest part of the space and sealed it with a powerful ice sealing technique. If I didn't have the heavenly saint sword to guide me, it would be impossible for me to find this place. I'm afraid that there's more than just a fragment of my heavenly saint sword in here. It's nothing to the mighty desolate palace. If I'm not mistaken, there must be something else important in here. Jiang Qin thought in his heart. He checked his surroundings with extreme caution. The ancestral dragon pagoda had completely concealed him from the experts. As a matter of fact, there weren't any experts around. The more dangerous a place was, the more defenseless it would be. Putting aside the fact that no one would be able to find this place, who in the world could break the seal? Jiang Qin carefully approached the seal outside the spatial zone and circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique. When he sensed the strength of the seal, his facial expression changed dramatically. This is a seal set up by an immortal. A great saint wouldn't be able to cast it. Could it be that there's an immortal in Desolate Palace? Damn it. I can't break this seal. If I break it by force, it will immediately alert the person who cast the seal. Aware of this, Jiang Qin became even more cautious. He dared not be careless in the face of such a seal. More importantly, this seal was cast by an immortal. It made him seriously suspect that there was an immortal in Desolate Palace. If that was the case, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Once he was discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. The gap between a great saint and an immortal was unimaginable. Even a mighty 9th grade great saint would be blown to death by a true immortal without any resistance. This was an incomparably tricky matter. This was the first time in Jiang Qin's life that he felt helpless. He had completely concealed his qi. Coupled with the protection of the Zulong Tower, he had completely integrated himself with the void so that he wouldn't be discovered by anyone. However, this wasn't a solution. The purpose of his visit was for the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Now, he was almost certain that the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword was in this small spatial zone. He could sense it very clearly. The most difficult problem right now was how to break the seal. Even if he could break the seal and enter the spatial zone without alerting the hidden experts of Desolate Palace, it would still be an incomparably difficult or almost impossible task. Don't tell me I have to give up just like this? Jiang Qin knitted his brows. For the sake of safety, he had to leave this place immediately. However, he wasn't willing to go back just like this. Jiang Qin wasn't a person who would retreat in the face of difficulties. By the way, the Zulong Tower is a supreme divine item. It's above the immortal realm. Perhaps I can use the Zulong Tower to enter the spatial zone. The interior of the Zulong Tower is a spatial zone. It has exquisite control over the spatial force. Jiang Qin thought of the Zulong Tower. He decided to use the Zulong Tower to give it a try. If it worked, everything would be fine. If it didn't work, he would escape immediately. Jiang Qin carefully controlled the Zulong Tower and slowly moved towards the seal. Swoosh. To Jiang Qin's astonishment, when Jiang Qin operated the spatial force inside the Zulong Tower turned into a tiny speck of dust and passed through the gap of the seal. Jiang Qin didn't even have the time to react before he entered the secret chamber. The scene in front of him stunned Jiang Qin. He saw Ancestor Green Lotus, and Ancestor Green Lotus also looked at him. Both of them had the same expression. Only the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment was agitated more violently. Green Lotus. Jiang Qin was the first to react and exclaimed, "That's right." Although the old monk in front of him looked very different from the Buddha in the prime of his life, his aura wouldn't change, especially the aura of an eminent monk. Under the heavens, apart from Ancestor Green Lotus, who else could it be? Jiang Qin recognized him at first glance. You are..." Ancestor Green Lotus was shocked. The Heavenly Saint Sword fragment had already left his body and flew to Jiang Qin's side. Jiang Qin grabbed the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment and strode towards Ancestor Green Lotus. His face twisted and changed back to his original appearance. Although he had changed his appearance, Ancestor Green Lotus still couldn't recognize this young man. One could change his appearance but not his temperament and eyes. Only the most familiar people could remember his temperament and eyes. From this young man, Ancestor Green Lotus could see the shadow of the greatest saint under the heavens. More importantly, the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment had explained everything. Guess who I am? Jiang Qin waved the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment in front of Ancestor Green Lotus. He was in a very good mood. It seemed like his guess was right. Ancestor Green Lotus had been imprisoned by Desolate Palace. After being reborn for 100 years, he was naturally very happy to see his old acquaintance again. No, this is impossible. It's impossible. Ancestor Green Lotus kept shaking his head. Even with his temperament, he absolutely couldn't believe this was true. He had seen Jiang Qin fall in the St. Cliff with his own eyes, so how could he explain the current situation? Nothing is impossible in this world. I, Jiang Qin, am very lucky to be reborn. Now I am also called Jiangqin. Old friend, we meet again. Jiangqin sat opposite of Ancestor Green Lotus and teased. Ancestor Green Lotus's shock was within Jiangqin's expectation. It would be abnormal if he wasn't shocked at all. Ancestor Green Lotus widened his eyes and couldn't utter a word. But he was sure that the young man in front of him was exactly the same as the Jiangqin he was familiar with. Chapter 972. After listening to Jiangqin's narration, Ancestor Green Lotus couldn't calm himself down for a long time. But when he regained his composure, he was incomparably excited. An old friend who had died for 100 years suddenly appeared in front of him with a different identity and told him that he wasn't dead but had been reincarnated. If it didn't happen in front of him, he wouldn't believe it at all. However, Ancestor Green Lotus believed it very quickly. Not only because of the reaction of the Heavenly Saint Sword, but also because of Jiangqin's temperament and eyes. Buddhism had always been particular about past and present lives. Reincarnation and rebirth were recognized and recorded in Buddhism. Old friend, you really have heaven-defying luck. You didn't die in such a great disaster and now you are back. I have been imprisoned here for 100 years. Now that I can see you again, I have no regrets in this life. A rare smile appeared on Ancestor Green Lotus' face. It was extremely difficult to make this old monk, who was as calm as an ancient well, smile. I have been to Green Lotus Mountain, Jiangqin said. Upon hearing the name Green Lotus Mountain, Ancestor Green Lotus' eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He hastily asked, "How is Green Lotus Mountain now? How is my disciple?" "Don't worry. Great Master Ranfeng is doing very well. He has already become a great saint expert. I have a life and death friendship with his disciple. The last time I went to Western Domain, Great Master Ranfeng told me about you. I guess that you must be imprisoned in St. Origin Palace," Jiangqin said. "That little guy Ranfeng has also accepted a disciple. Old friend, quickly tell me about the outside world and how you came to St. Origin Palace. I can see that your current cultivation base is only at 2nd grade Great Saint. It's a miracle that you managed to find me here." Ancestor Green Lotus rarely spoke for 100 years. Now that he had reunited with his old friend, he became more talkative. "That year I fell on the St. Cliff. Fortunately, my soul didn't die. I was reborn in a remote area of Eastern Continent and cultivated all the way until I reached my current realm." Jiangqin knew what Ancestor Green Lotus was feeling right now. Therefore, he told Ancestor Green Lotus everything that had happened in the past few years, especially about Great Master Ranfeng and Tyrant. Talking about these things was a form of enjoyment for Jiangqin. In this world he had a huge secret and he was a lonely person. Therefore he was afraid that the only person he could chat with without restraint was this old monk in front of him. After listening to Jiangqin's narration, Ancestor Green Lotus couldn't help but laugh. "Ah, Jiangqin, you're still the same Jiangqin, but you've become even more heaven-defying compared to your previous life. In your previous life, you turned the Pure Land upside down and it's still the same now. Now that you've come to St. Origin Palace, it seems like St. Origin Palace won't be peaceful anymore. By the way, you said that you found this place because you sensed the existence of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Given your ability, it's not surprising for you to find this place, but how did you break the seal outside? This is a seal set up by an immortal. Even if you were at your peak in your previous life, you wouldn't be able to break it. Plus, you came in without making a sound. There wasn't even a ripple. The seal is still intact. It seems like you can come in without breaking it. What kind of technique is this?" Ancestor Green Lotus asked doubtfully. One should know that he would have some sense even if the immortal of Desolate family came in, but he didn't sense anything when Jiangqin came in. Jiangqin appeared out of thin air. This kind of technique really surprised him. "I have a unique technique that allows me to travel through space without making a sound. This seal isn't a problem at all. Thanks to the Heavenly Saint Sword, I wouldn't have been able to find you." Jiangqin sighed. He was really lucky to be able to find Ancestor Green Lotus this time. If it wasn't for the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword that Ancestor Green Lotus had taken out and studied, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Ancestor Green Lotus even if he turned the entire Desolate Palace upside down. "You said that this is a seal set up by an immortal. Could it be that there are other immortals in Desolate Palace? If you are being closely watched, wouldn't I be easily discovered?" Jiangqin asked with a frown. "It doesn't matter. The people of Desolate Palace have just left. They will only appear once a year. Normally they wouldn't pay attention to this place because I can't run away. However, they would never have thought that you would appear here. I wonder what kind of reaction they would have if they knew that the greatest saint is still alive," said Jiangchen. Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. He wasn't worried that Jiangchen would be discovered. What the hell is going on? Why did Desolate Palace imprison you? Asked Jiangchen. This was the question he was most concerned about. Ancestor Green Lotus was a peerless Buddha in the past. He didn't have any enmity with Desolate Palace, but Desolate Palace had attacked him during his tribulation. How much enmity was there between them? Desolate Palace has the ambition of wolves. They want to rule the entire Saint Origin world, and I have become their most important tool. 2 rays of cold light flickered in Ancestor Green Lotus's eyes. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any resentment when he thought of what had happened to him. What do you mean? Asked Jiangchen. He had already sensed that there was a great secret involved in this matter. That year, after you fell on the St. Cliff, I went to the St. Cliff and only found this broken sword. So I kept it as a souvenir. However, this broken sword has helped me a lot today. If it wasn't for this broken sword, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to meet again. Ancestor Green Lotus seemed to have fallen into a deep recollection. Later on, I went to the Immortal Vault Mountain and obtained an immortal mark there. It's incomparably mystical and it's still in my body. I won't take it out to show you. The experts of Desolate Palace imprisoned me in order to get this immortal mark. If I take it out, they will probably sense it. This immortal mark has a great function, which is to conceal the heaven's secret. With this immortal mark, immortals can continue to stay in Saint Origin world without being affected by the immortal world. So, Desolate Palace imprisoned you in order to deceive the heaven's secret with the immortal mark. In other words, there are really some immortals in Desolate Palace now? Given Jiangchen's intelligence, he immediately guessed the key point. That's right. I don't know how the experts of Desolate Palace found out about the immortal mark in my hand. When I was transcending the tribulation, I had already predicted that there would be a great change. Then I was secretly framed by the experts of Desolate Palace, causing me to fail the tribulation. Many people thought that I was dead, but I wasn't. I was imprisoned here by the experts of Desolate Palace. They used the chi of the immortal mark in my hand to deceive the heaven's secret. For the past 100 years, none of the immortals of Desolate Palace have ascended to the immortal world. All of them have been hiding here. Ancestor Green Lotus said. What? Jiangchen almost exclaimed. He had expected that Desolate Palace would have a big secret, but he didn't expect it to be so shocking. None of the immortals of Desolate Palace had ascended to the immortal world in 100 years, but all the immortals of the other 7 major families had ascended to the immortal world. The ancestors of Desolate Palace have a big plan. They want to see the unification of Saint Origin world before ascending to the immortal world. All these years they have been trying to get the immortal mark in my hand, but I refused to give it to them. They had no choice but to imprison me here because I can also deceive the heaven's secret with the immortal mark. Ancestor Green Lotus said. It's good that you didn't want to hand it over. If you did, given the means of Desolate Palace, they would kill you immediately. The immortal mark is now your protective talisman, but there's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't you refine the immortal mark directly? I'm afraid that you will gain a lot of benefits if you refine it. Jiangchen was puzzled. I have tried to refine the immortal mark, but it didn't work. This immortal mark contains great luck, or maybe it's because my luck isn't enough to gain the recognition of the immortal mark. Ancestor Green Lotus shook his head. I see. But even if there are immortals in Desolate Palace, I'm afraid that they won't be able to wreak havoc in Saint Origin world. The power of immortals is too strong. It's very likely that they will destroy the whole world. If that's the case, what's the point of them staying here? Asked Jiangchen, puzzled. After so many years of development, Desolate Palace has become stronger and stronger. Its overall strength has already surpassed any of the other 7 major families. Among them, the immortals of Desolate Palace have made an undeniable contribution. They are able to provide resources to Desolate Palace. You can imagine how powerful that is. As far as I know, the immortals of Desolate Palace will select the most outstanding geniuses and enlighten them by using immortal chi to cleanse their bodies all year round. Those geniuses have always been hidden by Desolate Palace and are treated as saints' sons. They are the real secret weapons of Desolate Palace. I'm afraid that they have already reached an unimaginable level. If they are released one day, I'm afraid that it will be the day Desolate Palace dominates the world. Ancestor Green Lotus said. Upon hearing this, Jiangchen couldn't calm down for a long time. It seemed like Desolate Palace's scheme was too big. Sure enough, Desolate Palace's scheme is very deep. Their immortals don't intend to help Desolate Palace rule the whole Saint Origin world. They want to use this method to greatly strengthen Desolate Palace's foundation, allowing the people of Desolate Palace to rule the world. That way they will be truly powerful. The rise of a major family must start from the root. They must have an unshakable foundation. War and competition are the best ways to promote their growth. It seems like the real chaos of Saint Origin World is not far away. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. That's right. Initially, I thought that Desolate Palace would be able to dominate the world and the other 7 major families would be annihilated. But after seeing you today, I saw a turning point. Only you, my old friend, can reverse the situation and change everything. Only you can do it. Chapter 973. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. All of a sudden he felt tremendous pressure and a strong sense of urgency. The secret of Desolate Palace was beyond his imagination and the power of Desolate Family was beyond his imagination. So many immortals had yet to ascend to the immortal world. No one knew how many geniuses had been secretly cultivated by Desolate Palace in the past 100 years. All these geniuses were hidden from the other 7 major families. Geniuses were born with extraordinary innate talents. Coupled with the enlightenment of immortals and the cleansing of immortal chi day after day, year after year, it was hard to imagine how terrifying they had grown. If Desolate Palace were to release these killer weapons, it would be even harder to imagine how much damage they would cause to the other 7 major families. This was the ambition and secret of Desolate Palace. But immediately, a surge of hot blood and fighting spirit overflowed from Jiang Chen's body. The stronger the enemy and the more difficult the situation, the more excited he would be. The confrontation with Desolate Palace was destined to be a hot-blooded battle. He couldn't wait to see the hidden secret weapons of Desolate Palace. Old friend, I can feel that you are much more terrifying than your previous life, but your current cultivation base is still far from enough to deal with Desolate Palace. In order to deal with this catastrophe, you have to grow stronger as soon as possible. There isn't much time left. Plus, the present Saint Origin world is no longer the same as before. It's not enough to rely on the means of the greatest saint. What you are facing now is no longer the mighty great saint, but the more terrifying immortals. Ancestor Green Lotus said solemnly. I know that in the eyes of Jiang Chen all my enemies are the same. The strength and terror of my enemies won't be a hindrance to my progress, but a driving force. To me, the present Saint Origin world is no different from the Saint Origin world 100 years ago. I was able to step on it in my previous life and I can still do it now. Even if there are immortals in front of me, I will still crush them without mercy. Jiang Chen's heart was burning with ambition. His whole body emitted the aura of a king. Every word that came out of his mouth was so confident and powerful. His casual expression could affect the minds of the people around him. This was Jiang Chen unchanging. Jiang Chen is still the same Jiang Chen. The one who can fight against Desolate Palace has finally appeared. I originally wanted to let you refine the immortal mark, but now is not the time. If you take the immortal mark away, Desolate Palace will find out about it. At that time, both you and I will die tragically and the other 7 major families will be doomed eternally. Ancestor Green Lotus said. You are right. Now is not the right time to deal with Desolate Palace. It is already a great harvest to be able to find you and know the secrets and ambitions of Desolate Palace. Green Lotus, I will be leaving soon. If I stay here for too long, I'm afraid that the higher-ups of Desolate Palace will be alerted. You have to stay here for a little longer. One day, I will personally rescue you and restore your former glory. Jiang Chen stood up from the ground. Today he had found Ancestor Green Lotus but he couldn't rescue him. To Jiang Chen it was undoubtedly a depressing thing, but considering the overall situation Ancestor Green Lotus had to stay here. Jiang Chen needed time to improve his strength. The last thing he could do was to alert the enemy. By the way, how is the little monk that Ranfeng's disciple that you told me about? Ancestor Green Lotus asked. The disciple of Ranfeng was considered as his descendant. Naturally he would be very concerned about him. This boy has excellent talent and a deep affinity with Buddha. He has obtained great benefits last time and is now meditating in Green Lotus Mountain. Even if he hasn't broken through to the Great Saint Realm yet, I'm afraid that he is close to it. Great Master Ranfeng's foresight is very good. He has been trying his best to cultivate Tyrant and put all his hopes on him, hoping that one day Tyrant will truly grow up and inquire about your whereabouts. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It had been a long time since he last saw that shameless monk and he was starting to miss him. As for Tyrant's talent, it was no exaggeration. Tyrant had a deep affinity with the Buddha, and he would definitely become a supreme Buddha in the future. Currently, Tyrant was in Green Lotus Mountain, and he should be constantly improving. And I have an immortal relic here. It was left behind when I failed to transcend the tribulation. Ancestor Green Lotus flipped his palm and a golden relic appeared. The relic was surrounded by mist, which was the smell of immortal chi. Compared to ordinary relics, this relic was countless times more powerful. There was a fundamental difference between them. Although I failed to transcend the tribulation, I had already touched the threshold of the immortal Tao. A part of the battle spirit in my body had evolved into an immortal soul. I have fused the fragments of the immortal soul into this relic. Give this relic to Tyrant as a token of my sincerity. Ancestor Green Lotus handed the relic to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression froze. He felt that the relic in his hand was extremely heavy. Jiang Chen knew better than anyone else how precious this relic was. A relic that contained immortal soul was basically equivalent to a Tao legacy left behind by a half-step human immortal expert. Putting aside the immortal soul, the powerful energy and Buddha nature contained within it were incomparable to an ordinary 9th grade Great Saint's relic. If Tyrant could get his hands on this relic, he would immediately undergo earth-shaking changes. He would be reborn and his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. He was afraid that it would be possible for him to surpass Jiang Chen. Such a great opportunity was simply unimaginable. Even a meat pie that fell from the sky wouldn't be as good as this. Green Lotus, you have fused the immortal soul into this relic. What about yourself? Jiang Chen frowned. His tone was full of worry. A relic was the most important thing to a Buddhist sect. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had fused his immortal soul into it. Losing the immortal soul was like losing an ordinary cultivator's battle spirit. He was no different from a cripple. I'm fine. As long as I can get out of this prison, my strength will be restored to its peak. Don't judge me by my feeble appearance. I'm still far from death. I have cultivated the supreme scripture of Buddha sect, the Great Compassion Mantra. A new battle spirit has been formed in my body. Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. Good. I knew you weren't that weak. Jiang Chen was relieved. He had never admired anyone in his previous life. Ancestor Green Lotus was the only one. As the most powerful Buddha in Buddha sect, how could he not have some powerful means? Let's go. I hope that the next time I see you I can get out of this prison. Ancestor Green Lotus waved his hand. Take care of yourself. Jiang Chen cupped his fists towards Ancestor Green Lotus. Then he summoned the Zulong Tower again and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He came and went without a trace like a ghost. Not long after that, Jiang Chen returned to where he was standing. His face was covered with sweat and he looked exhausted. Damn it. This Zulong Tower is really a vampire. I only used the ancient tower to travel through space and it consumed so much energy. If I wait until the Zulong Tower reaches the 10th or 8th floor, I'm afraid the consumption will be unimaginable if I use it to fight. Jiang Chen sighed. His foundation was already incomparably tyrannical. His chi-si was filled with dragon marks. His origin force was as abundant as the ocean. Even when he used the most powerful true dragon combat skill, he had never exhausted his origin force. But now, using the 3 floors of the Zulong Tower to travel through space had consumed more than half of his origin force. How terrifying was that? But the harvest this time is really great. The fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword is enough to advance my cultivation to the 3rd grade Great Saint. I also found the location of Ancestor Green Lotus and learned about the great secret and ambition of Desolate Palace. The most important thing now is to improve my cultivation. After I advance to the 3rd grade Great Saint, I will find a way to return to the Pure Land and give this Sarira to Tyrant. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Without any delay, he began to refine the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword on the spot. To Jiang Chen, the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword was his natal combat weapon. Refining it was an incomparably easy and effortless task. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chen had completely merged with the Heavenly Saint Sword. Howl. The Heavenly Saint Sword let out an ear-piercing howl. The power of the Heavenly Saint Sword that had merged with 6 fragments was many times stronger than before. As long as he could find the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword and merge it completely, the Heavenly Saint Sword would be restored to its peak state. At that time, it would become the #1 saint weapon in the world. Stimulated by the fusion of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved once again. He condensed another 2,000 dragon marks, increasing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 85,000, completely stabilizing his cultivation in the 3rd grade Great Saint realm. Waves of powerful energy overflowed from the surface of Jiang Chen's body. Feeling his own power, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. To a cultivator, the feeling of being powerful was always so fascinating. Given Jiang Chen's current ability, he could even kill a 7th grade great saint in his dragon form. If it was a powerful genius, he could even kill a 6th grade great saint. Even if he didn't use his dragon form, he could easily kill a 5th grade great saint genius. An ordinary 6th grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him. In the entire Saint Origin world, he was afraid that only Jiang Chen had such a heaven-defying combat technique. In the following time, Jiang Chen didn't return to Pure Land immediately. After all, he had just arrived in Saint Origin Palace. There was no reason for him to return immediately. Furthermore, Gu Palace needed him for the time being. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had just been resolved. It was necessary for Jiang Chen to have more contact with the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Chapter 974. A month later, there was basically no internal conflict in Gu Palace. Moreover, Jiang Chen's rapid progress had greatly stimulated the geniuses of Gu Palace to cultivate. In addition, Gu Firmament was in control of the Law Enforcement Hall, which allowed Gu Palace to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. Therefore, everyone in Gu Palace was immersed in a cultivation frenzy. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this situation and was completely relieved. The Demon Palace had basically joined forces with Gu Palace. As Gu Firmament said at the beginning, the Law Enforcement Hall allowed Gu Palace and Demon Palace to jointly manage the Law Enforcement Hall and directly gave Heavenly Ping King the title of Deputy Palace Master. Jiang Chen's efforts for a month were not in vain. He was ready to return to the Pure Land tomorrow and tell Great Master Ran Feng the news of Ancestor Green Lotus. Great Master Ran Feng had been worried about Ancestor Green Lotus for 100 years. If he knew the news of Ancestor Green Lotus, he would definitely be very happy. Just as Jiang Chen was ready to return to the Pure Land tomorrow, Gu Firmament summoned him. Why did the Palace Master summon me at this time? Jiang Chen did not delay and directly went to the space of Gu Firmament. He was extremely fast and arrived at Gu Firmament's palace in the blink of an eye. Why did the Palace Master summon me? Jiang Chen asked. At this moment, Gu Firmament looked a little pale as if something serious had happened. When he saw Jiang Chen, he quickly said, Jiang Chen, there is one thing I have to tell you. Just now, Gu Xiantian sent me a message. It seems that something has happened in the Pure Land. What happened? Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. Since the message was sent by Gu Xiantian, and now Gu Firmament had found him, it must be related to him. Do you have a brother named Han Yen? Gu Firmament asked. What's wrong with Yen? Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was a smart man and he immediately guessed that this matter had something to do with Han Yen. He had known Han Yen since he was in the Qi province of the eastern continent. Han Yen was his first brother after his rebirth. He possesses the powerful bloodline of Gu Tianma, making him an extremely rare genius. I heard that he entered the ancient battlefield with you, but he didn't come out after the battlefield was torn apart by your lightning tribulation. He only came out a few days ago. When he came out, he was already a 4th grade great saint. When he came out of the ancient battlefield, he heard that you were killed by the 6 major families. He became furious and killed many elders and genius disciples of the 6 major families, including a few 5th grade great saints. Later, he was captured by the experts of the 6 major families and was going to be executed in public. Gu Firmament told Jiang Chen word by word what Gu Xiantian had sent from the Pure Land. What? A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. A surge of anger suddenly burst out from his body. No one could understand the relationship between him and Han Yen. It was the relationship of life and death brothers. Han Yen had completely refined Gu Tianma and his cultivation had improved tremendously, but when he heard that Jiang Chen was killed, he was naturally furious. If Jiang Chen was in Han Yan's shoes, he would also kill the 6 major families to avenge his brother. Given Han Yan's terrifying 4th grade great saint cultivation, killing a 5th grade great saint was a piece of cake. If he wanted to escape, even a 6th grade great saint wouldn't be able to stop him. However, if all the 6th grade great saints of the 6 major families attacked him together, there would only be one ending for Han Yen. It was Jiang Chen's fault for sealing the news so tightly that Han Yen didn't know that he was still alive. Now that he had fallen into the hands of the 6 major families, he wouldn't have a good ending. Ancient people and the demon race must have tried their best to help Han Yen, but this situation was similar to the time when the 6 major families were determined to kill him. Even if the ancient people and the demon race joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the 6 major families. It would be impossible for them to save Han Yen. That was why Gu Xiantian sent the news to Gu Xiantian immediately, because he knew how important Han Yan was to him. If Han Yan died because of this, the consequences would be unbearable even for Gu Xiantian. At noon today, the experts of the 6 major families will bring Han Yan to the outside of Desolate City and publicly execute him. They said that they want to let the world know that fighting against the 6 major families won't end well. They want to use this to defend the prestige of the 6 major families. I have calculated the time. If you rush back now, you might still be able to make it. Gu Firmament said. Good. 6 major families, it seems like it's time to settle the grudges in Pure Land. Palace Master, please open the spatial passageway for me to return to Pure Land immediately. I want to go back immediately. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's body could no longer be concealed. What he hated the most in his life was people hurting his family and friends. It was his reverse scale that no one could touch. He secretly swore that if anything happened to Han Yan, he would definitely bury the 6 major families with him. Good. It's not convenient for Saint Origin Palace to settle the grudges in Pure Land. This is your own business. Go back and solve it yourself. Given your current strength, no one in Pure Land can do anything to you. Go back and give the Desolate family a heavy blow, catching Desolate Palace off guard and disrupting their plan, said Gu Firmament. He was crystal clear about what Jiang Chen had done before. Now that the 6 major families had attacked the people around Jiang Chen, it had undoubtedly infuriated Jiang Chen. He was a true mad dragon. Once he was enraged, the heaven and earth would be turned upside down and blood would flow like a river. The current Jiang Chen was completely different from the Jiang Chen who came to Saint Origin Palace a month ago. It was imaginable what kind of shock Jiang Chen would bring to Pure Land. Since Saint Origin World was going to be in chaos sooner or later, it would start now from Pure Land. I don't care about the plan or the chaos. Whoever dares to touch my brother will die. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. In his heart, his personal feelings were far more important than the general trend of the world. Gu Firmament nodded. He liked Jiang Chen's ruthlessness. He knew that Han Yan was in imminent danger and there was no time to waste. Immediately, he waved his hand and opened the spatial passageway to Pure Land for Jiang Chen. This passageway leads to the ancient people. Given your ability, you should be able to reach there in half an hour. I hope it won't delay your important matter. Gu Firmament said. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. With a sway of his body, he vanished into the spatial passageway. This time, Pure Land is going to be bustling. Gu Firmament chuckled. He could almost imagine what would happen to the 6 major families when Jiang Chen returned. One should know that the strongest expert in Pure Land was a 6th grade Great Saint. All the 7th grade Great Saints were in Saint Origin Palace. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, killing a 6th grade Great Saint was as easy as blowing off dust. No matter how many 6th grade Great Saints there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Pure Land had never been so lively since Jiang Chen was killed by the 6 major families. Almost all the experts of the 8 major families had gathered outside Desolate City. Desolate City was the territory of Desolate family. At this moment, in the sky above a vast open space outside Desolate City, a white-haired youth was firmly imprisoned. This white-haired youth was none other than Han Yan. He was tied up by an incomparably thick iron chain. The surface of the iron chain was glowing with a dim light. This iron chain wasn't an ordinary item. It was sealed by a supreme expert. The void outside the iron chain was also sealed, not giving Han Yan any chance to escape. Furthermore, there were 3 to 4 6th grade Great Saints guarding Han Yan. All of them had witnessed the terror of Han Yan. Even a 5th grade Great Saint wasn't a match for him. So, even they didn't dare to let their guard down. In addition to these 4 6th grade Great Saints, there were also people from the 8 major families standing around. It was a sea of people. The patriarchs of the 8 major families had arrived personally. There wasn't a need to gather so many people to execute Han Yan, but the experts of the ancient people and the demon race were here. The 6 major families knew that they had a close relationship with Jiang Chen and wanted to save Han Yan. So, they were here to deter the ancient people and the demon race, not giving Han Yan any chance to turn the situation around. Jiang Chen was very scary in the past. Now, another scary figure had appeared, causing the 6 major families to suffer heavy losses. If such a rare genius wasn't executed as soon as possible, it would be a great hidden danger. There wasn't a hint of fear on Han Yan's face because until now, he hadn't received any news that Jiang Chen was still alive. The death of Jiang Chen had triggered his evil nature and made him thirsty for blood. To him, life and death were insignificant. Not being able to annihilate the 6 major families to avenge Jiang Chen was his biggest regret. Uncle, what should we do? It's going to be noon soon. Among the ancient people, Wu Ningzhu was standing beside Gu Shantian. Her face was full of worry. She had known Han Yen for a long time. She knew very well how deep the brotherly relationship between Jiang Chen and Han Yen was. She couldn't imagine how mad Jiang Chen would be if Han Yen died today. I have already sent a message to St. Origin Palace. I believe Jiang Chen has already received the news. Gu Xuantian's face was extremely unsightly. He looked at Desolate Yintian and the others and said loudly, Desolate Yintian, the 6 major families are bullying a junior. Don't you have any face? You ancient people and demon race have helped Jiang Chen in the past. Now you are helping this great devil. It's obvious that you are going against us. This devil has killed so many experts of our 6 major families. He has committed a heinous crime. Today we will execute him in public to let the world know that those who go against our desolate family won't have a good ending. Jiang Chen and this great devil are the same. There's only one ending for them, death, and a horrible death. Xiao Yintian said angrily. When he thought of the great losses that the demon in front of him had brought to the Xiao clan in the past few days, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. He could not wait to tear Han Yen into pieces. Today he was going to dismember Han Yen piece by piece in this public place. Chapter 975. The shamelessness of the 6 major families is getting more and more amazing. The fact that you joined forces to kill Jiang Chen has already been shameful to the world. Today you are going to dismember a junior in front of everyone. How shameless can you be? Lang Xingtian said aloud. They weren't familiar with Han Yen. It was their first time meeting each other, but what Han Yen did was admirable. He was willing to risk his life for his brother and was willing to go against the world. How many people in the world could do such a thing? Furthermore, Han Yen possessed the powerful Gu Tianma bloodline, which was stronger than any ordinary divine body. He was a true supreme genius. Once his bloodline was fully awakened, he would become a peerless great devil with unimaginable strength. This could be seen from the fact that Han Yen had killed so many experts of the 6 major families. Although Han Yen was only a 4th grade great saint, ordinary 5th grade great saints weren't a match for him. He could even fight an ordinary 6th grade great saint. Even if he couldn't defeat the 6th grade great saint, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. However, this time, all the 6th grade great saints of the 6 major families had joined hands. Han Yen wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. He was captured on the spot. After all, he didn't have the spatial shift and flaming wings like Jiang Chen. Lang Xingtian bullshit. It's easy for you to say that. If your demon race had lost so many geniuses, elders, and great sage experts, I'm afraid you wouldn't be standing here making such sarcastic remarks, Lang Xingtian said. Narang Changtian scolded Lang Xingtian. Gu Xintian, Lang Xingtian, are the 2 of you sick? That Jiang Chen is already dead. What's the point of protecting his people? No matter how hard you try, Jiang Chen won't come back to life to bring benefits to you. Why bother? That's right. Jiang Chen is indeed a genius of his generation. Even this little devil king is a rare genius. However, a devil king is a devil king. Everyone has the right to kill him. Jiang Chen is also a devil king, a bloodthirsty devil. They will only end up with one outcome when they go against us, death. The dignity of the 6 major families has been challenged time and time again. If we don't put him to death, how can we defend our dignity? Dan Yangtian and Shi Haoyan said. Their words weren't unreasonable. Anyone would be furious if they were in Jiang Chen's shoes. Ever since Jiang Chen clashed with them in Void Triangular Domain, the 6 major families hadn't had a day of peace. In the ancient battlefield, Jiang Chen had brought great losses to them. They didn't expect that a crazy devil would appear after Jiang Chen had died for a month. How could the 6 major families not be angry? Don't talk nonsense with them. It's almost noon. We will put this crazy devil to death. Ancient people and the demon race won't be able to save him. Desolate Yuntian's face was filled with ruthlessness. Desolate Yuntian had a sinister look on his face. Ling Qi and Han Yen had already made up their minds. The reason why they were all here today was to prevent the ancient race and demon race from attacking. In other words, there was no need to muster so many people to kill Han Yen. They were only here to suppress him. Uncle, it's almost noon. If little Qinzi doesn't come back, Yen will be in real danger. Wu Ningzhu was extremely restless and anxious. If something bad happened to Han Yen, it would be a huge blow to Jiang Chen. Brother Gu, even if Jiang Chen arrives in time, I'm afraid that he won't be able to save Han Yen given his cultivation base. He might even get himself killed. Lang Xingtian said worriedly. Don't worry, Brother Lang. Gu Palace has sent me a message saying that Jiang Qin isn't the same as before. If he comes back, no one in the entire Pure Land will be his match, Gu Shintian said. This message was personally sent by Gu Firmament. It couldn't be false. Jiang Qin is really terrifying. He has only been in Saint Origin Palace for a little more than a month. To a great saint, a month's time is nothing. It's almost impossible to make any significant progress in just a month. I'm afraid that only a supreme monstrous genius like Jiang Qin can do it. Lang Xingtian sighed. He had never dared to look down on Jiang Qin, but after hearing the news, he knew that he had underestimated Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, come back quickly. Wu Ningzhu couldn't stand it anymore. The time was almost up. The 6 major families would never let Han Yen go. Given the current situation, even if the ancient people and the demon race attacked together, they wouldn't be able to save Han Yen. Ning'er, don't worry. If it really doesn't work, Uncle will personally take action to buy some time. 2 rays of light flashed in Gu Xuantian's eyes. Whether or not he could save Han Yen today, he had to do his best. There were some things that were completely different from success or failure. Even if Han Yen died in the end, Gu Shintian wouldn't feel guilty towards Jiang Qin. If they just watched Han Yen being killed, not only would Jiang Qin vent his anger on them, even they themselves wouldn't be able to get over it. And Wu Ningzhu nodded. It was useless to be anxious given the current situation. She felt a little relieved when Gu Shintian promised to take action, but in the end she still needed Jiang Qin's help. Time ticked by. The crowd became incomparably quiet and the atmosphere was unusually depressing. Han Yen was tied up by a big chain, but there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. Patriarch, the time is up, someone said. Death by dismemberment. Desolate Yuntian said expressionlessly. Next to Han Yen, a 6th grade great saint's face was full of ruthlessness. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was an incomparably sharp long sword, slowly approaching Han Yen. Brat, you have to pay the price for what you have done. Do you think I should cut you 1,000 times or 10,000 times? The 6th grade great saint asked with a sneer. I'm afraid that 10,000 cuts won't be enough to kill me. I advise you to kill me directly. Otherwise, you will die of exhaustion before you can kill me. That will be a great disgrace. Han Yen grinned at the 6th grade great saint. Judging from his expression, it seemed that this death by dismemberment wasn't a cruel punishment but a tickle. As expected of a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. You're about to die but you're still so sharp-tongued. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll slowly slice you into pieces. First I'll slice your flesh, then I'll slice your soul. I'll let you die miserably under endless pain and torture. The 6th grade great saint gritted his teeth. He hated Han Yen so much that he couldn't bear to let Han Yen die immediately, because one of the people that Han Yen killed was his grandson that he was proud of. Old man, have you talked enough nonsense? Come on, kill me if you want. I will be a good man again after 18 years. Han Yen spat at the 6th grade great saint. A man would never lower his head. I hope you won't scream later. The 6th grade great saint gritted his teeth and raised the sword in his hand. The body of the sword produced an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Sharp sword light overflowed, ready to slash at Han Yen. Long. Just at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard in the void. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out of the void. In the blink of an eye, he was in the sky. The newcomer seemed to be in his 20s. His clothes were as white as snow. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were as bright as the stars and as bottomless as the abyss. He just stood there like a towering mountain, giving people an invisible pressure. When everyone saw the young man's face, all of them cried out in surprise. A huge commotion was immediately set off in the crowd, as if a bomb had suddenly exploded. Jiang Qin, what's going on? Isn't he dead? Why is he here again? Impossible. That day we have already destroyed his body and soul. It's impossible for him to still be alive. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? How could a dead man come back to life? How did this guy escape? He had no chance to escape when he was trapped by us. All the experts of the 6 major families were shocked, especially Desolate Yuntian and the others who had personally dealt with Jiang Qin that day. When they saw Jiang Qin again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't accept this reality. My God, Jiang Qin isn't dead. We all thought that he was dead. Isn't this guy a little too lucky? It's truly a miracle that he was able to survive under such circumstances. Moreover, he managed to hide it from everyone. Everyone thought that he was dead. Have you all noticed that Jiang Qin has become stronger after disappearing for more than a month? He's much stronger than when he just came out from the ancient battlefield. Ah, Jiangchen is still alive. The 6 major families have worked in vain. When the ancient people and the demon clan saw Jiangchen again, they all cheered, especially those who had received Jiangchen's kindness and were even saved by Jiangchen. These days, because of Jiangchen's death, they had been brooding and sad. Unexpectedly, Jiangchen stood out unscathed. Naturally they cheered. Wu Ningzhu smiled. She knew that with Jiangchen's appearance, Han Yan could be saved. No one could kill Han Yan in front of Jiangchen. This kind of thing would never happen. Little Chinzi, you're still fucking alive. Seeing that Jiangchen appeared at the critical moment, Han Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was so happy that he was about to cry. After walking out of the ancient battlefield and hearing the news of Jiangchen's tragic death, Han Yan was inconsolable. These days, he had been living in gloominess and turned into a bloodthirsty demon. Now that he saw Jiangchen appear alive, all the gloominess and haze were swept away. You idiot. Don't you know what I'm capable of? Can they kill me? Jiangchen scolded Han Yan. Although he was scolding Han Yan, everyone could feel the deep brotherly affection between them. You're right. Immediately, Jiangchen looked at the old man holding the sword beside Han Yan. Lung Lung said, "If you dare to touch him, I'll consign you to eternal damnation and destroy your whole family." Chapter 976. Annihilating your entire family? What an arrogant tone, but from Jiangchen's mouth, it wasn't arrogance but dominance. No one would doubt his words because he was speaking the truth. If the elder really touched Han Yan, then Jiangchen would really annihilate his entire family. This wasn't a joke or a clamor, but a very normal statement. Jiangchen, I didn't expect that you are still alive. You are really lucky, but instead of hiding yourself, you decided to show yourself again. It seems that Ling Qi and Han Yan have another effect today. Since I have lured you out, then let's die together. Everyone listen up. No matter what, we can't let Jiangchen escape today. Desolate Yuntian's qi fluctuated. The experts of the other 5 major families also unleashed their qi in killing intent. At the same time, 20 to 30 powerful experts rushed out of Desolate City. Each of them was a 6th grade great saint. These were the true experts of the 6 major families. Usually they wouldn't show themselves, but today all of them had come out. Such a scene was absolutely the biggest in the history of the Pure Land. The reappearance of Jiangchen had truly terrified the 6 major families. They could ignore Han Yan, but they absolutely couldn't ignore Jiangchen. Last time, Jiangchen had escaped under such circumstances. The existence of this man was absolutely a great threat to them. They were glad that they had lured Jiangchen out by killing Han Yan today. Otherwise they would still be kept in the dark. If they allowed Jiangchen to grow in the dark and return to the Pure Land, it would be their doomsday. As a matter of fact, Jiangchen had already grown. Today would indeed be their doomsday. Everyone has come out. Very good. Then let's settle all the grievances together. Jiangchen glanced around. It seemed that almost all the higher-ups of the 6 major families had arrived. That couldn't be better. The 6 major families had hurt Han Yan to such an extent and wanted to sentence him to death. This had touched his reverse scale and truly infuriated him. Once a mad dragon was enraged, corpses would fall for thousands of miles. The sudden appearance of so many experts had made the ancient people and the demon race's facial expression changed. Immediately they couldn't help but curse. Motherfucker. It turns out that the 6 major families have secretly prepared for this. These experts are here to deal with us. If we attack now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lang Xingtian couldn't help but curse. That's right. It seems like the 6 major families have made sufficient preparations. Judging from their formation, they are ready to annihilate both our families. Unfortunately, a single Jiangchen is enough to make them suffer. Gu Xiantian sneered. Given his wisdom, how could he not think of this? Even if the 6 major families didn't want them to attack Han Yan, there was no need for them to mobilize so many people. This formation was obviously aimed at the ancient people and the demon race. Fortunately, Jiangchen had appeared just now. Otherwise, Gu Xiantian would have already delayed the time. Otherwise, the experts of the 6 major families would come out in full force, dealing a heavy blow to the ancient people and the demon race. Dozens of 6th grade great saints had joined forces to completely seal the void. The area within 1,000 miles had become a real big cage. This time they would never give Jiangchen any chance to escape. Kill Han Yan first. Desolate Yuntian ordered. The hatred between them and Jiangchen was absolutely irreconcilable. There was no need to say anything. It was either you die or I die. All right. The sixth grade great saint elder raised his long sword and slashed at Han Yan's head with lightning speed. You want to kill someone in front of me? Why don't you look at your own strength first? Jiang Qin moved like a ghost and appeared above the elder in a blink. A giant dragon claw appeared out of thin air and grabbed the elder. What? The elder exclaimed. He was a dignified sixth grade great saint expert, but being grabbed by Jiang Qin made him feel like he was being pressed down by a mountain. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Since you want to kill him, I'll kill you first. Jiang Qin's attack was merciless. The sharp dragon claw tore the elder into pieces on the spot. This elder had just advanced to the sixth grade great saint while Jiang Qin was already a peak third grade great saint. Killing an ordinary sixth grade great saint was just a piece of cake for him. And this was under the condition that he didn't use his dragon transformation. Given his current combat strength, he didn't need to use his dragon transformation to deal with the experts in the Pure Land. Not to mention these people who had just advanced to the sixth grade great saint, even a peak sixth grade great saint like Desolate Yuntian wouldn't be a match for Jiang Qin. If he were to use the dragon transformation, Xiao Yuntian would be killed instantly. He wouldn't be able to put up any resistance at all. So strong. This scene was seen by many people. All of them exclaimed. Even the ancient people and the higher-ups of the demon race were gaping in shock. They had never thought that Jiang Qin would become so terrifying in just a month's time. That was a mighty sixth grade great saint, but he was killed just like that without leaving any trace. That kind of terror was simply unimaginable. Abnormal. Han Yen shook his head helplessly, but he had already gotten used to Jiang Qin's abnormal behavior. At this moment, there were 3 sixth grade great saints standing beside Han Yen. Their facial expression changed drastically when their companion was killed in an instant. Some of them reacted quickly and attacked Han Yen. As long as they could control Han Yen, they would be able to force Jiang Qin to submit to them and make Jiang Qin hesitate. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Jiang Qin's strength. It was wishful thinking to kill Han Yen in front of Jiang Qin. It seems like you also can't wait to die. The heavenly saint's sword in Jiang Qin's hand roared and slashed at the sixth grade great saint. Countless sword lights interweaved into a net, trapping the sixth grade great saint in an instant, not giving him a chance to break free. The heavenly saint's sword had already slashed down. Along with a shrill scream, the sixth grade great saint was cut into half on the spot, blood gushing out. Jiang Qin didn't stop after killing 2 great experts. The divine aura of the heavenly saint's sword rippled. In addition, Jiang Qin's attack was too fast and he had used the spatial shift to the extreme. The other 2 experts couldn't escape from the fate of being killed by Jiang Qin on the spot. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 sixth grade great saints that surrounded Han Yen were all killed by Jiang Qin. It was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. This scene frightened everyone. The entire scene turned silent. Whether it was the enemies or allies, everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. That's right. How could he still be human? It was a miracle for a man to be heaven-defying to such an extent. Jiang Qin waved his hand and the iron chains on Han Yan's body were torn apart. Han Yan regained his freedom and a monstrous devil wolf shot out from his body. Little Qinzi, go on a killing spree. Han Yan's white hair fluttered in the wind, like a mad devil that had descended to the world. The whole sky was immersed in a black devil sea, emitting a horrifying smell. Only then did the people of the 6 major families react. Jiang Qin's attack was too fast. In just a blink of an eye, 4 sixth grade great saints were killed. Not to mention those who were killed, even the onlookers didn't have time to react. They didn't know what was going on. Damn it, how did this little bastard become so strong? Even a 6th grade great saint was killed by him in a matter of seconds. It has only been a month, but he has grown to such an extent. Given his current ability, I'm afraid that we won't be able to take him down even if all of us join forces. What should we do now? This man is too scary. Everyone from the 6 major families began to feel horrified. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Jiang Qin's ferocity and terror was like a heavy hammer that pounded on their hearts, giving them the urge to spurt out blood. Many of them, who were brimming with qi just a moment ago, suddenly became listless. It seems like we don't need to do anything. Today the Pure Land is destined to be in chaos. Gu Shintian said with a shocked face. The message from Gu Firmament only said that Jiang Qin was very scary and no one in the Pure Land was his match, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would be so powerful that it made people feel helpless. The key is that he hasn't used that terrifying transformation technique yet. Lang Xingtian couldn't keep his composure anymore. As the higher-ups of the 8 major families in the Pure Land, it wasn't that they hadn't seen any terrifying geniuses. On the contrary, they had seen all kinds of geniuses, but the existence of Jiangchen was still unbelievable to them. All 6th grade great saints, listen up. Deploy the Sky Integration Grand Formation immediately. Quick. Desolate Yuntian was still able to keep his composure and made a prompt decision. He immediately summoned all the 6th grade great saints to deploy the powerful Sky Integration Grand Formation. He could already see that no one here was a match for Jiangchen in a one-on-one fight. Even if he joined the battle, he would only be able to survive. All right. Desolate Yuntian's words reminded everyone. Dozens of 6th grade great saints quickly began to shift their positions, forming an invisible grand formation in the blink of an eye, trapping Jiangchen and Jiangchen within it. The Sky Integration Grand Formation was a powerful formation that was specially used by great saints. Many of them were familiar with this formation. It was relatively simple to deploy, but its power was extraordinary. The so-called Sky Integration Grand Formation could integrate the combat strength of all 6th grade great saints. If a great saint couldn't defeat Jiangchen, it would be a different story if dozens of great saints worked together. Jiangchen, don't let them deploy the Sky Integration Grand Formation successfully. Gu Xintian reminded hastily. He knew very well about the scariness of the Sky Integration Grand Formation, but Jiangchen was still young and probably didn't know about it. Let them deploy it. I would like to see what kind of grand formation can trap me, Jiangchen. Chapter 977. A strong and domineering qi gushed out from Jiangchen's body like a tidal wave. He stood there, his whole body was filled with heroic qi. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his hand was holding the dragon sword. He looked like a peerless war god that had descended to the world. He was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at him. Dozens of 6th grade great saints had already surrounded Jiangchen. The void had turned into a viscous state and was completely sealed. There wasn't even the slightest gap left. The Sky Integration Grand Formation was hovering in the sky, radiating dazzling rays of light. Each of the dozens of 6th grade great saints had a nervous and solemn look on their faces. This showed how much they feared Jiangchen and how much they wanted to kill him. Little Chen, it looks like you're pretty powerful. Han Yen couldn't help but sigh when he saw such a scene. Nonsense. Dozens of 6th grade great saints have joined hands to arrange the Sky Integration Grand Formation. How can it not be powerful? Yen, your injuries aren't light. Go into the Zulong Tower to heal yourself. Leave these people to me. Jiangchen said. Zulong Tower? Han Yen was puzzled, but he couldn't be blamed. It was normal that Han Yen didn't know that Jiangchen had obtained the information about the Zulong Tower. Jiangchen tore an opening in the Zulong Tower for Han Yen to enter. Currently, Han Yen was seriously injured and his cultivation base wasn't very strong. There was no benefit for him to fall into such a grand formation. He might even lose his life. Jiangchen, use your transformation. I would like to see how you are going to fight the Sky Integration Grand Formation alone. Desolate Yuntian's aura soared into the sky. The Omni-Sky Integration Grand Formation had been perfectly laid out. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Jiangchen was too difficult to deal with today. He could kill any one of them, including Desolate Yuntian. So, if they wanted to kill Jiangchen today, they could only use this Omni-Sky Integration Grand Formation. As long as Jiangchen was trapped, it would be possible for them to kill him. One should know that these dozens of people were the higher-ups of the Pure Land. They were the true pinnacle existences. When a dozen of them joined forces to cast the sky-concealing grand formation, even a mighty 7th grade great saint wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Even if he didn't die, his skin would be peeled off. I don't need to transform to deal with you. The sword in Jiangchen's hand buzzed, and his whole body overflowed with confidence. How arrogant! I'll kill you right now. Desolate Yuntian bellowed. His qi began to rise steadily. In just a blink of an eye, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, the power of dozens of 6th grade great saints had been integrated into his body, increasing his combat strength by an unknown amount. Great Saint! Heaven-splitting divine claw! Desolate Yuntian's momentum rolled like thunder. All his power evolved into a huge and majestic ancient wild beast. That wild beast only had a body. It didn't have any facial features and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, it had an extremely clear sharp claw. It was an extremely terrifying sharp claw, the heaven-splitting divine claw. Could even tear the sky apart. This was the most powerful combat technique of the Desolate family. It was at least the pinnacle of Saint-grade combat techniques. It wasn't inferior to the 9 solar finger of Jiang Chen in his previous life. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed slightly. He knew this combat technique very well. In the past, he had a battle with an old ancestor of the Desolate family. His opponent had used this heaven-splitting divine claw to cause the sky to change color. If this powerful combat technique was cast by Desolate Yuntian alone, Jiang Chen wouldn't be worried at all. He could break it directly, but now that Desolate Yuntian had integrated the power of dozens of 6th-grade great saints, the power of the heaven-splitting divine claw had increased. Even Jiang Chen had to take it seriously. It's too powerful. The power of the sky-concealing grand formation is unpredictable. This technique has integrated the power of dozens of great saints. I'm afraid that I will die for sure if I face it. Jiang Chen has overestimated himself this time. Gu Xiantian said worriedly. That's right. Jiang Chen is too confident. He shouldn't have let them deploy the grand formation successfully. That is the combination of dozens of 6th-grade great saints. How terrifying is that? I'm afraid that even a mighty 7th-grade great saint would die if he was trapped in it. Lang Xingqian's facial expression didn't look good either. He had the same thought as Gu Xiantian. Jiang Chen was a shrewd man, but he had overestimated himself today. Given Jiang Chen's strength that could instantly kill a 6th-grade great saint, he could have done it without giving his opponents any chance to deploy the grand formation. Now that he was trapped in the grand formation, he had fallen into a predicament. However, a monstrous combat strength rushed out of Jiang Chen's body. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. The heaven-splitting divine claw didn't make Jiang Chen feel the slightest fear or discouragement. His chi had gone berserk. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen bellowed. The powerful 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was fully unleashed. Dozens of colorful azure dragons were like real ancient barbaric dragons that had descended to the world. In an instant, the battlefield was covered in darkness. Long. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal and the heaven-splitting divine claw collided violently. Such a powerful collision almost tore the surrounding viscous and solid space apart. Barf! The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was destroyed by the terrifying heaven-splitting divine claw. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. He had indeed suffered a slight injury in the collision just now, but it was just as he had expected. After the Sky Integration Grand Formation fused with the combat strength, Desolate Yuntian's attack was equivalent to a 7th-grade Great Saint's attack. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, he was no match for a 7th-grade Great Saint unless he transformed into a dragon. Look, Jiang Chen is injured. He can't make it. This bastard is too arrogant. How dare he fight against so many 6th-grade Great Saints? Isn't he courting death? This Sky Integration Grand Formation is really terrifying. The first attack has already seriously injured Jiang Chen. It seems like he will die today. We must kill him. This bastard is too scary. If we can't kill him, Jiang Chen will become a big problem. When the people of the 6 major families saw that Jiang Chen was injured, they cheered. Jiang Chen's strength had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. Today, Jiang Chen had appeared again and killed 4 6th-grade Great Saints in an instant. This had frightened them even more. Everyone continued to work hard. We must take him down in one fell swoop. Desolate Yuntian was also excited. The other 6th-grade Great Saints were also delighted. They heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw that Jiang Chen was injured in the first exchange. At least, they knew that Jiang Chen wasn't so powerful that they couldn't resist him. Humph! Do you think you can hurt me with this? I only want to see exactly how powerful this Sky Integration Grand Array is. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Everyone here will die today. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. Immediately, he let out a dragon roar and transformed into his dragon form. His eyes were blood-red with a bloodthirsty look. A single glance from him would make people feel as if they were falling into an abyss. His combat strength had increased exponentially, becoming 10 times stronger than before. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. After all, Desolate Yuntian and the others knew that Jiang Chen had the ability to transform. So they weren't too shocked by it. However, what they couldn't bear was the speed of recovery of Jiang Chen's injuries. The injuries that he suffered from the heaven-splitting divine claw were completely healed in just a blink of an eye. With their eyesight, it was impossible for them to not see that Jiang Chen was in his peak state. There wasn't a single injury on his body, as if nothing had happened to him. Motherfucker. How can he have such a terrifying recovery speed? What kind of monster is this guy? Damn it. Isn't his recovery speed a little too fast? Our combined attack didn't even pose the slightest threat to him. If this goes on, we won't be able to kill him even if we die of exhaustion. His injuries are recovering too fast. Now that he has transformed, his combat strength has increased by 10 times. It will be truly difficult to kill him. Looks like we have to fight to the death. Desolate Yuntian and the others had the urge to spurt out blood. They knew all of Jiang Chen's means and strategy. Even the powerful transformation skill was within their expectations. However, they weren't afraid because they had great confidence in the sky integration formation. As long as Jiang Chen kept getting injured, his combat strength would be consumed bit by bit. By using this powerful formation, they would be able to exhaust Jiang Chen to death. However, what they didn't expect was that Jiang Chen's recovery ability had already reached an earth-shattering level. It was so powerful that they couldn't accept it. Naturally, it was impossible for them to know that these injuries were simply superficial to Jiang Chen. Following the continuous transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen's self-recovery ability had become increasingly powerful. Coupled with the even more terrifying wood spirit, it was as if he had created an immortal body for Jiang Chen. Desolate Yuntian, try attacking again. Jiang Chen was incomparably domineering. Heaven-splitting divine claw. Desolate Yuntian roared and struck out the heaven-splitting divine claw once more. A huge phantom of an ancient barbaric beast and a huge terrifying sharp claw emerged once more, shrouding over Jiang Chen. The moment the heaven-splitting divine claw was cast, Jiang Chen moved. He took 5 steps at lightning speed. Each step created a hole in the void. The 5th step was right on top of the heaven-splitting divine claw. Long long. A rumbling sound was heard. Under the powerful pressure of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, the heaven-splitting divine claw was instantly torn into pieces. Desolate Yuntian's body swayed. The entire sky integration grand formation swayed along with him. Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically. One should know that this was the joint attack of dozens of 6th grade great saints. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was simply too powerful. He not only shattered their attacks, but also shook the grand formation. Ah! Desolate Yuntian, Shihao Yin Narang Changtian, all of you attack together. Let me see how strong you are. I Jiang Chen have 100 ways to break your sky integration grand formation, but today I will only use one method, and that is to shatter all of you, to scatter all of your cultivation. Chapter 978. Domineering. This was a domineering aura that soared to the sky. Jiang Chen wasn't boasting. Given his ability, it was a piece of cake for him to break this sky integration grand formation. However, Jiang Chen was going to use the most barbaric method to break the formation. Not only was he going to kill these people, he was also going to shatter their faith before doing so. What a terrifying transformation skill. Even though this isn't the first time I've seen it, I still can't believe it. This transformation skill can at least increase Jiang Chen's combat strength by 10 times. This combat strength can directly reverse the situation. Lang Xingtian was extremely excited. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen in his life. Brother Lang, if Jiang Chen breaks the sky integration grand formation all by himself and defeats the higher-ups of the 6 major families, wouldn't it create another historical moment in Saint Origin World? Gu Xintian had a smile on his face. All the worries in his heart were gone when he saw Jiang Chen's ferocious transformation. That's right. No matter what the outcome of today's battle is, it will be recorded in the history of Saint Origin World. Lang Xingtian nodded. There was no doubt about it. Uncle, it's all thanks to me that we, the ancient people, could recruit such a genius. Wu Ningzhu smiled mischievously. Her eyes were fixed on the silhouette on the battlefield. She was indescribably proud. Even the prideful saintess had turned into a love-struck fool at this moment. Ning Er is the great hero of the ancient people. Of course, her contribution cannot go unnoticed. Gu Xintian said with a smile. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The power of the Heavenly Saint Sword had more than doubled after fusing with the 6 parts of the sword. Stabilize the grand formation. Kill them all. Desolate Yuntian's eyes were bloodshot as he roared loudly. In his hand there was also a large blade that looked like the netherworld. The back of this large blade was covered with saw teeth. It looked incomparably gloomy and terrifying, emitting a horrifying aura. Swoosh. The huge saber produced an ear-piercing sound. Dozens of 6th grade great saints had instilled all of their power into it. The The huge saber began to grow bigger and bigger until it was 300 meters long. It hung in the sky like a heavenly saber. A single slash from this saber was enough to shatter a small world. The big saber fiercely slashed forward. Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword wasn't any weaker than the big saber. Right now, the heavenly saint sword had completely transformed into a real dragon sword. The blood-red dragon head hilt looked vivid and lifelike as if it was a real dragon. The heavenly saint sword was also 100 zhang tall, but because of the dragon transformation skills modification, the appearance of the heavenly saint sword had changed a lot. Otherwise, with the eyesight of everyone present, they would definitely be able to tell that this sword was the world's #1 saint weapon. Clang. The heavenly saint sword and the huge saber turned into two dazzling heavenly rivers in the void, bringing out endless dazzling colors and colliding with each other violently. This was the collision of two peerless saint weapons. The destructive and destructive force was endless, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like a tidal wave. When ordinary combat weapons collided with each other, it would only produce a large number of sparks, but when the heavenly saint sword and the huge saber collided, it created a sea of fire. It was a horrifying scene. Dang dang dang. Xiao Yuntian suffered from an extremely strong counterforce. He took 3 large steps back before he could stabilize his body. The large saber in his hand let out a mournful cry as if it had suffered an extremely heavy injury. Not only that, but the encompassing sky integration formation was also shaking more and more violently. It seemed like it could shatter at any time. Ah, again. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. The heavenly saint sword went berserk again. Jiang Qin raised it up high again. He was like a soaring war god, slashing at desolate Yuntian once more. As a matter of fact, if Jiang Qin attacked the others at this time, given the speed of his spatial shift and flaming wings, they wouldn't even have the time to exchange their energy. The sky integration grand formation would be broken by him in an instant. However, Jiang Qin didn't do that. Instead, he wanted to fight a tough battle with these 6th grade great saints. Not only would it shatter the confidence of the 6 major families, it would also stabilize Jiang Chen's cultivation base. He had advanced to the 3rd grade great saint from a 1st grade great saint in just a month. Although his foundation was solid and strong, he still needed to temper it in practice. Motherfucker. Desolate Yuntian couldn't help but curse. Just as he was pushed back before he could regain his composure, Jiang Chen's attack rushed towards him once again. Desolate Yuntian had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue to resist. After the second collision, Desolate Yuntian was forced to take 3 steps back. His chi began to scatter. Not only him, but the other 6th grade great saints were also in the same situation. Now, all of their chi had been united by the sky integration grand formation. They were bound together for good or bad. How can this bastard be so terrifying? We can't do anything to him even after using the sky integration grand formation. Motherfucker. What should we do now? We can't go on like this. Everyone was horrified. At this point in the battle, no one could remain calm. Jiang Qin was getting stronger and stronger, but their strength was being consumed little by little. When the sky integration grand formation was broken, everything would be over. What awaited them was to be ruthlessly killed by Jiang Qin. Ah, your 6 major families are just SOSO. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. Once again he raised the heavenly saint sword and slashed. Clang clang clang. Desolate Yuntian had no other choice. In the face of Jiang Chen's storm-like attacks, all he could do was to grit his teeth and resist. However, Jiang Chen's attacks were just too fast. No one knew how much power was contained in each of his attacks. Desolate Yuntian kept retreating. In the end, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The sky integration grand formation was about to break. Everyone's facial expression changed. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. It was hard to imagine what would happen to them if the grand formation was broken. My God, how can this bastard be so powerful? These 6th grade great saints have merged with more than half of the 6th grade great saints of the 6 major families. Even though they are using the grand formation to attack, they are still no match for Jiang Chen. It's over. The grand formation is about to break. It can't hold on any longer. Patriarch and the others won't be able to hold on any longer. Could it be that our 6 major families are going to be annihilated in the hands of this devil king? No, it won't be like this. Our desolate family will never be annihilated. The patriarch is high and mighty. He won't die. The people of the 6 major families were in a state of panic. Jiang Qin had used the sharpest and most horrifying barbaric means to shatter the confidence of the people of the 6 major families, causing them to fall into a state of complete collapse. Oh. On the battlefield, the heavenly saint's sword whistled once more. This time Jiang Qin had instilled all of his power into it. His body and the sword had completely fused together. He had truly achieved the unity of man and sword. Once again he slashed down with a mountain-uprooting momentum. Break for me. Chapter 979. Long. The sky collapsed and the earth sunk. The void was completely shattered. This time, desolate Yintian couldn't resist anymore. The big saber in his hand flew out of his hand. He let out a miserable cry, spurting out blood from his mouth. Even the palm that was holding the big saber was shattered. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the Sky Integration Grand Formation could no longer withstand Jiang Qin's ferocious attacks and shattered. Many 6th grade great saints spurted out blood due to the backlash of the Grand Formation. They were severely shaken. How could this be? Is this bastard still human? The Sky Integration Grand Formation has been broken by him. Damn it. We are all injured now. We are no match for him in a one-on-one fight. What should we do? Quickly send a distress signal to St. Origin Palace. Otherwise today will be the doomsday of our 6 major families. Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically. Even the patriarchs exclaimed. Some of them thought of asking St. Elixir for help. Jiang Qin was too terrifying. At this time, they were afraid that only the experts of St. Origin Palace could kill Jiang Qin and alleviate the crisis of the 6 major families. However, only the patriarchs had the ability to send a distress signal to St. Origin Palace. Therefore, the patriarchs of the 6 major families didn't dare to be negligent. One by one, they began to take out a special messenger talisman. Do you want to ask for help from St. Origin Palace? I won't give you the chance. Jiang Qin laughed loudly. He had seen all of this. How could he not know what the patriarchs of the 6 major families wanted to do? How could he give them the chance to ask for help? The battle had already reached such a stage. He must give the 6 major families a heavy blow. Voila! The 5 elemental domains spread out. At the same time, Jiang Qin summoned the Zulong Tower. The huge Zulong Tower was golden and transparent. It blended perfectly with the 5 elemental domain, shrouding the entire void instantly. All the 6th grade great saints on the battlefield were shrouded in it without exception. What is this place? What a powerful domain aura! It's actually a fusion of 5 different domains. Also, this seems to be the space of a supreme treasure. Are we imprisoned? Damn it. I have no idea what means this bastard has used to completely seal the spatial zone here. This place has turned into an enclosed space. Our messenger talisman has lost its effect. There is no way for us to send a message to St. Origin Palace. It's over. This crazy devil wants to kill all of us in here. He's too cruel. Now that this place has been completely sealed, we can't get out and we can't send any messages out. The experts of St. Origin Palace can't come. Are the 6 major families going to face annihilation? The moment they were completely sealed by Jiang Qin, everyone, including the patriarchs of the 6 major families, felt deep fear, despair, nervousness, and all kinds of negative emotions that they had never felt before. Jiang Qin's powerful strength had shattered their confidence. Now they had even lost the courage and fighting spirit to fight against Jiang Qin. Dozens of 6th grade great saints were no match for Jiang Qin even with the Sky Integration Grand Formation, let alone now that they had been destroyed. The people outside the battlefield were stunned. The change was too fast. The experts of the 6 major families were defeated too fast. Not to mention the experts of the 6 major families, even Gu Xintian and Lang Xingtian didn't have time to react. At this moment, although everyone was trapped in the Zulong Tower, the people outside could still see the situation inside clearly. He's not going to kill all of them, is he? Heavenly Leopard King said in disbelief. Does Brother Heavenly Leopard think that he doesn't have the guts to do so? Gu Xintian smiled. He knew Jiang Qin too well. This kind of person must never be provoked. Once provoked, the consequences would be absolutely terrible. What the 6 major families had done today had touched Jiang Qin's bottom line. They would be digging their own graves if they wanted to dismember him. The world is going to be in chaos. Lang Xingtian sighed. He had long expected that the world would be in chaos, but he didn't think that this day would come so soon. In the Ancestral Spirit Tower, Jiang Qin's face was cold. The Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand was radiating boundless killing intent. Under the shroud of this killing intent, Everyone's heart was covered with a layer of haze. Jiangqin, how dare you kill us? Do you know the consequences of doing so? Narang Changtian shouted. I know. Jiangqin said two simple words. Since you know, then quickly let us go. Otherwise you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Shi Haoyan yelled. I really admire your courage and intelligence. Even at this moment you still dare to threaten me. I don't know if I will be consigned to eternal damnation, but you all will be consigned to eternal damnation soon. Jiangqin said. He turned into a ray of light and dashed out. The heavenly saint sword shrouded a 6th grade great saint. The 6th grade great saint only let out a wail before he was cut into half by Jiangqin on the spot. To deal with an ordinary 6th grade great saint, Jiangqin could kill them instantly even without transforming into his half-dragon form. Plus, these people in front of him were all injured. Even a peak 6th grade great saint like the patriarch would be instantly killed by Jiangqin. Then Jiangqin began a bloody massacre. Every slash of his sword was accompanied by a shrill wail. No one could resist his sword. The 6th grade great saints who were trapped in the Zulong Tower and the 5 elemental sphere were like turtles in a jar. Jiangqin killed them as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. The people watching from the outside were frightened. This was a one-sided massacre. If there was no accident, all the 6th grade great saints in the Zulong Tower would die tragically. It was hard to imagine what would happen if these people died in the Pure Land. It was certain that St. Origin Palace would be alarmed. The moment Jiangqin started his massacre, the world would be plunged into chaos. No one could imagine the consequences of this battle. The world was shaken. Although Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian were on the same side as Jiangqin, they were still frightened when they saw such a battlefield. They were the most powerful existences in the Pure Land, the pinnacle figures here. They had never thought that a 6th grade great saint could be so weak. The massacre continued. Jiangqin had no intention of showing mercy. The entire Zulong Tower was a miserable scene. Those who were usually high and mighty were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They had completely lost their resistance. However, after Jiangqin killed them, he immediately threw the corpses out of the Zulong Tower. Otherwise, the Zulong Tower would automatically absorb their essence, which would bring serious consequences to Jiangqin. Han Yen was on the 2nd floor of the Zulong Tower. Han Yen was on the 2nd floor of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda. He wasn't in the battlefield, but he could see everything clearly. Seeing Jiangqin's growth and recalling the first time they met in the whirling sun city of Qi province, it felt like a lifetime had passed. The speed of Jiangqin's growth had caught him unprepared even though he was his sworn brother. Everyone, don't sit still and wait for death. Attack the barrier here and tear an opening. As long as we can tear an opening, we will be able to escape from this place with our control of spatial force. Narang Changtian shouted. Now Jiangqin was like a peerless devil king, a bloodthirsty devil king, the god of slaughter, the god of nether. It was impossible for them to fight against him. The only way to escape was to tear an opening in this sealed spatial zone. Unfortunately, they didn't know much about the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was so strong that they wouldn't be able to escape even if they were exhausted to death. As a matter of fact, even without the Zulong Tower, the 5 elemental sphere was enough to make them suffer. Swoosh! In a flash, Jiangqin appeared in front of Narang Changtian. A pair of cold eyes were staring at him. His face was filled with dense killing intent. Jiangqin, what are you doing? Narang Changtian's complexion changed. That's right, this was the first time in his life that he felt fear. It was a deep fear. Standing in front of him, Jiangqin made him feel a strong aura of death. That's right, it was the smell of death. What am I doing? You should know very well that I've told you long ago that offending me will be your nightmare. Now the nightmare has descended. Jiangqin said. The heavenly saint's sword pierced through Narang Changtian's chest with a pu-chi sound. The sharp sword chi wreaked havoc in his body mercilessly. Narang Changtian could feel that his life force was draining away rapidly. He was in complete despair. Pu-chi. Jiangqin pulled out his long sword and threw Narang Changtian's body down. He had left Narang Changtian's corpse intact, which was already giving him a lot of face. Patriarch. No. Everyone from the Narang clan roared. Some of them rushed forward to catch Narang Changtian's corpse. Countless people from the Narang clan were filled with despair. At this moment they felt that the sky had collapsed. All along in their hearts, Narang Changtian was a godlike existence. He was high above them, inviolable and omnipotent. Today the god in their hearts had fallen. This kind of blow was unimaginable and unbearable for ordinary people. The 8 major clans of the Pure Land had dominated the Pure Land for so many years. Now the first patriarch had fallen. He died tragically under the sword of Jiang Qin. This was an incomparably tragic scene. This was a historical moment. Jiang Qin, you're finished. You dared to kill the patriarch. You're a crazy devil. No one in the world can save you now. Huabaishan's entire body was covered in raging flames. He roared at Jiang Qin. Think about how to save yourselves first. Narang Changtian is only the first, but he definitely won't be the last. Today all of you will die. All the patriarchs of the 6 major clans will die together. You will also have a companion. You won't be lonely. Leaving your corpses intact is the greatest favor I can give you. Jiang Qin's eyes had already turned red from killing. His speed was extremely fast. With the combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift, his opponents couldn't even see his shadow. Pucci. Chapter 980. I'm going to die, no? Huabadian was very unwilling. He was the patriarch of a family with a high position and a tyrannical cultivation base. He was the same as Narang Changtian. He had never thought that he would die one day. He felt that he still had a bright future ahead of him. One day he would enter Saint Origin Palace for further cultivation. He might even break through to the immortal realm and ascend to the immortal world. But now all his dreams had come to an end. Jiang Qin had become his ultimate nightmare and the end of his life. No, our patriarch has been killed too. That abominable devil. It's over. Our whole family is finished. No one is a match for this bastard. Now even our patriarch has been killed. The world is going to be in chaos. Jiang Qin will never stop. I'm afraid that all the patriarchs of the 6 major families will die tragically today. All the 6th grade great saints will die. The Hua family was grief-stricken. The 6 major families were in complete chaos. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief and despair. In the face of a powerful existence like Jiang Qin, they felt powerless. This was destined to be a one-sided massacre. All the 6th grade great saints were imprisoned by Jiang Qin. None of them could escape alive. After killing Huabadian, Jiang Qin struck again. The heavenly saint's sword turned into a life-reaping sword. Wherever it went, blood splattered and blood-curdling screams filled the sky. In just a minute there were only 4 people left in the Zulong Tower. They were Desolate Yuntian, Dan Yangtian, Bing Longtian and Shihaotian. Only these 4 patriarchs were left. The rest of them had died. The scene was extremely miserable. The remaining 4 were the overlords of Pure Land, but now they were like stray dogs. Their faces were ashen and they had given up all resistance. It was useless to resist. Jiang Qin was too powerful. No one was a match for him. Plus, they had witnessed Jiang Qin's ruthlessness. Jiang Qin would never let them go no matter what. It's over. It's all over. Haha, I hate it. I hate that I didn't kill this brat at the spiritual space mountain back then, causing today's disaster. Jiang Qin, you will be finished if you kill us. You have killed so many people today. The world will be in chaos. Saint Origin Palace won't let you go. The 6 major families won't let you go. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of Saint Origin Palace. The 4 overlords roared. Apart from despair and fear, there was also deep regret in their hearts. When Jiang Qin came back from Void Triangular Domain, he was merely a minor saint. At that time, killing Jiang Qin was as easy as killing an ant. However, they had given up such a great opportunity to save their face, which led to today's disaster. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. The more powerful a person was, the greater their fear of death. They had a bright future ahead of them and a high and mighty status. They thought that they were immortal. From the moment you offended me, your fate has been decided. I, Jiang Qin, am the nightmare of the 6 major families. Now that the nightmare has come, you will reap what you have sown. Saint Origin Palace will end up the same as you all for offending me. That's all. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Sword lights swept across, beheading the heads of Dan Yangtian and Bing Longtian. He had already killed so many people, he didn't mind killing a few more. Moreover, the grudge between him and the 6 major families had already reached the point where only one of them could survive. There was no need to say anything. If Jiang Qin didn't kill them, they would try everything they could to kill Jiang Qin. They might even implicate his family members. This was what Jiang Qin didn't want to see. There were only 2 people left on the scene. Desolate Yuntian and Shihaotian's faces darkened. They knew that death was right in front of them. Now it's your turn. Jiang Qin walked towards the 2 of them step by step. Jiang Qin, I have already sent a message to Desolate Palace. The experts of Desolate Palace will be here soon. If you dare to kill me, you can already imagine the consequences. Desolate Yintian said loudly. Ah, Desolate Yintian, you are afraid now, aren't you? It's impossible for you to send a message from me. Even if you do, it will take at least half an hour for them to arrive here from St. Origin Palace. Everything will be too late by then. Jiang Qin laughed loudly. Long. At this moment, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. A crack appeared in the void and a gray-robed elder walked out of it. After the elder appeared, the entire sky was filled with a strong pressure, making it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the elder. When Desolate Yuntian saw the elder, he was overjoyed and shouted hastily, "Sixth uncle, save me." That's right. The elder was an expert of Desolate Palace who came from St. Origin Palace. Jiang Qin found out that he was a 7th grade great saint, which was many times stronger than a 6th grade great saint. That's great. Brother Desolate, I never thought that you could send a message to St. Origin Palace. We are saved now. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. He thought that this place had been completely sealed by Jiang Qin. Their signal talisman had lost its effectiveness, but he didn't expect that Desolate Yuntian could still do it. Of course, this is the unique signal talisman of our Desolate family. It can't be stopped. Jiang Qin, you are finished? Desolate Yuntian became arrogant once again. Jiang Qin was a little surprised that Desolate Yuntian could send a message to Desolate Palace, but he felt relieved immediately. After all, Desolate family was different from the other major families. They had powerful immortals and their means were naturally different. It wasn't surprising that they could send a message. The experts of St. Origin Palace are here. They are the experts of Desolate family. This is great. Jiang Qin is going to be finished this time. We must kill him. This man is too dangerous. He is merely a 3rd grade great saint, but he already has such powerful means. If he is allowed to continue to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kill? We must kill Jiang Qin today. He is a mad devil and has committed heinous crimes. He has killed too many people. The people of the 6 major families were stirred up. Finally, they saw a glimmer of hope when they saw the experts of Desolate Palace. They were truly frightened by the terror of Jiang Qin. Ancient people and demon races' facial expression changed. For many of them, this was the first time they saw the experts of St. Origin Palace. In their hearts, St. Origin Palace was a high and mighty existence, a true holy land, the pinnacle of St. Origin world. As soon as the elder of Desolate Palace appeared, he immediately saw the tragic situation on the battlefield and the trapped Desolate Yuntian. A surge of fury surged out from his body instantly. Swoosh. The eyes of the elder of Desolate Palace fell on Jiang Qin like a knife. He said furiously, "Little bastard, you did all of this. Good. Very good. Not even the greatest saint in the past was as arrogant as you. How dare you kill so many people of our family? Even if you have 100 lives, it won't be enough for you to die today." Ah. Desolate Palace is too confident. Sending only a 7th grade great saint to kill me, Jiang Qin? I really don't know if you are too confident or your old life is worthless. You coming alone is no different from courting death. If I were you, I would go back immediately. Perhaps I might still have a chance to live. Jiang Qin laughed loudly. He didn't put the 7th grade great saint in his eyes at all. He was now in his dragon form and possessed the combat strength of a 7th grade great saint. If he went all out, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill a 7th grade great saint. If the one who came from Desolate Palace was an 8th grade great saint or a few 7th grade great saints, Jiang Qin was afraid that he would turn and run without hesitation, but now he had no intention of running away. It wasn't easy to encounter a 7th grade great saint. This was a good opportunity for him to test his combat strength. Arrogant. Too arrogant. I can't believe that someone as arrogant as you would appear in the Pure Land. Little bastard, I order you to release the Patriarch of Desolate Palace at once. Otherwise, I will consign you to eternal damnation. The elder of Desolate Palace was infuriated. Given his identity, he was like an overlord in the Pure Land. No one had ever dared to talk to him in such a manner. Then I will consign your Patriarch to eternal damnation first. Jiang Qin's eyes revealed 2 rays of ruthlessness. Without any warning, the heavenly saint's sword pierced through Desolate Yuntian's glabella. Desolate Yuntian's body trembled. The smile on his face hadn't disappeared completely. He thought that he would be saved when his 6th uncle appeared, but he didn't expect that he would die before his 6th uncle could do anything. This was the true meaning of being consigned to eternal damnation. No, no. Desolate Yuntian couldn't believe it, but the reality was cruel. Only now did he realize how fragile a man could be in the face of death. Yin, who was standing at the side, was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen would dare to kill a 7th grade great saint. This wasn't something that could be described as audacious, it was simply insane. You should go to hell too. Jiang Chen drew out his long sword and swung casually, cutting off Yin's head. At this point, dozens of 6th grade great saints from the 6 major families of Pure Land were killed, including the patriarchs of the 6 major families. The 6 famous giants had all fallen in this battle. This battle would definitely shake the world, and it would definitely be recorded in the history of the Saint Origin realm. Jiang Chen's name would also become famous because of this battle. This earth-shattering battle would be sung by the future generations. Bastard! The elder of Desolate Palace went berserk. Anger surged from the top of his head. He stared at Jiang Chen, unable to believe that there was such an arrogant young man in this world. Killing the elder of Desolate Palace in front of him wasn't just a humiliation to himself, but to the entire Desolate Palace. Little bastard, today you will die no matter what. I will let you taste the pain of hell. The elder's murderous intent soared to the sky. He had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Chen. Old man, you talk too much. Let's see who will die first. Chapter 981. Such a scene made many of them have the urge to spurt out blood. Arrogance. This was way too arrogant. Jiang Chen was definitely the most arrogant person they had ever seen. He was pointing his sword at a 7th grade great saint. A 3rd grade great saint was clamoring to kill a 7th grade great saint. Such a scene wouldn't be seen even in their dreams. Ancient people and demon races' blood was ignited. They were deeply impressed and attracted by Jiang Chen's domineering qi. Only a man like him would not waste his time in this world. Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. His qi was very influential. After obtaining the Heart of Blaze, the qi that he casually exuded could influence many people. This is too awesome. If I have such a day, it will be worth it even if I have to die immediately. That's right. Jiang Chen is too handsome. He is my true idol. Stop dreaming. Why don't you take a mirror and look at yourselves? How dare you compare yourselves with Jiang Chen? Aren't you ashamed? Do you think Jiang Chen can deal with the elder of Saint Origin Palace? That's a 7th grade great saint. He's too powerful. It's hard to say. Since Jiang Chen could kill so many 6th grade great saints, it means that his strength is comparable to that of a 7th grade great saint. Plus, he has created countless miracles all along. I admire him so much that I won't be surprised if he can kill that 7th grade great saint today, said Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. Ancient people and demon race couldn't restrain their excitement. Many of them were guessing whether Jiang Chen could deal with the 7th grade great saint, but when they thought of Jiang Chen's past achievements, they wouldn't be too surprised if he could really kill the 7th grade great saint today. Compared to the ancient people and demon race, the people of the 6 major families weren't as calm. They hated Jiang Chen to the core. Now they had pinned all their hopes on the Elder of Desolate Palace. They hoped that the Elder of Desolate Palace could kill Jiang Chen and avenge their patriarch and elder. Little beast, you are too arrogant. I will let you know what true power is. The Elder of Desolate Palace was infuriated. Without saying a word, he struck a palm at Jiang Chen. The huge golden palm was incomparably dazzling, pouncing at Jiang Chen like a cage. This kind of pointless attack is useless against me. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the attack of the elder. He raised his hand and blasted out a punch. The huge fist collided with the golden palm. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The elder's palm was shattered into countless pieces by Jiang Chen's punch, scattering in the void. What? The elder exclaimed, doubting his own eyes. He was a mighty 7th grade great saint, which was many times stronger than a 6th grade great saint. He didn't know how long it had been since he put a 3rd grade great saint in his eyes. In his opinion, killing a 3rd grade great saint was no different from crushing an ant. But after fighting with Jiang Chen today, he had witnessed the true meaning of a monstrous genius. Although his attack just now was just a test, and it wasn't his full strength, Jiang Chen had just casually thrown out a punch, and he hadn't used his full strength either. From another point of view, both of them were on the same level. Old man, you better be careful in front of me. Just use whatever means you have. Don't die before you have the chance to use them. That would be a pity. Jiang Chen spoke loudly, not putting the elder in his eyes at all. He was now in his half-dragon form. Given his current cultivation and combat strength, he was indeed qualified to not put his opponent in his eyes. I don't believe that a puny third-grade great saint can fight me. Heaven-splitting divine claw. The elder of Desolate Palace was filled with strong murderous intent. He no longer dared to look down on Jiangchen. He struck out the powerful heaven-splitting divine claw of Desolate Family. This claw was many times stronger than Desolate Yuntian's. Scales were growing on the surface of the golden palm. At this moment, the elder's hatred for Jiangchen was monstrous. Desolate Yuntian was not only the patriarch of Desolate Family, but also his nephew. As the sixth uncle of Desolate Yuntian, not only did he fail to save Desolate Yuntian's life, but he also watched his nephew die in the hands of the enemy. One could imagine the kind of anger he felt. Long. The heaven-splitting divine claw tore the sky apart, enshrouding the entire battlefield, leaving no chance for Jiangchen to escape. As soon as the heaven-splitting divine claw appeared, it locked on Jiangchen's chi, making it impossible for Jiangchen to avoid it. Come on. Jiangchen laughed wildly. He wasn't going to be courteous with the elder. He raised the heavenly saint sword high up. Under the state of man and sword unification, he and the sword seemed to have turned into a huge dragon, dancing back and forth in the void, looking extremely valiant. Howl. The heavenly saint's sword made an ear-piercing howl and slashed at the heaven-splitting divine claw. Bang. The two attacks collided with each other, producing a large amount of sparks. The heavenly saint's sword slashed at the inner part of the heaven-splitting divine claw, but it didn't completely tear it apart. The heaven-splitting divine claw was very terrifying and indestructible. The two attacks were in a stalemate on the battlefield. Both of them wanted to get rid of the other. Why is this kid so tyrannical? I can feel that his strength is earth-shattering, giving me tremendous pressure. That sword is also incomparably terrifying. It can actually break my heaven-splitting divine claw. The elder's facial expression changed. He couldn't believe that there was such a monstrous genius in the heavens and earth. Tear it apart. Jiangchen exerted his strength again. Countless of dragon marks surged out like blood-red dragon shadows. The power of the heavenly saint's sword instantly doubled. With a chi-la sound, the heaven-splitting divine claw was slashed into half from the center by the heavenly saint's sword. Dang dang dang. The elder of Desolate Palace was pushed back by the tremendous counterforce. His pair of blood-red eyes were filled with shock. He was fighting a third-grade great saint, but he was pushed back by his opponent. This gave him the urge to spurt out a mouthful of blood. My God! He actually pushed back a seventh-grade great saint? Is he still human? No, this is impossible. How can he be so powerful? The gap of 4 grades is almost irreparable. Not even a 7th-grade great saint is a match for this crazy devil. Is there no way for us to avenge ourselves? The experts of the 6 major families had high hopes, but when they saw that even a 7th-grade great saint was pushed back by Jiangchen, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured on their heads. Now they no longer had any extravagant hope that the elder of Desolate Palace could kill Jiangchen. Judging from the current situation, it was already good enough that he wasn't killed by Jiangchen. Brother Wolf, did you see that? The combat strength of this 7th-grade great saint is almost the same as the combat strength of Desolate Yuntian and the others after they used the Sky Integration Grand Formation. The Sky Integration Grand Formation has been torn apart by Jiangchen. In other words, Jiangchen's current cultivation grade is enough to suppress the elder of Desolate Palace. Gu Xiantian said, his eyes were incomparably bright. That's right. This is really surprising. I'm afraid that this 7th-grade great saint isn't a match for Jiangchen, but he is after all a 7th-grade great saint. I suppose it's possible for him to escape. Lang Xingtian sighed. Every time Jiangchen appeared, he would bring them shock and miracles. Ever since the incident in Void Triangular Domain, Jiangchen's name had been circulating in the Pure Land. All the earth-shattering events in the Pure Land had something to do with Jiangchen. In the sky above, the battlefield had been shattered. There were a few big holes in the sky. The cold spatial airflow was rustling. Jiangchen had suppressed the 7th-grade great saint with a single strike. His attacks were even more violent. The heavenly saint's sword turned into a dazzling divine light and appeared in front of the elder in a blink of an eye. The elder roared. 7 long swords appeared around his body. Each of the 7 swords had 7 different colors. This was a type of saint weapon. When the 7 swords attacked together, their power would increase dramatically. This kind of combat weapon was the scariest. At this moment, the elder of Desolate Palace wouldn't dare to look down on Jiangchen anymore. He channeled all his energy into the 7 long swords, forming a dazzling sword formation. Each of the swords was like a heavenly sword, unstoppable, thrusting at Jiang Chen. Good sword formation, but it's impossible for it to cause any harm to me. Jiang Chen praised the sword formation. With a swoosh, a pair of fiery wings appeared on his back. The reddish-gold fiery wings merged with his blood-red dragon wings. It was the flaming wings. With a casual flap of the fiery wings, Jiang Chen dodged the most powerful attack of the sword formation like a fish in the sea and entered through the gap of the sword formation. Jiang Chen dived into the sword formation and cast out the Great Soul Derivation technique. Immediately he found the weak point of the sword formation. The Heavenly Saint's sword fiercely slashed at the weak point. A loud bang was heard, and the sword formation was shattered in an instant. The 7 long swords let out a buzzing sound and started trembling violently in the void. I'll gladly accept these good swords. Jiang Chen summoned the Zulong Tower and absorbed all the long swords. The Elder of Desolate Palace turned pale with fright. Those were his natal combat weapons. It was impossible for them to be summoned by someone else. He hastily tried to summon the 7 swords, but to his dismay the swords didn't respond at all. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Old man, there's no need to summon them. I have completely subdued your combat weapons, said Jiang Chen. Impossible. The Elder of Desolate Palace didn't believe it, but the truth was just as Jiang Chen said. He could no longer sense the chi of the 7 swords. This was no small matter. If he lost those combat weapons it would be a great loss. Little bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Violent blood sea. Chapter 982. This was a powerful taboo technique that required the consumption of essence. It seemed like the Elder of Desolate Palace was going all out. His heart was bleeding after losing his 7 long swords. Ooh! A gust of bloody wind was set off in the sky. The yuan qi released by the Elder of Desolate Palace had all turned blood red. The viscous airflow had evolved into a sea of blood that was filled with violent qi. Once the opponent fell into it, they would be affected by the environment and their mind would be affected, turning them into a violent person. Their mind would fall into chaos and at that time they would be full of flaws. The attack of this violent sea of blood would be enough to take the opponent's life without the need for the opponent to make a move. One had to admit that this was a ruthless move. The speed of the attack was extremely fast and the range of the attack was very wide, leaving no chance for the opponent. Just like now, Jiang Chen was instantly enveloped by the sea of blood. The sea of blood was like a ferocious beast, swallowing Jiang Chen in an instant. This horrifying scene made many people nervous. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was the last attack between Jiang Chen and the Elder of Desolate Palace. If Jiang Chen could break this attack, the Elder of Desolate Palace would suffer a strong backlash and be finished. If Jiang Chen couldn't break this attack and was deeply affected by the sea of blood, he would be finished. This was a deadly attack and also the final life and death battle. Little bastard, I'll let you have a taste of the terror of my blood sea. How dare you rob my combat weapon? How hateful. The Elder of Desolate Palace gnashed his teeth in anger. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Old fart, you want to trap me with just this? Ridiculous. Jiang Chen's voice sounded out from the blood ocean. He didn't put the violent blood ocean in his eyes at all. This kind of attack that could affect one's mind was essentially no different from an illusion, but it was more terrifying than an illusion, because it carried an extremely powerful attack force. Jiang Chen's voice echoed out from the blood ocean. However, this attack was useless against Jiang Chen, not to mention the illusion technique that could affect one's mind. Putting aside the terror of the Great Soul Derivation technique, Jiang Chen himself was proficient in the Illusion Heart Sutra. The illusion technique contained in the Berserk Blood Sea was child's play compared to the Great Illusion Realm. So, Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He slashed dozens of times in an instant. The sword light of each slash was like an incomparably powerful waterfall, instantly cutting the sea of blood into pieces. Long. Soon after, the entire sea of blood exploded. Countless rays of bloody light filled the sky, and the violent waves of air swept out. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the strong destructive aura. Many people opened their mouths wide, thinking that if they were in such a battlefield, they would probably be crushed into powder immediately. There was no chance of survival at all. The Berserk Blood Sea was broken by Jiang Chen's brute force. The Elder of Desolate Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became sluggish, completely different from his previous powerful state. He had suffered from the backlash of the Berserk Blood Sea and suffered extremely serious injuries. Not only that, The Elder of Desolate Palace had already consumed a lot of his essence when he cast the Berserk Blood Sea. He was almost like an arrow at the end of its flight. At the very least, he had lost the ability to fight against Jiang Qin. Run. The Elder of Desolate Palace didn't dare to be negligent anymore. He was completely scared out of his wits by Jiang Qin. This person was too terrifying. At this point, there was no other way but to escape. If the battle continued, he would lose his life here. The Elder of Desolate Palace disappeared in the blink of an eye and went into the deep space. But how could Jiang Qin give him the chance to escape? Almost as soon as the Elder made his move to escape, Jiang Qin also moved. Old man, if you had chosen to escape from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But now you don't even have the chance to escape. Jiang Qin's momentum was monstrous. The flaming wings were extremely powerful. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Qin drilled into the void. The next moment, a hole was blasted open in another part of the void. Jiang Qin walked out from it. At this moment, Jiang Qin was carrying a person in his hand. It was the Elder of Desolate Palace. The Elder of Desolate Palace was in an extremely embarrassing state. He was carried by Jiang Qin like a dead dog. His whole body was covered with blood. The scene set off a storm in the crowd. The people of the 6 major families had the urge to spurt out blood, especially the people of Desolate Palace. Their hearts were about to be torn apart. The ups and downs of their emotions made them dizzy. My God, does he have to be so overbearing? That's a mighty 7th grade great saint, but he didn't even have the chance to escape. Is he still human? A mighty 7th grade great saint, an elder of St. Origin Palace, a high-ranking figure of St. Origin World, was killed by Jiang Qin just like that. Jiang Qin is only a 3rd grade great saint now. It's hard to imagine how powerful he will become when he advances to the 4th, 5th or 6th grade. As long as Jiang Qin doesn't fall, he will become a supreme figure, an invincible existence. Even the greatest saint wasn't as powerful as him when he was at his peak. No one wasn't surprised. Ancient people and all the youths of the demon race had regarded Jiang Qin as their idol. Gu Xintian and Lang Xingtian were incomparably glad that they had befriended such a peerless figure. As patriarchs, they knew the situation of St. Origin World better than anyone else. They also knew about the situation of St. Origin Palace. Desolate Palace was ambitious and would annex the other 7 major families sooner or later. The emergence of Jiang Qin had brought a great turning point to this fixed pattern, giving them a glimmer of hope. The Elder of Desolate Palace was completely under Jiang Qin's control. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Jiang Qin's grasp. Jiang Qin, how dare you kill me? Do you know what my identity is? The Elder of Desolate Palace said viciously. I don't care what your identity is. In my eyes, your identity is my enemy. There is only one ending for an enemy, death. Desolate Yintian is dead and so are you. Your Desolate Palace will have the same ending for provoking me. Jiang Qin was ruthless. If the Elder of Desolate Palace knew that Jiang Qin had another identity, Gu Qin, he wouldn't have uttered such threatening words. Gu Qin of Desolate Palace dared to scheme against Desolate Emperor, let alone him. Jiang Qin, you are a mad devil king. Desolate Palace will never let you go after you kill me. You will surely die a miserable death. Not only you but your family, friends and everyone related to you will all die. 9 generations of your clan will be annihilated, said Jiang Qin coldly. The Elder of Desolate Palace continued to threaten Jiang Qin. Fine, I won't kill you first. Today I will let you witness with your own eyes how I, Jiang Qin, will exterminate your family in front of you. I will kill every single member of Desolate Palace and completely destroy Desolate City. After saying that, Jiang Qin immediately casted out the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw that was 100 meters in size slammed down on the camp of Desolate Palace. Long. Screams filled the sky as the palm descended. At least hundreds of people of Desolate Palace died on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to resist. After that, Jiang Qin raised the heavenly saint sword and slashed out 1,000 miles long sword chi. The dragon-shaped sword chi slashed towards Desolate City. The boundless chi waves were filled with destructive waves. The entire Desolate City was slashed into 2 halves. Countless buildings collapsed with a loud bang, turning into ruins. A bottomless ravine was created. Smoke billowed in the air. It was a tragic scene. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too cruel and tyrannical. A city was destroyed in an instant. Perhaps only a few people inside died, but the entire city was completely destroyed. Desolate City was the gate of the Desolate clan, It represented the face of the desolate clan. This was the first time something like this had happened in the Pure Land. This scene completely scared the people of Desolate Palace. The elder of Desolate Palace was completely dumbfounded. After witnessing hundreds of descendants being killed and Desolate City being destroyed, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. "Old bastard, I will kill all the people of Desolate Palace here right now. Then I will go to the hinterland of Desolate Palace and kill every last one of them. I will turn the entire Desolate Palace into ashes. Do you believe me?" Jianghu said loudly. He didn't intend to kill those people, nor did he intend to destroy Desolate City. However, the elder's words made him angry. He hated it when people threatened his family and friends. "I believe you, I believe you. Jianghu, just kill me. Please let Desolate Palace go." The elder of Desolate Palace burst into tears. He didn't dare to speak any more harsh words. Desolate Palace was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, they were in the Pure Land and the news hadn't spread to Desolate Palace yet. He had finally witnessed how cruel Jianghu was. He didn't dare to doubt the authenticity of Jianghu's words. If he continued to provoke Jianghu with words, Jianghu might really kill everyone in front of him. If Jianghu really wanted to kill, not a single person of Desolate Palace would be able to escape. Not only that, the inheritance and hinterland of Desolate Palace would also be turned into ashes. His life wasn't that valuable. Bang! Jianghu slapped the elder's head and killed him. His corpse fell from the sky. At this point, all the experts of the 6 major families were dead. Even their last hope was gone. Everyone was trembling with fear and didn't dare to say a word. In the face of such a cruel enemy, they felt that it was better to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, they would end up like the hundreds of people of Desolate Palace. This was a mad dragon. Once a mad dragon was enraged, corpses would fall for thousands of miles. One should never challenge the bottom line of an expert because they never knew what mercy was to their enemies. Jianghu looked at the experts of the 6 major families and said loudly, "All of you get lost. I Jianghu disdain to kill you all." Chapter 983. The people of the 6 major families had fled. Desolate City was destroyed. Many 6th grade great saints were killed. Even the 7th grade great saints of Desolate Palace were killed by Jianghu. This was a major event that had never happened in the Pure Land. Today's battle was bound to be earth-shattering. The chaos of Saint Origin World had begun. Jianghu would become famous after this battle. Soon he would become an existence that no one in Saint Origin Palace didn't know. Ancient people and demon race didn't speak a word. Their eyes were fixed on the white-clothed figure in the sky. The current Jianghu had already returned to his original form. Thinking of Jianghu's combat strength that was like a war god, they couldn't calm down for a long time. Han Yin walked out of the Zulong Tower. His injuries had almost recovered. He patted Jianghu's shoulder and said, "Awesome." Han Yin grinned. Jianghu's performance today could only be described as awesome. However, Han Yin also knew that after today's battle, Saint Origin World wouldn't be peaceful anymore. The news here would soon be known by Saint Origin Palace. Yin returned to Eastern Continent immediately and moved the entire Martial Saint dynasty to the Ancient People's territory. Also, move the Nebulous sect to the Ancient People's territory. I'm going to Western Domain later. Saint Origin Palace will soon receive the news. I'm afraid that they will use my family members as a threat if they can't find me. Jianghu said to Han Yin. At the same time, he used his divine sense to tell Han Yin about how he had changed his identity and entered the Ancient Palace. "Alright, I'll go to Martial Saint Dynasty now." Knowing the seriousness of the situation, he didn't dare to show any neglect. He knew what kind of serious consequences today's battle would bring. Given the means of Saint Origin Palace, it was an incomparably easy task to investigate Jianghu's background. Jianghu had killed so many people of the 6 major families. If he disappeared, perhaps the higher-ups of the 6 major families would use Jianghu's family and friends to threaten him. The Martial Saint dynasty was Jianghu's root, and it was also his concern. He couldn't allow anything to happen to the Martial Saint dynasty. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be something that Jianghu could bear. Therefore, if he wanted to fight against the 6 major clans, he had to deal with the Martial Saint dynasty first. With Han Yan's current abilities, it was extremely easy for him to move a dynasty over. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Jianghu came to Gu Shantian and said, "Patriarch, I've asked Yin to move Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula Kid to the Ancient People's Palace. I hope the Ancient People can guarantee their safety." "Don't worry. Even if the 6 major families are too arrogant, they won't dare to come to the ancient people's palace to kill your family. Gu Xiantian guaranteed. The 6 major families might fall out with the ancient people for Jiangchen, but as long as Jiangchen wasn't in the ancient people's palace, the 6 major families wouldn't go to the ancient people's palace to threaten Jiangchen's family. In any case, the 6 major families weren't that shameless. These 7 swords are for you. With a flip of his palm, Jiangchen took out the 7 swords he got from the Patriarch of Desolate Palace and handed them over to Gu Xiantian. These 7 swords could be used to arrange a powerful sword formation. Although Jiangchen didn't think highly of them, he had to admit that these 7 swords were very powerful. In the hands of the ancient people they could play a great role. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony then. Gu Xiantian didn't stand on ceremony with Jiangchen and kept the 7 swords. Jiangchen, you have killed so many of the higher-ups of the 6 major families today. In that space the aura was extremely cold. It was the coldest kind of aura. Jiangchen had refined the pure water of heaven and earth, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of coldness. Xiao, you must be in that hidden space. It seems that she has had a fortuitous encounter. Her 9 meridians have already begun to change. It has directly affected the aura of this space. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiangchen's mouth. No matter what, it was a good thing that he had found Yan Qinyu's location. The aura that came out from that space wasn't because the space itself was cold. It was because Yan Qinyu's location had affected the environment. Jiangchen was almost certain about this. Jiangchen tore open the space barrier with his bare hands and stepped into it. A cold wave suddenly rushed over, causing Jiangchen to be startled. The entire space was a vast expanse of whiteness. Even the air had been frozen. Every inch of space was solid. This space had been completely frozen, turning into a solid. If an ordinary person entered here, they would immediately be frozen into a popsicle. They wouldn't even have the ability to walk. However, Jiangchen was not affected at all as he walked in this place. Jiangchen's eyes fell on an ice sculpture in front of him. Through the ice sculpture, Jiangchen could see what was going on inside. At this moment, Yan Qinyu was inside the ice sculpture. However, her form was constantly changing. Sometimes, it was herself and sometimes, it was another ferocious-looking woman. When the woman appeared, she was struggling violently. Her beautiful face had become distorted, as if she was enduring endless pain. Profound ice beast. Jiangchen exclaimed. He could see that the woman was definitely not a human. She was an extremely rare profound ice beast. Jiangchen sensed the profound ice beast's aura. It was at least 10,000 years old. A 10,000 years old profound weapon beast, how terrifying was that? With Jiangchen's eyesight, he could naturally see what was happening in front of him. It seemed like Yan Qinyu's situation was similar to that of Han Yan's. There was a powerful 10,000 years old profound ice beast in this space. Yan Qinyu had the 9 body. When the 10,000 years old profound ice beast encountered her, it definitely wanted to devour and refine her. However, it was obvious that the 10,000 years old profound ice beast had outsmarted itself. It didn't expect that Yan Qinyu had already condensed the heart of the ice god. That was a supreme existence, the true inheritor of the ice god. The 10,000 years old profound ice beast was also the people of the ice god. It was conceivable that when the 10,000 years old profound ice beast was refining Yan Qinyu, it would be controlled by the heart of the ice god. After such a long time, the 10,000 years old profound ice beast had already lost its ability to resist. It was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It was only a matter of time before it was completely refined by Yan Qinyu. After refining this 10,000 years old profound ice beast, Yan Qinyu's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching a very terrifying level. Under the influence of the 9 meridians, Yan Qinyu's growth would be even greater than Han Yan's. She might even advance to the 5th grade great saint. This fortuitous encounter was truly too great. Brother Qin, lend me a helping hand. Yan Qinyu's voice came out from the ice sculpture. The battle between Yan Qinyu and the 10,000 years old profound ice beast had reached its final stage. Jiang Chen's appearance was just too timely. As long as Jiang Chen lent a helping hand, Yan Qinyu would be able to refine the 10,000 years old profound ice beast immediately. Alright. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He circulated the great soul derivation technique again. His powerful soul force turned into an invisible divine sense sword, piercing into the ice sculpture with a swoosh. At this moment, the 10,000 years old profound ice beast appeared. The divine sense sword pierced into the glabella of the 10,000 years old profound ice beast. Arg? The 10,000 years old profound ice beast let out a mournful wail. Its body began to distort and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 984. Gotcha. After the 10,000-year profound ice beast was completely refined, the ice sculpture started to crack and crumble, revealing Yan Xinyu. Yan Xinyu was sitting cross-legged on the ground, trying to digest the last of the benefits. Her chi began to rise little by little. In just a few minutes she had reached the peak of 4th grade Great Saint, but it wasn't the end. She was still advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint. Sure enough, this is a great opportunity. The heart of the ice god represents the inheritor of the ice god. Too scary. It seems like Xiao Yu's cultivation will reach the peak of the 5th grade Great Saint soon. At that time, given the scariness of her 9-yin physique, even an ordinary 7th grade Great Saint wouldn't be a match for her. Jiang Chen was in a very good mood. He was very happy to see Yan Xinyu's growth. He knew very well that it wasn't easy for Yan Xinyu to come this far. In order to follow him, this young girl of Red City had embarked on a difficult and boring path of cultivation. It was all because of her hard work that she could achieve what she had today. The freezing cold air was sucked into Yan Xinyu's body like a tidal wave, and all the cold air in the air had disappeared. This was the frightening part of the 9-yin body. Yan Xinyu took a deep breath, then she walked up to Jiang Chen and gave him a big hug. Congratulations on advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen smiled. Brother Chen, Xiao Yu will be able to help you fight your enemies in the future. Yan Xinyu said with a happy expression. Xiao Yu, a lot of things have happened during this period of time. I'm very pressed for time now. Now that I have found you, I feel relieved. Listen to me. Jiang Chen didn't have much time to waste, so he used his divine sense to tell her everything that had happened during this period of time. Yan Xinyu gaped in disbelief. She had advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint, thinking that she would be able to help Jiang Chen fight against the 6 major families of Pure Land. She didn't expect that the higher-ups of the 6 major families had been annihilated by Jiang Chen. And now St. Origin Palace was involved. Brother Chen, what are you going to do? Yan Xinyu asked. I'm going to Western Domain first before returning to St. Origin Palace. I have asked Ai Yen to move Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula Sect to the Ancient People's Palace. After you go out, you can also go to the Ancient People's Palace. At this time, the Ancient People's Palace is the safest place. Jiang Chen arranged. I know. Be careful, Wang Yao said. Yan Xinyu nodded her head. She was completely obedient to Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen kissed Yan Xinyu's forehead. This girl was so sensible that he never had to worry too much about her. This kind of thoughtfulness really made him feel sorry for her. After that, Jiang Chen brought Yan Xinyu and left the ancient battlefield. Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu went their separate ways. One went to the ancient people's Pure Land, while the other went to the Western region. Western region's Green Lotus Mountain. This place was as peaceful as before. The Great Laying Temple didn't look for trouble with the master and disciple, as if the conflict between them had never happened. During this period of time, Tyrant had been in seclusion to break through to the Great Saint realm. When Jiang Chen arrived, he immediately met Great Master Ranfeng. Great Master. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Great Master Ranfeng. Seeing Jiang Chen, Great Master Ranfeng's expression changed to one of surprise. Then he was overjoyed. Haha, little friend, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled. It seemed that although Great Master Ranfeng never left his house, he still knew about the world's events. It seemed like he also knew about the news that Jiang Chen was jointly killed by the patriarchs of the 6 major families. However, he didn't know that today, Jiang Chen had returned in a domineering manner and killed all the higher-ups of the 6 major families. Long time no see, Great Master. You still look refreshed. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Little friend, your growth is what really shocked me. In such a short time, your ability has already left me far behind. You are indeed the #1 genius in the world. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but praise. These words came from the bottom of his heart. It was his first time seeing a peerless genius like Jiang Chen. He had never seen a person's growth to such an extent. Great Master, did the Great Laying Temple cause any trouble for you during this period of time? Asked Jiang Chen. He was quite concerned about this issue. After all, the relationship between Great Master Ranfeng and the Great Laying Temple wasn't good. Jiang Chen was the reason why Great Master Ranfeng had a conflict with the Great Laying Temple. If Great Master Ranfeng suffered the revenge of the Great Laying Temple because of him, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel good about it. No big trouble, but small troubles keep coming. Great Master Ranfeng shook his head. It seems like the Great Leyin Temple still hasn't given up. Sooner or later I will tear them down. Two rays of cold light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. He naturally knew what Great Master Ranfeng meant by, no big trouble, but small troubles keep coming. The Great Leyin Temple had been looking for the inheritance left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus. They often came to disturb the peaceful cultivation of the master and disciple. Jiang Chen guessed that the reason why the Great Leyin Temple didn't come looking for Great Master Ranfeng was because they hadn't obtained the inheritance left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus. If they had obtained the inheritance, they would probably attack Green Lotus Mountain. "Little friend, where have you been all this time?" asked Great Master Ranfeng. "I changed my appearance and went to St. Origin Palace. I happen to have good news for you. I have found the whereabouts of Ancestor Green Lotus." Jiang Chen went straight to the point. All these years, Great Master Ranfeng had been racking his brains in order to find out more information about Ancestor Green Lotus, and he was constantly worried about him. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to tell Great Master Ranfeng about this good news as soon as possible. What? Sure enough, after hearing the news about Ancestor Green Lotus, Great Master Ranfeng almost jumped up from his seat. The news was like a thunderbolt that struck his head. He had been working hard for this information for 100 years. Today he finally got the news. That kind of emotion and excitement was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. "My master, he's still alive." Great Master Ranfeng's voice was trembling. "That's right. Ancestor is still alive, but he's imprisoned. I can't release him for the time being. But that day won't be long. There are some things that I can't tell you for the time being. I can only tell you that Ancestor is fine now and will be fine in the future. The day you and your master will meet is not far away." Jiang Chen said. The fewer people who knew about the secret of Desolate family, the better. Even Desolate Emperor and Heavenly Peng King didn't know about it. After all, this secret was of great importance. "Ah, good. Master, it's been 100 years. I knew that you wouldn't die." Great Master Ranfeng turned his head and looked at the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus. 2 lines of tears rolled down from his eyes. It was said that a man shouldn't shed tears easily, let alone a Buddha of Buddhism. This showed how deep the relationship between Great Master Ranfeng and Ancestor Green Lotus was, and how important Ancestor Green Lotus was in Great Master Ranfeng's heart. "Great Master, is Tyrant still in seclusion?" Jiang Chen asked. "Yes. His cultivation base is now at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He's only a step away from the Great Saint realm." Great Master Ranfeng said. If there was one person he was proud of in his life, it would be Tyrant. The relationship between him and Tyrant was like that of a master and a disciple, and also a father and son. "Great Master, please wake Tyrant up now. I don't have much time left. I have to leave some matters here. Ancestor Green Lotus has something very important to give to Tyrant. After obtaining this treasure, Tyrant will immediately be able to break through to the Great Saint realm. Not only that, he will also be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, growing to an extremely terrifying level." Jiang Chen said solemnly. He wasn't boasting. A Sarira that contained immortal soul was a priceless treasure that couldn't be measured. "All right, I will wake him up now." Not long after Great Master Ranfeng's voice faded, the void in the main hall trembled. A silhouette suddenly appeared. It was Tyrant. When Tyrant appeared, he immediately saw Jiang Chen. A grin appeared on his face and he immediately gave Jiang Chen a big bear hug. "Motherfucker. You are really a beast. I haven't seen you for a long time, but your cultivation base has become so strong." His words didn't sound like an eminent monk at all. His way of doing things was just like the scum of Buddhism. Naturally, Jiang Chen was very happy to see his brother reunited. From Tyrant's reaction, he could tell that Great Master Ranfeng didn't tell Tyrant about his death. Otherwise, with Tyrant's temper, even if he wasn't strong enough, he would have gone out to fight the 6 major clans. At least, he wouldn't have stayed here in seclusion to cultivate peacefully. "Tyrant, let's cut to the chase. Something big has happened during this period of time. Ancestor Green Lotus has been found." Jiang Chen could only use his divine sense to compress everything that had happened during this period of time into a divine sense and transmit it to Tyrant. After listening to it, Tyrant's expression was the same as Yen Chen Yu's. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never thought that such a big thing would happen during this period of time. More importantly, Ancestor Green Lotus had been found. This made him extremely excited. Ancestral Master is really imprisoned. Tyrant sighed endlessly. Although he had never seen his ancestor before, he worshipped him very much. A person who could make his master worship him was like a god in his heart, a person who stood high above the masses. Tyrant, Ancestor Green Lotus asked me to give this Saraira to you as a gift. You can refine it as it will bring you endless benefits. This Saraira contains the immortal soul of Ancestor Green Lotus. I'm afraid I don't need to explain its value. I'm waiting for you to grow stronger. Soon, St. Origin World will be plunged into chaos. At that time we will have to fight side by side. Chapter 985. Tyrant's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the relic in front of him that was emitting a pure golden light. He couldn't calm himself down for a long time. Not only him, even Great Master Ranfeng who stood next to him had the same expression. As eminent monks of Buddhism, they knew better than Jianghu how powerful and valuable this relic was. Thank you, Ancestral Master. Tyrant had never been so solemn before. Whether it was his tone or expression, he had never been so serious. He slowly received the relic, feeling as if it weighed billions of kilograms. Kneel down. Great Master Ranfeng looked at Tyrant and said, You have never met the Ancestral Master, but the Ancestral Master has given you such a great fortune. This is enough to show how much importance the Ancestral Master has placed on you. Tyrant, you will have to rely on yourself in the future. I hope you won't disappoint the Ancestral Master and me. I hope that one day when the Ancestral Master is freed from his prison, you will be able to contribute your strength. Put on. Tyrant knelt down in front of the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus and kowtowed 3 times in a row. That kind of reverence was something that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Even without the relic in his hand, it wouldn't change the unshakable position and lofty image of Ancestor Green Lotus in his heart. Jianghu felt incomparably gratified when he saw this scene. For so many years, this pair of master and disciple had been guarding Green Lotus Mountain, waiting for this day. Today they finally got the news of Ancestor Green Lotus. Both of them couldn't help but feel excited. Tyrant, continue your seclusion. I will return to St. Origin Palace now. You don't have to worry about Ancestor Green Lotus. He has a huge bargaining chip in his hand. Even Desolate Palace won't dare to touch him. Jianghu said. Little friend, this poor monk is truly unable to repay the kindness you have shown us, master and disciple. Great Master Ranfeng bowed to Jianghu. You're welcome, Great Master. We are on the same side. Jianghu hastily helped Great Master Ranfeng up. He was a good friend of Ancestor Green Lotus in his previous life and Tyrant in this life. Therefore, whatever happened to Ancestor Green Lotus was his business. Naturally, Jianghu wouldn't shirk his duty. Little Chinzi, be careful in St. Origin Palace. I will refine the relic as soon as possible. Tyrant stood up from the ground and said to Jianghu, All right, I'll leave now. After saying that, Jianghu's body swayed and disappeared. He had gone to the ancient battlefield to look for Yanxinyu. Now he had settled the matters in the western region. He had wasted almost all of his time. Jianghu estimated that the 6 halls had already received the news. Soon they would send real experts to deal with him. Therefore, Jianghu had to return to St. Origin Palace before the experts of the 6 major palaces arrived. Given his current combat strength, he wasn't strong enough to fight the experts of the 6 major palaces. It was necessary to use Gu Chen's time to stall for time. The first thing Jianghu did was to go to Gu Palace and find Gu Shentian. Without alerting anyone, he asked Gu Shentian to open the passageway to Gu Palace. Not long after Jianghu left, the experts of the 6 major palaces finally returned from St. Origin Palace. The first to arrive was the expert of Desolate family. Due to the death of the elder of Desolate Palace, the experts of Desolate Palace had sensed the shattering of his soul jade slip. A total of 3 experts of Desolate Palace returned. 2 of them were 8th grade great saints and 1 was a 7th grade minor saint. Compared to the people of Pure Land, an 8th grade great saint was a supreme existence. Once an 8th grade great saint appeared, he would be revered by countless people. The 3 experts of Desolate Palace returned to Desolate family first. Then they were led by a few 5th grade great saint elders of Desolate family to the battlefield outside Desolate City. When the 3 experts saw the destroyed Desolate City and the battlefield that had been completely destroyed, and the blood that was splashing everywhere on the ground, monstrous anger was ignited in their hearts. Bastard! Bastard! Damn bastard! No one has ever dared to kill the people of our Shao clan. He must be tired of living. He must be tired of living. Kill him. We must kill him. Search the entire world immediately. We must find that Jiangqin. I've already collected a trace of that little bastard's aura on this battlefield. Now, I'm going to use the method of deduction to find that little bastard. The anger of the experts of Desolate Palace couldn't be appeased. The 8th grade Great Saint had collected a trace of Jiangqin's qi. He was going to use this qi to locate Jiangqin and drag him out. Not long after the experts of Desolate Palace appeared, the experts of Dan Palace, Narung Palace, Bin Palace, Shur Palace and Hua Palace also appeared. All of them were peerless 8th grade Great Saints. When they saw the battlefield, they were instantly infuriated. The combined anger of so many experts almost burned the void. Elders, all of you must seek justice for our tribe. That Jiangqin is insane. He has killed so many people and almost caused our tribe to fall into an irrecoverable state. That's right. That's right, Elder. It's too tragic. That battle was too tragic. We have to kill Jiangqin to avenge our family. Only then will we be able to avenge our family. How many years has it been? No one has ever dared to treat our family like this. This is the first time our patriarch has been killed. This is a great humiliation. The experts of the 6 major families burst into tears, complaining to the experts of the 6 palaces. They shuddered when they recalled the scene of Jiangqin killing the experts of the 6 major families. Their hatred for Jiangqin had reached an extreme level. Jiangqin, I have never thought that such a heaven-defying figure would appear in the Pure Land. He must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise he will leave behind endless troubles. We must kill him. He will still die even if he runs to the ends of the world. There is his remaining qi here. Let's immediately use the divination technique to scan the entire Saint Origin world. We must not miss a single corner. We must drag him out and grind his bones into ashes. All the experts of the 6 major palaces were furious. No one knew how many years had passed since the establishment of the 8 major families in the Pure Land, but there had never been a case of a patriarch being killed. This was the first time in the history of the Pure Land. Not only did the 6 major families lose their patriarch, they also lost the face and dignity that they had accumulated over the years. Their high and mighty prestige had been severely challenged. For a moment, all the 8th grade Great Saints joined forces and began to search for Jiangqin using the Great Deduction technique. They wanted to explore every corner of Saint Origin World and drag Jiangqin out. Gu Palace. Jiangqin came to Gu Firmament's place. Jiangqin, I didn't expect you to make such a big mess this time. The experts of the 6 major families have already gone to the Pure Land. I guess they are looking for you all over the world. You have killed the patriarchs of the 6 major families. This is the first time in the history of the Pure Land. The 6 major families will never let you go. Gu Firmament sighed. He had expected that Jiangqin would cause a big incident this time, but he didn't think that it would be so serious. However, it could be seen from Gu Firmament's face that he was very satisfied with Jiangqin's action. Since Jiangqin wanted chaos, Jiangqin should just let it be. From this, Gu Firmament could see that Jiangqin was a peerless genius. A 3rd grade Great Saint could kill a 7th grade Great Saint. Such combat strength was the first time in the history of the Pure Land. Moreover, Jiangqin was decisive in killing. He never hesitated when he wanted to kill. Even Gu Firmament couldn't do such a big thing like killing the patriarchs of the 6 major families. Gu Shintian had already been told about what had happened in the Pure Land. Although Gu Firmament was here, he knew everything that had happened in the Pure Land. Of course. They want to kill me, so I must kill them. The 6 major palaces are going against me, so they will end up the same way in the future. Jiangqin's qi fluctuated. Even Gu Firmament was affected by his arrogant attitude. He could imagine that once Jiangqin grew stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Palace Master, you have to send powerful experts back to the ancient people to suppress the situation. If the experts of the 6 major palaces can't find me, I'm afraid that they will vent their anger on my family and friends. Now that my family and friends are in the ancient people, I will feel more at ease if there are experts guarding them. Jiangqin said. You don't have to worry about this. I have already sent 4 8th grade Great Saints back to the ancient people to suppress the situation. The experts of the 6 major palaces won't dare to act recklessly. You should focus on your cultivation now. Although you are very powerful now, the gap between you and the 6 major palaces isn't small. Gu Firmament said. Jiangqin nodded. What he lacked now was strength. He had to do everything he could to improve his strength in the shortest time possible. Gu Firmament was a meticulous man. He had thought of everything that Jiangqin had thought of, which saved Jiangqin a lot of trouble. In the Pure Land, the experts of the 6 major palaces had used the great deduction art to deduce the situation for 2 days straight, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin, which made them extremely depressed. Damn it. Could it be that this man has completely disappeared? We can't even sense him when we work together. Even the ancient people and the demon race can't find any information about him. Are we going to let him get away with it? This man has extraordinary talent. He is a real miracle. If we don't kill him now, he will surely leave behind a great calamity. What should we do now? This man has completely disappeared. We want to kill him for revenge, but we can't find any trace of him at all. The experts of the 6 major palaces were incomparably depressed. They had been deducing the situation for 2 days in anger, but they didn't find anything. Since he won't show up, we will kill his family and friends. Then we will eliminate his entire clan. That will lure him out. The 8th grade great saint of Desolate Palace said viciously. That's right. We must eliminate his entire clan. Kill his family and everyone related to him. Let's see if he will show up or not. Someone agreed immediately. Elders, we have investigated. Jiang Qin came from the eastern continent. Martial Saint Dynasty is his hometown. His father and friends are in Martial Saint Dynasty. Also, Nebula sect is the sect that Jiang Qin belongs to and has a close relationship with Jiang Qin. Chapter 986. Head to the eastern continent immediately. Capture all the people who are related to Jiang Qin and Martial Saint Dynasty. The 8th grade great saint of Desolate Palace gave the order. The current situation was exactly what Jiang Qin had expected. Jiang Qin had already expected that if the experts of the 6 major palaces couldn't find him, they wouldn't let this matter go. They would shift their anger to his family and friends and use this as a threat to lure him out. However, the experts of the 6 major palaces were destined to be disappointed, because Jiang Qin had already prepared for this. Today the entire Martial Saint Dynasty had vanished into thin air, let alone finding anyone who was related to Jiang Qin. The elders of the 6 major palaces who were sent to the eastern continent rushed there furiously, but soon returned with a depressed look. What happened? An expert of Desolate Palace asked with a frown. Elder, it seems like that Jiang Qin has already prepared for this. The entire Martial Saint Dynasty has vanished into thin air, including the buildings. That place has become an empty land. It's fortunate that not even a strand of hair of such a huge sect is left. It's as if it had never existed. It seems like Jiang Qin has already predicted this and is fully prepared. Someone said furiously. This kid is meticulous, courageous and resourceful. He will certainly become a great threat in the future. The expert of Fire Palace couldn't help but sigh. Everyone could feel the scariness of Jiang Qin. The scariness of Jiang Qin wasn't only because of his talent and strength, but also because of his extraordinary wisdom. Basically, everything was under his control. He would never leave any traces behind when he did something. He would never give his opponent a chance to threaten him. Undoubtedly, such a person was very scary. He had almost no weaknesses. It was extremely difficult to deal with him. Elder, Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula Kid must have been moved to the Ancient People's Palace. In my opinion, we should go to the Ancient People's Palace and ask for them. A 5th grade great saint elder of Desolate family said. After all, our target is Jiang Qin, not his family. If Jiang Qin stayed with the ancient people, it would be fine even if we broke through the ancient people's doorstep. However, we are going to the ancient people to deal with Jiang Qin's family and friends. To us, those ordinary people are not good for the prestige of our 6 palaces. An expert from the Bin Palace shook his head. I can't care so much anymore. I have to lure Jiang Qin out and get rid of him as soon as possible. I can't give him too many chances to grow. The expert of Desolate Palace shook his head and flew towards the Ancient People's Palace. The experts of the other 5 major families followed suit. They were aware of the stakes and the potential threat of Jiang Qin's existence. Now that Jiang Qin had disappeared without a trace, they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin even if they used their divination technique. If they wanted to kill Jiang Qin now, they could only start with Jiang Qin's family. In any case, they had to go to the Ancient People's Palace to have a look. Ancient People's Palace was vast. Even if the Martial Saint Dynasty and the Nebula sect were to enter, it still wouldn't feel crowded. At this moment, the buildings of Sacred Object Dynasty and Nebula sect were covered with a layer of light. It was a powerful formation that protected them. Gu Xiantian knew the importance of Martial Saint Dynasty to Jiang Qin, so he didn't dare to neglect it. Long. Suddenly, A gigantic hole appeared in the clear skies. Outside of the ancient race, many unparalleled powerful beings walked out of the void. Every single one of them was a powerful being. Just the aura that was casually emanating from their bodies was enough to send chills down one's spine. Oh! Look, these people are very strong. They should be the supreme experts of the 6 major families who have returned from St. Origin Palace. They must be here for Jiangqin. Jiangqin isn't here at all. It's useless for them to come here. Are you stupid? Jiangqin has killed so many experts of the 6 major families, including their patriarch. How humiliating is that? Jiangqin isn't here, but Jiangqin's family and friends are here. I guess the experts of the 6 major families have come for Jiangqin's family. They really don't care about their face. They can't kill Jiangqin, so they threaten Jiangqin's family. This is a disgrace to the 6 major families. That's right. If they are here for the people of Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula Sect, they are too shameless. However, a few of our ancient people have returned from St. Origin Palace. The experts of the 6 major families won't dare to rampage here. The arrival of the experts of the 6 major families immediately attracted the attention of the ancient people. Many disciples of the ancient people saw them and began to discuss about them. Many of them had already guessed the intention of the experts of the 6 major families. They couldn't find Jiangqin, so they came to threaten Jiangqin's family. Guxiantian, come out. The leader of Desolate Palace shouted at the ancient people. Immediately, all the higher-ups of the ancient people flew out, but the leader wasn't Guxiantian anymore. Instead, it was 7 elders with powerful qi. These 4 elders had extremely powerful cultivation base. Their qi was enough to make people feel pressured. They were the experts of Gu Palace, all of them were 8th grade great saints. Who dares to clamor outside the ancient people's territory? The leading elder's tone was deep and impolite. Gu 7, I didn't expect you all to come back. The experts of the 6 major families were stunned when they saw a few experts of Desolate Palace, but they found it normal when they thought about it. After all, the ancient people were famous for cheering on Jiangqin. It wasn't strange that Gu Firmament would send experts to guard the ancient people's territory after the news was spread to Gu Palace. This man was ranked 7th among his peers. He was also the 7th elder of Gu Palace. That was why he was called Gu 7. I was wondering who it was. Ancient people are the foundation of Gu Palace. I can come back whenever I want. I don't need to ask for permission from Desolate Palace. Besides, the law enforcement palace is under the control of us ancient people. According to the rule of St. Origin Palace, the 8 major families are not allowed to return to Pure Land and disturb the peace of Pure Land. Today, so many of you have come to our ancient people's territory in anger. I must give you an explanation. You all have disregarded the rule of St. Origin Palace. After I return, I will report this to the palace master and send you all to the law enforcement palace for punishment. Gu 7 spoke in a very domineering manner. He didn't give them any face. The first thing he said was to show his power. What Gu 7 said almost made them faint. What they were doing now had indeed violated the rule of St. Origin Palace. According to the rule, law enforcement palace had the right to punish them. What made them even more depressed was that law enforcement palace was now under the control of the ancient people because of a guy named Gu Qin. Gu 7, I think you know why we are here today. That Jiangqin has killed so many experts of our 6 major families, including the patriarchs of our 6 major families. Such a crazy and rebellious act. We, the 6 major families, must seek justice and kill him. You ancient people have praised Jiangqin. I guess that Jiangqin might be hiding in your ancient people. As long as you hand over Jiangqin, we will leave immediately, said Desolate Woolen. In his point of view, the reason why they couldn't find any trace of Jiangqin was probably because Jiangqin was hiding in the ancient people. Gu 7 might have a way to conceal Jiangqin's qi. Of course, this was just their speculation. Jiangqin isn't here. Ancient people, you can go back now, said Gu Xiantian. We don't believe it. Why don't we go in and search? Said an expert of Fire Palace. Presumptuous. This is the territory of the ancient people. How can you search as you wish? If Jiangqin isn't with the ancient people, it means he isn't with the ancient people. An expert of Gu Palace was displeased. What a joke. If they allowed them to go in and search as they wished, the reputation of the ancient people would be ruined. Since Jiangqin isn't here, please hand over Jiangqin's family. This is a grudge between the 6 major clans and Jiangqin. I hope you ancient people won't get involved, said an expert of Narang Palace. They couldn't figure out Jiangqin's whereabouts even after joining forces. It seemed that the ancient people didn't lie. Jiang Chen was probably not here. Otherwise, even if they couldn't figure out Jiang Chen's exact location, they could at least figure out his approximate location. Since Jiang Chen wasn't here, they would go straight to the point and state their purpose of coming here. Haha, desolate Wuling, you bunch of old guys are so shameless. How dare you set your sights on someone else's family? If you have the guts, go and seek revenge on Jiang Chen. With your status, you actually want to threaten him with a few mortals. Do you really have no sense of shame? Gu 7 immediately burst into laughter. What a joke. The most important reason they were sent here by ancient firmament was to protect Jiang Chen's family. Humph. Cut the crap. If you don't hand them over, we will attack you directly. An expert of Hua Palace harumphed coldly. Then you can try. We, the ancient people, have never offended you. If you attack us here, it will be the same as provoking the competition between the 8 major families. Can you bear the consequences? Someone yelled, giving tit for tat. That's right. The people of the 6 major families are too shameless. Threatening someone's family when they can't find the person is disgusting. At this time, a voice was heard from afar. Then another 3 powerful 8th grade great saints appeared. Their bodies emitted a sky-piercing demonic chi. The chi was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. That's right. Damn it. The people of Demon Palace are also involved in this. Desolate Wuling couldn't help but curse. It seemed that it was impossible to get Jiang Chen's family away today. Putting aside the fact that this was disadvantageous to their reputation, the fact that there were so many 8th grade great saints in Gu Palace and Demon Palace made it impossible for them to succeed. Chapter 987. The situation had become very tense. To the experts of the 6 major palaces, it was already a very shameless thing for them to ask for Jiang Chen's family and friends. If they were to start a fight because of this, the reputation of the 6 major palaces would be swept away. More importantly, there were so many 8th grade great saints in Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Even if they were to start a fight, they wouldn't be able to get what they wanted. Instead, they would be infamous for thousands of years. After all, the ones who were hiding among the ancient people were Jiang Chen's family, not Jiang Chen himself. Another point was that the current law enforcement palace was no longer in the hands of Desolate Palace, but Gu Palace. Even the experts of Desolate Palace wouldn't dare to act recklessly. What should we do now? An expert of Sure Palace asked. What else can we do? They have already made sufficient preparations. Even if we start a fight, we won't have a reasonable excuse. If we start a fight now, not only will we not achieve our goal, it will also give Law Enforcement Palace an excuse to kick us when we are down. The current Law Enforcement Palace is no longer the same as before. Ancient people and demon race have full control over it. Let's rush back to St. Origin Palace now. That Jiang Chen won't be able to hide for long. Desolate Wuling said. The others nodded. Now that the plan to threaten Jiang Chen with his family and friends had failed and they couldn't find Jiang Chen, it was meaningless for them to stay. It was better to return to St. Origin Palace and see if the experts of St. Origin Palace could deduce the location of Jiang Chen. Ancient people, demon race, the fact that you are protecting Jiang Chen means that you are going against the 6 major families. You 2 families won't have a good ending. Desolate Wuling said viciously before he left. You don't have to worry about our ending. Gu Qi waved his sleeve, signaling Desolate Wuling to get lost. In the next few days, St. Origin Palace couldn't stay calm anymore, especially the 6 major families. It could be said that they were completely agitated because the incident that happened in the Pure Land had spread across the entire St. Origin Palace. Jiang Chen's name was like a whirlwind that swept across the entire palace, causing countless uproar and shock. Who the hell is that Jiang Chen? Why haven't I heard of it before? Damn it! That bastard actually killed so many of our men. This is simply a great humiliation. We must find this person and kill him. The patriarchs of the 6 great clans have all been killed. Such a thing has never happened before. I can't believe such a crazy person actually appeared in the Pure Land. I know this person. Previously, he killed many experts from the 6 clans in the ancient battlefield ruins. Later on, the 6 clan leaders joined forces to kill him. I did not expect him to still be alive. This person is a rare genius. If he is not eliminated, he will be a great disaster. Everyone was talking about it. The people of the 6 major palaces were gnashing their teeth in anger. This was too hateful. This was an ocean of hatred that was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. If Jiang Chen's reputation wasn't taken seriously by St. Origin Palace because of the battle in the ancient battlefield, then now Jiang Chen's reputation was unparalleled. However, they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin now. They couldn't do anything even if they wanted to take revenge. For the past few days, even the palace masters of the 6 major palaces couldn't find the location of Jiang Qin. It was as if this person didn't exist at all. Of course, it would be a miracle if they could deduce his whereabouts. Jiang Qin was now completely inside the Zulong Tower, completely isolated from the outside world. No one would be able to find him. Furthermore, he cultivated the dragon transformation skill and was proficient in the great soul derivation technique. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him even if he stood right in front of them. There was a Gu Qin in St. Origin Palace and a Jiang Qin in Pure Land. Before one wave subsided, another wave arose. How many years had it been since the emergence of 2 peerless geniuses in St. Origin World? However, the people of the 6 major palaces still couldn't link these 2 figures together. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin and Gu Qin were the same person? These days, Jiang Qin had been in seclusion inside the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was a sacred treasure. There were many magical functions that needed to be explored, but to the current Jiang Qin, exploring the Zulong Tower was an incomparably difficult task. Cultivation was one of the factors. On the other hand, the Zulong Tower only had 3 floors. Compared to the 99 floors Zulong Tower at its peak, it was too weak. There were many powerful functions that hadn't been activated yet, let alone exploring them. A few days later, the sound of war drums suddenly sounded in the sky above St. Origin Palace. The sound didn't come from Gu Palace but from Law Enforcement Palace. Law Enforcement Palace represented St. Origin Palace and could issue orders to the 8 major palaces at the critical moment. What's going on? I have been in St. Origin Palace for a long time, but I have never heard the sound of war drums. Usually, when there is a war drum, it means that something big is about to happen. Jiang Qin kept the Zulong Tower and walked out of the courtyard. At this time, Gu Lufeng and Gu Luing were just outside the courtyard. It seemed that they were here to look for him. Beside them was another young genius. He was Gu Xuanhuan, the one who had confronted Desolate Palace in the refining tower. His cultivation base had already reached the terrifying 6th grade Great Saint. Little Qinzi, you have finished your seclusion. Seeing Jiang Qin coming out, Gu Lufeng hastily greeted him. Greetings, Brother Gu. Jiang Qin held his fists at Gu Xuanhuan. Don't mention it. We are all on the same side. Gu Qin, you are now a great hero of Gu Palace. Gu Xuanhuan said with a smile. Even with his status, he had to be polite when talking to Jiang Qin. He didn't dare to show any neglect. He knew very well that although his cultivation was slightly higher than Jiang Qin's, his talent was not even half of Jiang Qin's. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Qin surpassed him in terms of talent. Jiang Qin would surpass him sooner or later. Brother Gu is being too polite. What's with the sound of the war drum? Asked Jiang Qin. This is the war drum of Law Enforcement Palace. In St. Origin Palace, any major event will be issued by Law Enforcement Palace. I heard that the Great Lightning Tune Temple is seeking help from St. Origin Palace because of the chaos in Western Domain. Gu Xuanhuan said. Is it because of the turmoil in the Devil World? Jiang Qin was startled. If the Great Lightning Tune Temple had to seek help from Saint Elixir, it must be because of the devils in the Devil World. You're right. The Devil World is the gathering place of the Devil race. All these years, the Devil race has been recuperating. Now, they are making a comeback trying to dominate the Western Domain. You're right. The Devil World is the gathering place of the Devil race. All these years, the Devil race has been recuperating. Now, they are making a comeback trying to occupy the Western Domain. The Buddha sect of the Great Lightning Tune Temple has been declining day by day. The current Buddha sect is no longer able to resist the invasion of the Devil race. The experts of the 8 major families of the Pure Land have joined the war, but many of them have been killed by a man called Jiang Qin. So, the reason why the Law Enforcement Palace has sounded the war drum is to summon us to eliminate the Devil race in the Western Domain. You should know that although there are a lot of geniuses in St. Origin Palace, most of them are pampered and rarely have any life and death experiences. This time the Devil race will be a very good training. All the 8 major palaces hope that their disciples can eliminate the Devil race. Gu Xuanhuan said. I see. The Devil race has been multiplying very fast. After so many years of cultivation in the Devil World, Buddha sect has been declining day by day. Naturally, they couldn't resist the crazy attack of the Devil race. There is a powerful 9th grade Devil Saint in the Devil World. If St. Origin Palace doesn't take action, let alone Western Domain, the entire St. Origin world will soon fall. Jiang Qin said. The turmoil of the devil race was within his expectation. He had entered the devil world several times and had felt the strength of the devil race there. In the history of Saint Origin World, human cultivators had fought with the devil race many times, but they still couldn't eradicate the devil race completely. As long as the weeds didn't die, the spring wind would bloom again. It wasn't an easy task to eradicate the stubborn devil race. Little Qinzi, we are ready to go to Western Domain to kill the devils. Do you want to come with us? Asked Gu Lufeng. Of course. How can I be left out of this? Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He was worrying about how to improve his cultivation. The devil race was his biggest target. Not only did they have a large number of devils, but their bodies and essence were also very strong. Not only could they help him improve his cultivation, they were also the best material to condense the Zulong Tower. The reason why Jiang Qin didn't enter the devil world and start a massacre was because there was a powerful devil saint in the devil race. If he wantonly slaughtered in the devil world, it would attract the attention of the super devil saint, which would be very disadvantageous to him. But now it was different. The devils of the devil world had rushed out of the devil world and attacked Western Domain. The experts of Saint Origin Palace had to take action as well. At that time, the super devil saints of the devil race would naturally be dealt with by the super great saints of Saint Origin Palace. The experts of Saint Origin Palace wouldn't just stand by and watch the devil experts kill their geniuses. In this way, it had created an extremely favorable condition for Jiang Qin. The battlefield of the devils was simply Jiang Qin's main battlefield. With the double enhancement of the edifying light and the Zulong Tower, he was simply the nemesis of the devils. In other words, the chaos in Western Domain had created a great opportunity for Jiang Qin. Naturally, Jiang Qin would see such an opportunity. All right. Let's go to Law Enforcement Palace first. There should be a lot of people going to Western Domain this time, said Gu Shuangtan. Subsequently, a group of people flew towards the direction of Law Enforcement Palace. When they arrived, there were already a lot of people on the square of Law Enforcement Palace. They were the experts of the 8 major palaces. The weakest among them was a great saint. The chaos of the devils was a major event. Saint Origin Palace was going to take action. Whether they were going to participate or not, they had to be there to understand the situation. As soon as Jiang Qin and the others appeared on the square, a cold gaze fell on him like a sharp sword, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 988. Jiang Qin frowned. This man's gaze made him feel incomparably uncomfortable, but he was sure that he had never seen this man before. Among the experts of Desolate Palace, he had only met Desolate Emperor and a few from Law Enforcement Palace. Little beast, so you are here. Desolate Wuling leaped up in an instant. A huge palm that was as huge as the sky pounced at Jiang Qin. The scene startled everyone. Presumptuous. A loud bellow came from Gu Palace. An 8th grade great saint expert of Gu Palace also struck out an attack, colliding with Desolate Wuling's attack, setting off a storm in the void. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin's facial expression didn't change. Even his footsteps didn't slow down. The confidence that came from the bottom of his heart couldn't be faked at all. Today, Law Enforcement Palace was supposed to provide aid to Western Domain, but they didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen. Many eyes were fixed on Desolate Wuling. The faces of the experts of Gu Palace were filled with anger. Given Desolate Wuling's identity, it was shameful for him to sneak attack a junior. In the eyes of outsiders, the reason why Desolate Wuling attacked Jiang Qin was because of the incident in Law Enforcement Palace. Jiang Qin had killed a genius of Desolate Palace and caused Desolate Emperor to lose his position as Palace Master. However, no matter how much he hated Jiang Qin, he couldn't just ignore his identity. It was shameless and shameful for an 8th grade Great Saint Elder to attack a 3rd grade Great Saint Junior in front of so many people. Desolate Wuling, are you fucking sick? Why did you attack a genius of Gu Palace all of a sudden? The elder who attacked Gu Palace bellowed. Desolate Palace was too arrogant. Not to mention that Law Enforcement Palace was no longer under the control of Desolate Palace. Even if it was, it shouldn't be so insane to attack a genius of Gu Palace. I sensed a trace of familiar chi from him. He isn't Gu Qin. He is Jiang Qin, the one who killed the patriarchs of the 6 major families. Jiang Qin. Desolate Wuling said loudly. His words were like a rock, instantly stirring up 1,000 ripples. As soon as Desolate Wuling's voice faded, everyone was shocked and looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief, especially the geniuses of the 6 major palaces. The way they looked at Jiang Qin had changed with a trace of killing intent. However, there were also many who were doubtful. Although Gu Qin and Jiang Qin had the same name, it didn't mean that they were the same person. It was hard to believe Desolate Wuling's baseless words. Moreover, everyone knew that Desolate Palace had a grudge against Gu Qin. They couldn't wait to eat Gu Qin alive. It was inevitable that Desolate Wuling would use this method to frame Gu Qin. This is really funny. Desolate Wuling, even if Desolate Palace hates Gu Qin, you should find a better excuse. Gu Qin has been cultivating in Gu Palace for the past few days and has never left. How could he be related to Jiang Qin? Don't tell me that all the geniuses named Qin in this world are Jiang Qin? I know that Desolate Palace isn't in a good mood after losing the Law Enforcement Palace, but you have to act according to your status. An 8th grade great saint has openly killed a genius of my family and even tried to frame me. I can enforce the law according to the rules of the Law Enforcement Palace. Gu Firmament burst into laughter. He didn't expect such a change in the situation. Given his experience, he could naturally tell that Jiang Qin must have left his qi on the battlefield, which was captured by Desolate Wuling. Although Gu Qin had changed his appearance, his qi didn't change much, so it was normal for Desolate Wuling to find out who he was. However, Gu Firmament was after all the master of Law Enforcement Palace and a major figure of Gu Palace. Naturally, he wouldn't allow Jiang Qin to reveal his identity. Otherwise, he was afraid that all the experts of the 6 major palaces would attack Jiang Qin. One should know that what Jiang Qin had done in the Pure Land was enough for the 6 major palaces to attack him at all costs. Fortunately, there was an irreconcilable conflict between Jiang Qin and Desolate Palace. Because of what happened in Law Enforcement Palace, Desolate Emperor had lost his position as the master of Law Enforcement Palace and also caused Desolate Palace to lose all its face. Everyone knew about this. Without any evidence, Desolate Wuling's way of dealing with Jiang Qin was to fabricate an excuse for revenge. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Desolate Emperor ignored Gu Firmament and shifted his gaze to Desolate Wuling. Desolate Wuling frowned. As a matter of fact, he wasn't so sure. When he arrived at the battlefield, the battle had already ended a long time ago. The qi that was left by Jiang Qin was just a very weak trace. Moreover, both Jiang Qin and Gu Qin were monstrous geniuses. Having a trace of the same qi wouldn't be considered as qi. Moreover, Desolate Wuling felt that Gu Qin was a stranger to him at this moment. Plus, Gu Qin's face didn't change as if he had a clear conscience. One should know that given Jiang Qin's age, if Gu Qin was really Jiang Qin, once his identity was exposed, he would certainly feel uneasy and unnatural. However, the Gu Qin in front of him had been calm from the beginning until now. That calmness was absolutely not an act. There was another point. If Jiang Qin was really hiding in St. Origin Palace, it was impossible that they couldn't deduce anything during these days. Elder Desolate, I want you to check carefully. Also, the elders of the 6 major palaces who have returned to Pure Land, check carefully too. See if I am the same person as Jiang Qin. If you are slandering me, I'm not going to do it. Jiang Qin gave tit for tat. In addition to the experts of Desolate Palace, a lot of experts from the other 5 major palaces had also returned to St. Origin Palace. All of them were carefully looking at Gu Qin, but the qi that they had collected from Jiang Qin was very weak. They couldn't sense anything from Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin was secretly operating the Zulong Tower and had begun to change his qi. Naturally, they couldn't see through it. I have a basis to suspect that he is Jiang Qin. Desolate Wuling said. Oh, I wonder what basis Elder Desolate has. Jiang Qin looked at Xiao Wuling with interest. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a 3rd grade great saint. That Jiang Qin is also a 3rd grade great saint. When you were still a 2nd grade great saint, you killed a 4th grade great saint genius of my family. That Jiang Qin killed a 7th grade great saint elder of my family when he was only a 3rd grade great saint. It's impossible for 2 such heaven-defying geniuses to appear in the heavens and earth at the same time. Also, I have investigated your identity. You came to Gu Palace as the foster son of Gu Xintian. Ancient people have never heard of this person called Jiang Qin, but a foster son suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It just so happens that Jiang Qin has a close relationship with the ancient people. I can't help but think more about it. Desolate Wuling said. This showed that Desolate Palace had been investigating Gu Qin ever since the incident in Law Enforcement Palace. One had to admit that Desolate Wuling's words were very influential. Putting aside the fact that Gu Qin suddenly emerged from the ancient people, it was because both Gu Qin and Jiang Qin were too heaven-defying. The appearance of 2 such heaven-defying geniuses at the same time and the close relationship between Jiang Qin and the ancient people made people think more about it. What a joke. Desolate Wooling, is this the so-called evidence you are talking about? Everything is just a guess. You, as an elder of Desolate Palace, slandered the genius of Gu Palace. I won't let this matter go. These days, Gu Qin has been staying in Gu Palace and didn't have the chance to kill the patriarchs of the 6 major families. Now, as the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace, I'm going to punish you for your slander. Gu Firmament's chi fluctuated. It seemed that he was going to attack Desolate Wooling directly. He was now the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace and had the capital to be domineering. He knew very well that Jiang Qin was Gu Qin and Gu Qin was Jiang Qin. As long as Desolate Wooling couldn't produce any evidence, Gu Qin would be slandered and he would be punished for slander. Brother Gu, please give me some face. The Western Domain is in chaos now and the enemy is right in front of us. Let's not panic and head to the Western Domain to rescue them. Desolate Emperor spoke. Only God knew how depressed and aggrieved he felt when he said this. Gu Firmament's current position should have belonged to him. If he was still the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace, he would have directly captured Gu Qin and interrogated him. But now that the power was in someone else's hands, he had no choice but to bow his head. Fine, I'll give you some face. I know that Desolate Palace is unhappy about losing the Law Enforcement Palace, but don't try to shift the blame. My Gu Palace isn't a place that anyone can bully. Gu Firmament Lung glanced at Desolate Emperor with an indescribable joy in his heart. He had already lost count of how many times he had dreamed of this scene. Desolate Wooling still wanted to say something, but was stopped by a glare from Desolate Emperor. Gu Firmament glanced around the square. When he saw that almost all the experts of the 8 palaces had arrived, he said, I believe you have all heard about the chaos in the Western Domain. The sound of the war drums represents the start of a war. In the history of St. Origin World, we have fought with the devil race for too many times. Now that the devil race has risen from the ashes, a great war is coming. The Western Domain has become the main battlefield. The eminent monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple are about to collapse. This is a rare opportunity for young people like you to gain experience. Later, all the spatial passageways connecting the 8 palaces to the Pure Land will be opened. Gu Firmament's voice was loud and extremely penetrating. As his voice faded, another war between the Saint Origin World and the Devil Race was about to begin. Subsequently, the experts of the 8 palaces returned to their respective places. Each palace had its own spatial passageway. They had to return to the Pure Land first before hurrying to the battlefield in the Western Domain. The scale of the war this time was huge. The Devil Race had been recuperating for such a long time. Now that they were going to launch a strong attack, they were bound to be ferocious. St. Origin Palace was full of experts and countless geniuses. Many of the young disciples couldn't hold back their excitement. As for Jiang Qin, he wasn't only going to deal with the Devil Race in this war, but also the experts of the 6 palaces. He knew very well that Desolate Palace had already noticed him and even suspected his identity. Chapter 989. The spatial passageways of the 8 major palaces were opened at the same time. A large number of genius disciples were the first batch to rush into the spatial passageways. The higher-ups had issued an order that those who performed well in the war with the Devil Race and killed a large number of devils would be rewarded handsomely. This made these geniuses who were eager to gain experience even more excited. They couldn't wait to rush to the Western Domain and kill the devils. Jiang Qin was no exception. He, Gu Xuanhuan and the other geniuses of Gu Palace entered the spatial passageway of Gu Palace. Desolate Palace. Are you sure that kid is Jiang Qin? Desolate Emperor asked in a solemn tone, staring at Desolate Wooling without blinking his eyes. I'm not sure, but when this kid came out, I did sense a familiar aura. It's exactly the same as the aura left behind by Jiang Qin that I collected from the battlefield. But because the aura is too weak, I can't be sure. Desolate Wooling shook his head. No matter what, this kid is a big scourge. Whether he is Jiang Qin or Gu Qin, we have to find a way to get rid of him. Now that Law Enforcement Palace is under the control of Gu Firmament, it's too reckless of you to act. But since that kid has gone to the battlefield of Western Domain, it's a great opportunity for us. Desolate Emperor's face was grim. Palace Master, are you going to do it yourself? Desolate Wooling's eyes lit up. It's just a kid. There's no need for me to do it myself. Among the genius disciples of Desolate Palace, there are some who can kill him. I'm going to do it myself this time, but it's to suppress the super devil saints of the devil race. This time, St. Origin Palace is going to create a cruel training ground for the geniuses. We will pay attention to the movements of those super devil saints and prevent them from joining the battlefield. By then the entire battlefield will be yours. Desolate Emperor said. Hallmaster, rest assured. This time, no matter what, I will not allow that brat to return alive. Desolate Wuling gritted his teeth. In his heart, both Gu Qin and Jiang Chen were his enemies and must die. Needless to say, Jiang Chen's enmity with Desolate family was irreconcilable. Although Gu Qin had just arrived in St. Origin Palace not long ago, he had dealt a heavy blow to Desolate Palace. Not only did he kill a few geniuses of Desolate Palace, but he also made Desolate Palace lose face. More importantly, Gu Qin's potential was too great. He would be a great threat to Desolate Palace in the future. Pure Land Ancient People. A large number of geniuses of St. Origin Palace had arrived, causing the atmosphere of the ancient people to swell. The ancient people had elders who were in charge of receiving them, but the experts from Gu Palace basically didn't stop to rest. They went straight to the battlefield of Western Domain. Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry to go to the battlefield. Instead, he went to see Gu Xiantian. As the patriarch of the ancient people, Gu Xiantian naturally had to oversee the ancient people, so he didn't go to the battlefield. Patriarch, what's the situation in Western Domain? Asked Jiang Qin. The devil race suddenly rebelled and attacked Western Domain. The situation is very intense. Many experts from the 8 major families have gone to Western Domain to provide support. This time, the devil race's attack is very fierce. Western Domain has fallen in a very short period of time. The Great Lightning Tune Temple has a powerful 7th grade Great Saint, and Buddha sect has a divine ability and magic treasure that can restrain the devil race. Even so, the Great Lightning Tune Temple is on the verge of collapsing. If it wasn't for the few 8th grade Great Saints left by Gu Zhengnii to suppress the devil race, Western Domain would have been completely destroyed. Gu Xiantian sighed. However, in the history of St. Origin World, every war with the devil race was extremely tragic. I have already sensed the situation in Western Domain. This is a great opportunity for me. I will go to Western Domain now and join the battlefield. Now that the world is in chaos and the devil race is on the rise, it won't be easy for the 8 major families of the Pure Land to survive. Patriarch, please stay here and help me protect my family. Jiang Qin said. This is the foundation of the ancient people. I won't allow anyone to trample on it. Han Yen and Yen Xinyu have already gone to Western Domain. This time, the devil race has involved a lot of major powers. You have a lot of enemies. This time, you will not only face the devil race but also the revenge of the 6 major families. You have to be careful. Given your current strength, I can't help you anymore. Gu Xiantian patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. The current Jiang Chen had grown up completely. Given Jiang Chen's current strength and wisdom, it was enough for him to stand on his own. The vast Western Domain had completely fallen into the enemy's hands. Roars of devils could be heard everywhere. Boundless devil waves filled every corner of the sky. The flames of war had spread for millions of miles. Mountains had collapsed, the earth had sunk, and all living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. The devils were ferocious by nature. The exit of the devil world had been completely opened. The Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't hold on any longer. In just 2 days, the devil wind had blown across the entire Western Domain. Corpses were everywhere. Countless cultivators had died tragically on the battlefield. Killings were everywhere. There were powerful devils everywhere. The participation of the 8 major families couldn't alleviate the tragic situation of the war. Only after the experts of St. Origin Palace arrived would they be able to control the situation. There was a city at the edge of the Western Domain. At this moment, this city wasn't spared from the calamity. The sky above the city within a radius of 100 miles was filled with devils. Below the city, there was a man who looked like he was in his 30s. He was leading a large group of cultivators in a life-and-death battle with the devils. However, these cultivators were too weak. Most of them were only Combat King, Combat Soul, Combat Emperor, and only a dozen of them. There was only one minor saint. The number of devils kept increasing, and the devils that came were getting stronger. Currently, there were already 3 third-grade minor saints among the devils in the sky. Everyone's face was filled with despair. The middle-aged leader was the city lord. Currently he was in complete despair. He couldn't see any hope. City Lord, what should we do now? We are finished. The devils are too strong. Someone roared. Don't be afraid, everyone. I have already sent a distress signal to the eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The city lord shouted loudly, trying to comfort them. City Lord, stop dreaming. The Great Lightning Toon Temple is no longer the Great Lightning Toon Temple of the past. The Great Lightning Toon Temple can't even protect themselves. They won't come to save us. We are finished. An old man roared with bloodshot eyes. They had been waiting for the rescue of the Great Lightning Toon Temple. Unfortunately, after so long, there wasn't even a shadow of the Great Lightning Toon Temple. Their people kept dying. Those who survived were completely disappointed in the Great Lain Temple. The current Great Lain Temple was no longer the sacred Buddhist sect in their hearts. Resisting the devil and saving the living was the original meaning of the Great Lain Temple's existence. But now, even if the Great Lain Temple could not protect itself, it would not be difficult for them to send 1 or 2 high monks to various places in the western region to help. However, the Great Lightning Toon Temple was only protecting themselves. They didn't really send any reinforcements. Even the experts of the 8 families had gone to the main battlefield in the center of the western domain. No one would care about these cultivators in the peripheral cities. Jianghu, the leader of the devils, was 30 meters tall. He was laughing evilly as he looked at the people below. He stuck out his dark red tongue. His cold eyes could make one's soul shiver. The devils that blotted out the sky were ready. In their eyes, these people below were delicious prey. They had stayed in the devil world for too long. The blood of humans was what they craved the most. It's over. The people below had lost all hope. Even the city lord didn't comfort himself anymore. They were destined to die today. Their lives would end here. Right at this moment, a cold snort descended from the sky like a clap of thunder, and then a dazzling hand that was 5 kilometers in circumference appeared. Rays of golden light shot out from the hand and instantly dispersed the black demonic wave in the sky. Long. No one knew how much power the huge palm carried, but it fell on the group of devils. Arg! Innumerable wails were heard. The 3 third-grade minor saint devils were annihilated with just a wail. Not even their remains were left behind. This palm strike had killed at least a dozen devils. Voila! Then another wave of golden light sprinkled down. This light was like the light that could blow away the darkness. It enveloped all the devils in the sky above the city. Those devils that were enveloped by the golden light were instantly torn apart and reduced to nothingness. The city that was filled with devil chi was restored in an instant. All of the devil chi had vanished. At least 1,000 devils had died in an instant. The cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. They were all stunned on the spot, unable to believe what they had just seen. The excitement of surviving a disaster was something that they couldn't adapt to. A white-robed youth appeared in the sky. He was none other than Jianghu, but he still had the appearance of Gu Qin. Thank you for saving our lives, benefactor. May I know your name? The city lord was the first to react. He bowed deeply at Jianghu. I am Gu Qin of the ancient people. Why didn't the eminent monk of the Great Lightning Toon Temple come to save you? Jianghu frowned. Normally, the Great Lightning Toon Temple should have come to rescue them. I'm afraid that the Great Lightning Toon Temple can't even protect themselves. The city lord let out a sigh. Alright, I know that the Great Lightning Toon Temple is no longer the sacred Buddha sect it used to be. This place is too far away and not the main battlefield, but it shouldn't be a reason to be neglected. Even if we are fighting against the devils, everyone is fighting for their own benefits. However, we, the ancient people, are here to save people. I have saved all of you now. I will go and save the people in the other cities later. Chapter 990. Without staying for too long, Jianghu turned into a stream of light and left. No one in the city noticed that the moment Jianghu left, the essence of the devils left in the void by Jianghu were all collected. For the Zulong Tower, these were all nourishment. Although the level of these devils was too low compared to Jianghu, there were too many devils on this battlefield. This time Jianghu wanted to let the Zulong Tower absorb as much as it could. The cultivators who were saved in the city bowed in the direction where Jianghu left. They would never forget such a life-saving grace. In their hearts, the status of the ancient people instantly soared. People in the western region originally believed in Buddhism and worshipped the Great Lain Temple. But today, when they were in trouble, the one who saved them was not the Great Lain Temple, but the genius of the ancient people. Waging war with the devil race is a matter of the world. Ancient people are the ones who really think for the common people. The city lord sighed. City lord, what should we do now? Should we run for our lives? Someone asked. If you want to run, you can run by yourself. I will not run. My home is gone and my family is dead. If I can't kill devils in my lifetime, even if I live, I will be a walking corpse. That's right. I will not run either. Let's go to other battlefields to kill devils. Now, the whole western region is full of devils. There are battlefields everywhere. If we survive, we have to do our part. The crowd was stirred up. Everyone's eyes were red. Looking at the destroyed homes and the broken corpses of their loved ones, even if they survived, their hearts were bleeding. The war was too cruel. Devils were originally a race that had no humanity. Now that Jiang Chen had saved them, did they really have to run away? Alright, let's leave now. We will go to other battlefields to kill devils and protect our homes. The city lord's aura shook as he led the remaining people in a certain direction. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to enter the main battlefield. He first wanted to establish his prestige for the ancient people, because he was very clear that the war with the devil race, although only in the western region, would affect the entire human race. This was a great opportunity for the ancient people to make a name for themselves, so he must not miss it. Among the 8 regions, the western region was the smallest, but it still spanned tens of millions of kilometers. There were countless cities of various sizes. Just the outlying cities like the one he had saved earlier numbered in the thousands. These outer cities weren't the main battlefield, but at this moment, it was truly doomsday. Some cultivators had fled the moment the fiend devils had started attacking, but there were still many who hadn't fled and were fighting fiercely with the fiend devils. They couldn't get help from the great thunderclap temple, and they couldn't even get help from the 8 races of the Pure Land. They could only fend for themselves. At this time, a white-robed young man turned into the savior of the world. He stepped through the blue dome of heaven and walked on the outskirts of the western domain. He flew above one city after another. Wherever he went, the evil demons would wail and die miserably. The level of the devils in the outlying region was too low. To Jiang Chen, he could kill all of them effortlessly. Jiang Chen's gust of wind had also made the ancient people famous. The name, Gu Qin, began to spread rapidly in the western region. Indistinctly, the reputation of the ancient people had far surpassed the great lightning tune temple. While Jiang Chen began his frenzied massacre, many minor saint geniuses of the 8 families of the Pure Land had also appeared. They had entered the battlefield in the outlying region, which could be considered as relieving the pressure of these cities. After all, the attack of the devils was too fierce at the beginning. Not only were there a lot of them, there were also many tyrannical great devil saints among them. The battle with the great lightning tune temple had been intense. 6 of the 8 families of the Pure Land were disheartened because Jiang Chen had killed their patriarch and 6th grade great saint elders. They didn't have much enthusiasm to fight against the devil race. Plus, the true experts of St. Origin Palace hadn't arrived yet, so they didn't dare to let their geniuses enter the battlefield of the western region. Now, with the arrival of the experts of St. Origin Palace, the geniuses of the 8 families of the Pure Land had also arrived. This was the beginning of the great war between humans and devils. This was a tragic battle in the human world, but this kind of battle was not without benefits for human cultivators. The path of cultivation was originally going against the heavens, like rowing a boat against the current. All of the famous figures in history had stepped on piles of bones and experienced many life and death situations before they could achieve their achievements. Therefore, the war with the devil race was also a process of human growth. It was also a stepping stone for the geniuses to mature. The path of cultivation had always been cruel. Some people would rise and some would fall. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen was the biggest beneficiary of this battle. He was now and he would be in the future. He had been in the western region for an hour, and the number of devils that had died in his hands was at least 10,000. With such a huge number of devils, Jiang Chen didn't let go of all the essence of the devils. All of them were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The 4th level of the Zulong Tower had begun to condense gradually. The 99 levels of the ancestral dragon pagoda was the same as Jiang Chen's dragon marks. The higher the level, the harder it would be to condense. Therefore, condensing the 4th level of the pagoda would be much more difficult than condensing the 3rd level. The best way to condense the Zulong Tower was to absorb energy. The grade of the devils that Jiang Chen had killed before was too low. It wouldn't have much effect on the condensation of the Zulong Tower. While Jiang Chen was wandering around the periphery of the battlefield, the battle in the Great Lightning Tune Temple had already begun. Countless devils besieged the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Apart from the eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, there were also many experts of St. Origin Palace. At this moment, the few 8th grade great saints of the ancient people had joined the battle. Some of them had joined the battle and were locked in a fierce battle with the 8th grade great saints of the devil race. The current Great Lightning Tune Temple was no longer the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the past. The Buddhist sect had declined too fast. In the past 1,000 years, there was only one ancestor Green Lotus. Compared to such a huge battlefield, the current Great Lightning Tune Temple was even more vulnerable. There wasn't even an 8th grade Great Saint in the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple. Green Lotus Mountain. This place was not far from the Great Lane Monastery, and it was also one of the main battlefields. All the mountain peaks outside of Mount Green Lotus had been destroyed, and there were huge pits everywhere. Tens of thousands of demons were charging towards Mount Green Lotus. At this moment, outside Green Lotus Mountain, a white-haired youth was standing majestically. The devil waves emitted from his body were much scarier than those devils. Both of his hands were covered with devil blood. It was the blood of the enemies, the blood of the devils. The corpses of the devils could be piled up into a mountain under his feet. The youth was none other than Han Yen. To Han Yen, such a battlefield was simply a dream. As the mighty Gu Tianma physique, he could absorb the essence and devil soul of all devils to enhance his cultivation base. In other words, his means were almost the same as Jiang Chen's in such a battlefield. They were both the biggest nemesis of the devils. Little friend, be careful. That's a powerful 5th grade Great Saint. It won't be easy to deal with him. Below, in front of the gate of Green Lotus Mountain, an old monk covered in blood was sitting cross-legged. He couldn't help but say worriedly while looking at the huge devil saint opposite of Han Yen. The old monk was Great Master Ranfeng. He was only a 2nd grade Great Saint now. He had been seriously injured in the previous battle. If it wasn't for Han Yan's timely arrival, he was afraid that he would have been killed by the frenzied attacks of the devils. The devil race hated the people of Buddha sect to the core. That was why their attacks were incomparably fierce. Currently, the leader of the devils standing opposite of Han Yen was a powerful 5th grade Great Saint. Don't worry, Great Master. I won't let these devils disturb Tyrant's peaceful cultivation, Han Yen said. He already knew that Tyrant was at the most critical moment of his seclusion. He must not be disturbed. After Jiang Chen left, Tyrant only used a dozen minutes to break through to the Great Saint realm and successfully attracted the 9 major tribulation. However, after the tribulation, Tyrant still hadn't come out of seclusion. To him, the power of the relic left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus was too great. The extent of his growth wouldn't be as simple as a 1st grade Great Saint. Looking at Tyrant's progress, Great Master Ranfeng was incomparably excited. On the day of the Devil Race's attack, Tyrant had already broken through to the 3rd grade Great Saint. Even now he was still going strong. According to Great Master Ranfeng's estimation, Tyrant would at least be at the peak of the 5th grade Great Saint when he came out of seclusion, or even the 6th grade Great Saint. After all, the relic that was fused with the immortal soul was too terrifying. Tyrant had inherited the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. It could be said that he was part of the lineage of inheritance. Naturally, refining the relic would be a piece of cake for him. Currently, there was a faintly discernible aura emanating from the Green Lotus Mountain. This aura was sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This was the aura of Tyrant, indicating that he had reached the most critical juncture, the final step of his closed-door cultivation. Once he succeeded, he would definitely shock the world. This was the most critical step that couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, the loss that Tyrant would suffer would be immeasurable. In the face of the powerful devil's attack, Great Master Ranfeng was already in despair, but Han Yan's timely appearance gave him hope again. A pure ancient divine devil's physique. I really didn't expect that there would be such an existence among humans. Unfortunately, your strength is still too weak. If I kill you, I will directly devour your ancient divine devil bloodline. At that time, my cultivation will advance and I will be invincible. Kaka. Chapter 991. You want to eat me? I'm afraid that your teeth aren't strong enough. Han Yen sneered. Although he was a peak 4th grade Great Saint, any ordinary 5th grade Great Saint was no match for him. Back when he was in the Pure Land, he had already killed countless 5th grade Great Saints from the 6 major families, not to mention that his cultivation base had improved. Besides, the powerful physique of Gu Tianma made him the king of all devils. Putting aside whether he could command a group of devils, his chi was enough to terrify the other devils. Even this 5th grade Great Saint devil would be suppressed by Han Yen. The devil didn't want to waste any more time. Now that the devil race was attacking St. Origin World, it depended on who could contribute the most. If he could kill a human like Gu Tianma, not only would he gain great benefits, he would also be rewarded by his superiors. The 5th grade Great Saint Devil moved. He opened his huge black mouth, which was like a huge black hole. A foul stench sprayed out like a rainstorm, making anyone who smelled it feel nauseous. Its sharp fangs weren't inferior to any ordinary Great Saint weapon. It lunged at Han Yen crazily. Great Master Ran Feng stared at this powerful devil without blinking. His heart was filled with worry, not knowing whether Han Yen could resist it or not. However, Han Yan's following performance made him feel completely relieved. He couldn't help but admire the fact that there were too many monstrous geniuses in this world. Those who were together with Jiang Chen had almost become monstrous geniuses. Humph! Han Yen harumphed coldly. His eyes suddenly turned pure black. He shouted, 3,000 zhang white hair. Han Yan's white hair turned into sharp swords, like a white ocean, covering the sky and the land. In just a blink of an eye, the 5th grade Great Saint Devil was shrouded and countless white hairs pierced through the devil's mouth. Arg! The devil let out a blood-curdling scream. He had never thought that this human kid would be so powerful that he couldn't stand the power of his hair. Now Han Yan's white hair had turned into a domain, trapping the devil completely. This was a powerful combat technique that had just been awakened in Gu Tianma's bloodline. 3,000 zhang white hair could be both hard and soft. A puny 5th grade Great Saint wants to fight me? Han Yan's attack was merciless. The white hair that had turned into a domain suddenly tore apart the demon saint that was over 100 zhang in size. Demon blood splattered all over the place. Han Yan reached out and grabbed the demon soul of the demon saint. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Haha, it is indeed very nutritious. Han Yan loudly laughed as demonic waves shot out from his body, covering this region of space. Feeling the pressure from this aura, the demons could not help but start to retreat. They felt a powerful might. All of you die. Help me break through to the 5th grade Great Saint. Han Yan went berserk. He unleashed a devil sea, enshrouding thousands of devils in an instant. Among these devils, there were more than a dozen devil saints, including a 4th grade devil saint and minor devil saints. After consuming the devil soul of a 5th grade devil saint, Han Yan's cultivation had reached the peak of 4th grade Great Saint, only a step away from the 5th grade Great Saint. If he could refine all the devils in front of him, advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint wouldn't be a problem. Roar, roar! The devils that were trapped in the devil sea started howling. They wanted to struggle free, but they discovered that they were completely powerless. At this moment, Han Yan had transformed into a peerless devil. The boundless devil sea transformed into a terrifying energy that tore apart the devils. Even those devil saints couldn't escape. At this moment, Han Yan was like the real Gu Tianma, an ancient heavenly devil, a ferocious heavenly devil. The color of the sky changed. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear as miserable screams rang out incessantly. One after another, the devil spirits entered Han Yan's hands and were directly refined by him. Pa, Han Yan's chi was rising steadily. In just a few minutes, he had refined all the devil souls and successfully advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint. His body felt like it contained a black ocean. It was the devil ocean that could absorb everything. Ever since he refined Gu Tianma, Han Yan's bloodline had basically been fully awakened. His scariness was finally revealed. This kind of scariness might not be obvious when he was fighting against human cultivators, but it was completely revealed when he was fighting against the devils. Due to the uniqueness of his physique and bloodline, Han Yan could absorb devil souls endlessly. However, this kind of absorption was different from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen relied on the dragon transformation skill to absorb the devil souls. Excessive absorption could easily cause instability in his foundation. Now that he was using the Zulong Tower to absorb the devil souls, the benefits that he would get would be lesser. But with Han Yan's physique, he wasn't afraid that it would affect his foundation no matter how many devil souls he absorbed. The devil essence contained in these devil souls would also strengthen his foundation. In other words, this battle with the devil race was a great opportunity for Han Yan. It was the best opportunity. During the process of battle and slaughter, Han Yan would be able to grow continuously until he reached an extremely terrifying level. Voila! As soon as the devils around Green Lotus Mountain were wiped out by Han Yan, a dazzling brilliance suddenly shot up from the central hall of Green Lotus Mountain. Amidst the brilliance, one could clearly see Sanskrit talismans. It was very mystical and had the 10 clans of Buddha nature. Han Yan and Great Master Ran Feng looked at the brilliance at the same time. Their eyes were filled with surprise, especially Great Master Ran Feng. No one knew better than him what the brilliance and talismans meant. Ah, good. This is the Buddhist holy light. In the past 1,000 years, he is the second person to comprehend the Buddhist holy light. The first one was my master and the second one was my disciple. Ah! Great Master Ran Feng laughed wantonly. It was a gratifying and proud laughter. The Buddhist holy light was the incarnation of the true Buddha. Ever since the decline of Buddha's sect, a genius like Ancestor Green Lotus had appeared in Buddha's sect. Ancestor Green Lotus had comprehended the holy light and became a Grand Master of Buddha. Today there was a second person who comprehended the holy light in Buddha's sect. One of them was his master, and the other was his disciple. How could he not feel proud? Look at Tyrant's Chi. He has already reached the 5th grade great saint. Motherfucker, he's really abnormal. Han Yin couldn't help but say. That's right. That's the effect of the ancestors' Saraira. Initially he thought that he would reach the 5th grade great saint during his seclusion, but I didn't expect that this brat would comprehend the Buddhist holy light. Relying on this holy light alone, he can directly reach the 6th grade great saint. It's not impossible for him to surpass the ancestor in the future. Great Master Ran Feng said with a gratified face. Fuck. Han Yin rolled his eyes. There were too many abnormal people in this world. However, he was incomparably happy to see Tyrant's achievements. Jiang Chen had said that he and Tyrant would become Jiang Chen's left and right arms when the world was in chaos. Now it seemed that it was true. His Gu Qinma bloodline had been fully stimulated, and he had begun to display his divine power. This time, Tyrant would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat roar. Just at this moment, the devil's roar was heard again. A large number of devils charged at them again. The number of devils this time wasn't as many as before. There were only 100 of them, but their chi was much stronger than before. The leader of the devils was a middle-aged man. His cultivation had already reached the 7th grade devil saint. There were 3 6th grade devil saints following him. Not good. The massacre and the Buddhist holy light must have attracted these powerful devils. A 7th grade devil saint won't be easy to deal with. Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression changed. Even Han Yen knitted his brows. Although he had just advanced to the 5th grade great saint, killing a 6th grade devil saint wasn't a problem for him, but if he were to face a 7th grade devil saint, he would be dwarfed. However, Tyrant had reached the most critical moment. No matter what, he had to resist the attack of these devils. He couldn't let Tyrant get hurt. A monstrous devil wolf rushed out of Han Yan's body. His face didn't show the slightest hint of fear in the face of these powerful opponents. Kill. The devil leader didn't waste any words and gave the order to kill. 3 6th grade devil saints lunged at Han Yen at the same time. Han Yen harumphed coldly. Suddenly he struck out a punch that emitted an earth-shattering chi. A black barrier was formed. The 3 6th grade devil saints were pushed back by Han Yan's punch. One of them even spurted out a mouthful of blood. What? The 6th grade devil saint who was pushed back couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Han Yen. Their cultivation base was already very strong. Coupled with their powerful devil bodies, they had the upper hand when fighting against human cultivators of the same grade. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them were pushed back by a 5th grade great saint human. I didn't expect that the bloodline of Gu Tianma would appear in a human. No wonder he is so strong. But if I attack, you will die for sure. The 7th grade devil saint had seen through Han Yan's real strength. He took a step forward. A sharp wave of wind rushed at Han Yen like a sharp sword. Voila! Han Yen struck out a huge palm. It was a black devil palm covered with black scales. It looked ferocious and terrifying. It collided with the 7th grade devil saint head-on. Long. Violent waves of chi rolled out. Han Yen was pushed back a few steps before he could stabilize his body. Sure enough, a powerful 7th grade devil saint wasn't easy to deal with. You guys go and attack that Buddha light. I will kill this brat. The evil demon leader laughed heartily as he looked at the Buddhist light above Green Lotus Mountain. Yes, hundreds of devils attacked at the same time, attacking the ray of Buddhist light. Han Yen wanted to help, but he was locked down by the devil leader. Great Master Ran Feng had a worried look on his face as well. However, in his current state he would die immediately if he rushed forward. He wouldn't be of any help. I didn't expect that a genius of Buddha sect would appear again. He has fallen here. Chapter 992. At this critical moment, both Han Yen and Great Master Ran Feng were extremely nervous. But at this point in time, there was nothing they could do to help Tyrant. Han Yin had already done his best by helping Tyrant by a lot of time. Now that he was entangled with the experts of the devil race, he couldn't help Tyrant even if he couldn't protect himself. Under such circumstances, Tyrant could only rely on his own luck. The majestic and powerful attack was like a vast ocean, wrapping the golden Buddha light in the blink of an eye. That was the Saint Light of Buddha's sect. Tyrant was at the most critical moment. If he was forcibly interrupted, he would suffer a great loss. At this critical moment, the Saint Light of Buddha's sect exploded. Long. Boundless golden brilliance filled the sky above Green Lotus Mountain. This violent energy contained the pure Qi of Buddha's sect. This powerful Qi was the biggest nemesis of the devil race. The impact of the explosion of the Saint Light of Buddha's sect was too great. The attacks of hundreds of powerful devils were instantly destroyed or purified. All the devil waves in the sky were dispersed, turning into a pure and holy Buddha light. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Arg! Innumerable wails were heard from the group of devils. Hundreds of devils were pushed back by the impact of the violent Buddha light. Some weaker devil emperors and minor devil saints couldn't withstand the impact. Their huge bodies were destroyed on the spot, turning into a mist of blood and died tragically on the spot. It's done. Great Master Ranfeng's eyes were filled with ecstasy. At the same time, there was a strong sense of gratification and pride. At this critical moment, his disciple had finally broken through the last step. Not only did he fully comprehend the Saint Light of Buddha's sect, he had also successfully advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint. Ba. A voice sounded from the interior of Green Lotus Mountain. It wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. It was the aura of an eminent monk of Buddha's sect. Just this voice alone was enough to make the souls of all the experts of Buddha's sect tremble. The 7th grade devil saint also stopped what he was doing and looked up. He saw a little monk in a xianxia flying up into the sky with his palms put together. A string of golden Buddha beads was hanging around his neck, engraved with mysterious Sanskrit. The little monk looked like he was only in his 20s, but he gave off the feeling of an eminent monk. The surface of his body was filled with golden brilliance, and even the brilliance had Sanskrit imprints. That was the Buddhist holy light, not the ordinary Buddhist light. Golden-bodied Arhat Ha. Upon seeing Tyrant's reaction, Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter again. What he didn't expect was that not only did Tyrant comprehend the Buddha's holy light, but he also condensed the golden Arhat. This was the supreme Arhat technique of Buddhism, the highest existence. Although Tyrant's golden Arhat had just revealed its embryonic form, such potential was unparalleled in Buddhism for thousands of years. Even old ancestor Green Lotus didn't have the ability to condense the golden Arhat. In other words, Tyrant had the potential to become a Buddha. Ah, what an intense Buddhist holy light. What the hell is this little monk? It's so scary. This Buddha's holy light is the nemesis of our devil race. Even standing in front of him gives me an inexplicable sense of fear. This man is going to become the archenemy of our devil race. The Buddha's holy light hasn't appeared for a long time. Is the heaven going to annihilate our devil race? Don't be nervous, everyone. Although this little monk has comprehended the Buddha's holy light, his cultivation base isn't strong enough. He's only a 6th grade Great Saint. Our devil race has been recuperating for a long time. It won't be a problem for us to deal with a 6th grade Great Saint. All the devils on the scene became nervous. Even those powerful 6th grade devil saints revealed a look of fear. That was the fear that originated from their soul. The source of their devil soul began to tremble. Tyrant had just come out from his seclusion. He was at the peak of his confidence. He uttered a rune and countless Buddha's holy light spread out like sharp swords, striking at the group of devils. Innumerable wails were heard. The Buddha's holy light formed a huge domain that was scarier than Han Yan's 3,000 meters long white hair. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of devils died under the Buddha's holy light. Even those powerful 6th grade devil saints didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Not good. Upon seeing this, the remaining 7th grade Great Saint cried out in alarm. Without saying a word, he turned and fled. Although his cultivation base was a level higher than Tyrant, he still had self-awareness. Fighting a 6th grade Great Saint who had comprehended the Saint Light of Buddha's sect and condensed the golden body of Arhat was no different than courting death. That's right. Edifying light. Tyrant wouldn't give him the chance to escape. He moved extremely fast and struck out the edifying light. Under the absolute suppression and restraint of his strength, the 7th grade devil saint didn't even have the chance to resist and was edified by Tyrant. Master. The 7th grade devil saint knelt in front of Tyrant with an incomparably pious attitude. Han Yin, who was standing at the side, widened his eyes. Although he had seen the edifying light before as Jiang Chen had edified a lot of devils, he couldn't help but admire Tyrant's divine power when he saw how easily Tyrant dealt with all the devils. Damn monk, are you too awesome? Han Yin rolled his eyes. Yin, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you buying time for me, my seclusion would have been forcefully interrupted and my master's life would have been in danger. Tyrant chuckled. His gratitude towards Han Yin was beyond words. Although he was in seclusion, he was still aware of the situation outside. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for Han Yin, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today, and Great Master Ranfeng's life would also be in danger. Don't be so polite with me. Han Yin patted Tyrant's shoulder. There was no need for so many words between brothers. Disciple, little friend Han Yin, the devil race is in turmoil now, but to the two of you, this war is a great opportunity. One of you is a genius of Buddha sect and the other is the descendant of Gu Tianma. Through this war, both of you will grow to a very terrifying level. Both of you must grasp this opportunity well. Great Master Ranfeng said. Master, you are right. We are going to the main battlefield to fight and kill more powerful devils to strengthen ourselves. Tyrant said. No need. Green Lotus Mountain is the main battlefield. The fluctuations of the battle here have already spread out. You two stay here and don't need to leave. There will be more powerful devils coming. Moreover, Green Lotus Mountain was left behind by old ancestor. If you two leave, this place will be destroyed. This is something I don't want to see. Great Master Ranfeng said. Great Master is right. Why don't we guard this place? Firstly, we can protect Green Lotus Mountain. Secondly, we can kill more powerful devils to improve ourselves. It's the best of both worlds. Han Yin said. All right. Let's stay here. If you and I join hands, I have the confidence to edify an 8th grade devil saint. Tyrant said confidently. The vast western domain was filled with battlefields. However, as more and more human experts joined the battle, the devil race's offensive was gradually suppressed. From the periphery to the center, the devil race began to retreat, or to be more precise, their combat strength was being suppressed. In just one day, many battles in the periphery had stopped. It was unknown how many devils had died. The name Gu Chen had become famous in the entire western domain. Along with Gu Chen's fame, the Gu family also became famous. This was a great family that fought for the common people. For a time, the reputation of the Gu family had completely suppressed the Great Layin Temple in the western domain. Imperceptibly, the reputation of the Gu family had risen above the other 7 families. And all of this was thanks to Jiang Chen. The rise of the reputation of the ancient people and the deeds of Gu Chen had naturally reached the ears of the higher-ups of Gu Palace. All of them praised Gu Chen. Ever since Gu Chen joined Gu Palace, no one knew how many good things he had done for Gu Palace. It was evening at the moment, and in the middle of a destroyed mountain range, there was not a single devil left within a radius of 1,000 miles. In the depths of the mountain range, a white-clothed young man was sitting cross-legged, and next to him was a big yellow dog. There was only one such combination in the entire Saint Origin Palace. It was Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. The two of them had met each other in the previous battle. After a day of fierce battles, Jiang Chen had benefited a lot. The edifying light had edified 2 7th grade devil saints. The 4th level of the Zulong Tower had been condensed by nearly half. Currently, Jiang Chen was working hard to break through to the 4th grade great saint. De Huang dog, on the other hand, had already become a mighty 4th grade great saint after eating a lot of devil souls. The battle in the main battlefield was still going on. The battle in Great Lightning Tune Temple was still in full swing. The experts of the 8 major palaces had moved into Great Lightning Tune Temple. After recuperating for so many years, the devil race's foundation had become very strong. With the emergence of the super devil saints, peerless experts like Gu Firmament and Desolate Emperor began to appear in Great Lightning Tune Temple. In another miniature spatial zone, 2 silhouettes were standing opposite each other. One was an old man and the other was a young man. The old man had a very strong cultivation. He was Desolate Wooling, an 8th grade great saint expert of Desolate Palace. The young man was Desolate Changfeng, a peak 6th grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace. Back in the refining tower, he was the one who wanted to deal with Jiang Chen. Changfeng, I have found the location of Gu Chen. He is in seclusion in a miniature spatial zone. I want you to go and kill him now. I wonder if you have the confidence to do so? Desolate Wuling said. Killing a puny Gu Qin is just a piece of cake for me. Desolate Changfeng sneered confidently. Don't underestimate this man. Even a 7th grade great saint of my family died in his hands. Chapter 993. Elder, the one who killed the 7th grade great saint of my family is Jiang Qin, not Gu Chen. Desolate Changfeng said doubtfully. Don't be careless. If I'm not mistaken, Gu Chen is Jiang Qin. All the signs indicate that they are the same person. This time you can test him. If Gu Chen is Jiang Qin, not even Gu Palace will be able to protect him. At that time, the experts of the 6 major palaces will hunt him down. Desolate Wuling sneered. He was very confident in his speculation. Putting aside the fact that Gu Chen's identity was very suspicious, he could sense a trace of familiar qi from Gu Chen, which made him suspect the relationship between Gu Chen and Jiang Chen. One should know that the perceptive ability of an 8th grade great saint wasn't without reason. Humph. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. I also want to meet that Jiang Chen. Although he can kill a 7th grade great saint of my family, I'm not afraid of him. Given my current strength, killing a 7th grade great saint is an incomparably easy task. I, Desolate Changfeng, don't believe that I can't even handle a 3rd grade great saint. Desolate Changfeng harumphed coldly. The unique arrogance of a genius was aroused. Every genius was arrogant, especially the geniuses of St. Origin Palace. Furthermore, Desolate Changfeng was very confident that he could kill a 7th grade great saint effortlessly given his strength. To the Desolate family, whether it was Gu Qin or Jiang Qin, they were all enemies that must be killed. Go now. I will secretly imprint the video of the battle between you and Gu Qin. I heard that Jiang Qin can use a transformation technique that can increase his combat strength by 10 times. Given Gu Chen's cultivation grade, if he is Jiang Qin, he will have to use the transformation technique to deal with you. If he isn't, he will be no match for you and will be killed by you. Desolate Wuling sneered, acting as if everything was under his control. He couldn't deal with Gu Qin personally because it would immediately attract the attention of Gu Palace. Desolate Changfeng, on the other hand, was different. He was a genius of the young generation. This war with the devil race was also the main battlefield of these geniuses. Killing Jiang Qin with Desolate Palace and Demon Palace wouldn't attract any attention. Desolate Wuling had already made up his mind. If Gu Qin wasn't Jiang Qin, he would certainly be killed by Desolate Changfeng, eliminating a great enemy for Desolate Palace. If Gu Qin was Jiang Qin, even if Desolate Changfeng couldn't kill Jiang Qin in the end, he could still secretly imprint the video of the battle between them. When that time came, Jiang Qin would immediately become the target of all. The experts of the 6 major palaces would attack him together. At that time, even with the help of Desolate Palace and Demon Palace, Jiang Qin would still die. All right. With a sway of his body, Desolate Changfeng vanished in the blink of an eye. The next moment he appeared outside the miniature spatial zone that Jiang Qin had deployed. Humph! Gu Qin, you have hidden yourself very well. If it wasn't for the Elder, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Desolate Changfeng harumphed coldly. Immediately he circulated his spatial force and broke into the miniature spatial zone. The moment Desolate Changfeng broke into the spatial zone, Jiang Qin, who was in seclusion to break through to the 4th grade great saint, suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of intense anger shot out from his eyes. He had just reached the edge of the 4th grade great saint and was only one step away from breaking through completely. It was imaginable how angry Jiang Qin was when he was interrupted by someone. He was only left with 50 dragon marks to break through to the 4th grade great saint. Of course, given his current state, he only needed to refine a powerful devil soul to break through instantly. However, ever since he entered the Western Domain battlefield, the dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had been condensed by the Zulong Tower. Although it wouldn't affect his foundation, he wanted to stimulate his potential and advance bit by bit to the 4th grade great saint, instead of plundering the dragon marks directly. Jiang Qin would be able to break through completely in less than half a day's time, but it was at this time that his advancement was disrupted by Desolate Changfeng. Gu Qin, you have been hiding here for a long time. Desolate Changfeng unleashed his murderous intent the moment he saw Jiang Qin. Desolate Changfeng, you really shouldn't have come here. Jiang Qin shook his head. He wasn't surprised that Desolate Changfeng was here. It was also within Jiang Qin's expectation that Desolate Palace would use the chaos of the war to kill him. Little Qinzi, this bastard isn't easy to deal with. If you don't transform into your dragon form, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for him. De Huang Dog said worriedly. Although he was already a 4th grade great saint and could deal with an ordinary 6th grade great saint, he wasn't a match for a 6th grade great saint like Desolate Changfeng. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to deal with Desolate Changfeng, he would need to transform into his dragon form. After all, Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the 4th grade great saint yet. Then I will transform into my dragon form. This man will die today, but I have already sensed that someone is spying on this place. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the experts of Desolate Palace who want to record the battle scene here. Desolate Wuling has begun to suspect my identity. Once he knows my true identity, the 6 major families will join forces to deal with me. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Given his shrewdness, he could naturally sense that someone was spying on him. What should we do now? De Huang Dog asked. Of course, he knew that the identity of Gu Chen was very important to Jiang Chen before he fully matured. In any case, this identity of Gu Chen had only offended Desolate Palace and Saint Origin Palace. He didn't have any direct conflict with the other 5 major palaces, but if his identity was exposed, it would be a different story. It doesn't matter. I will cast out the 5 elemental sphere later. This miniature spatial zone was originally deployed by me. The fusion of the 5 elemental sphere and the spatial zone will be enough to block all spying. You don't have to do anything. Just use this spatial zone as the foundation to deploy a grand formation and fuse it with my 5 elemental sphere to isolate the entire spatial zone. I will prevent them from seeing anything. Since there are so many geniuses in Desolate Palace, I would like to see if their geniuses are enough for me to kill. A cold smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Desolate Wuling and Desolate Changfeng wanted to scheme against him, which meant that they were destined to be schemed against by Jiang Chen. In this world there was no one who could scheme against Jiang Chen. Desolate Changfeng was destined to end up in Jiang Chen's hands. All right. De Huang Dog nodded. As someone who was proficient in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations, it was a piece of cake for him to deploy a grand formation. He had never seen any ancient grand formation before. Once it was combined with Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere, the effect was imaginable. De Huang Dog vanished in an instant. He turned into a ray of light and shuttled back and forth in the spatial zone. Desolate Changfeng didn't put this dog in his eyes at all. In his eyes there was only Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the ground and approached Desolate Changfeng. Desolate Changfeng, are you so confident that you can kill me? Ah Gu Chen, my cultivation is 3 levels higher than yours. If I don't even have the confidence to kill you, then I, Desolate Changfeng, have lived my life in vain. Desolate Changfeng burst into laughter. It's useless to talk more. Let's do it. Jiang Chen said and released his 5 elemental sphere. Instantly, the 5 elemental sphere merged with the spatial zone. Desolate Changfeng knitted his brows. Feeling the change of the surrounding airflow, a trace of uneasiness suddenly emerged in his heart. However, this feeling of uneasiness was instantly thrown to the back of his mind. In his opinion, given his ability, he didn't need to worry about dealing with a puny 3rd grade great saint. In another spatial zone, Desolate Wuling was holding a piece of crystal in his hand. Inside the crystal was the scene of Jiang Chen and Desolate Changfeng. Although the scene wasn't very clear, those with discerning eyes could still see the situation inside. However, as soon as Jiang Chen moved, the scene inside the crystal disappeared instantly and turned into chaos. What's going on? Desolate Wuling's facial expression changed. Hastily he continued to activate the crystal. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any trace of the situation inside. Someone has set up a grand formation to block my imprint. Could it be that the experts of Gu Palace have discovered it? Desolate Wuling was puzzled. He locked his target on the experts of Gu Palace. He would never think that the one who set up the seal to block his imprint wasn't an expert of Gu Palace, but the alliance of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. The scene inside the imprint disappeared. The original plan had been ruined. Desolate Wuling couldn't do it himself, so he could only pin all his hopes on Desolate Changfeng. He was very confident in Desolate Changfeng. After all, Desolate Changfeng was a supreme genius cultivated by Desolate Palace, a peak 6th grade great saint. Even an ordinary 7th grade great saint wouldn't be a match for Desolate Changfeng and would be killed by him. Even if Gu Chen was the one who could change his voice, he believed that Desolate Changfeng could deal with him. Even if he wasn't a match for Gu Chen, given Desolate Changfeng's ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. As long as Desolate Changfeng escaped, Gu Chen's identity would be completely exposed. In the miniature spatial zone, Desolate Changfeng was the first one to move. He punched out with a golden fist. No one knew how much strength was contained in his fist as it flew towards Jiang Qin. But Jiang Qin also wanted to test his combat strength. He was now at the peak of 3rd grade Great Saint, which was much stronger than when he fought the 7th grade Great Saint of Desolate Palace. Bang! 2 fists collided, creating a sea of fire. Under such a strong recoil, Jiang Qin was sent flying more than 30 meters away. His body swayed. He wasn't a match for Desolate Changfeng. A genius is indeed different. An ordinary 6th grade Great Saint can't be compared to a genius. Jiang Qin shook his numb arm and began to pay attention to Desolate Changfeng. Gu Qin, you're indeed a rare genius to be able to block my attack. Unfortunately, the gap between us is too big. You're not a match for me at all. I advise you not to put up a futile resistance. That will only make your death more unsightly. Chapter 994. Desolate Changfeng felt completely relieved after seeing his opponent's strength. Although he was surprised that Jiang Qin was able to block his attack with a mere 3rd grade Great Saint, he even admired Jiang Qin. In any case, he believed that it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Qin given the gap in their cultivation. Gu Qin, prepare to die. No one can save you today. Desolate Changfeng's chi waves were monstrous. He waved his hand and struck out another punch. It was an incomparably strong punch. The reddish-golden fist was like a huge mountain. It was much stronger than the previous punch. This punch was enough to kill an ordinary 6th grade Great Saint. It's too early to decide who will die now. Jiang Qin's body swayed. His powerful blood and chi burst out in an instant, revealing his dragon form. His combat strength had increased by 10 times. The indestructible blood-red dragon claw struck out and collided with Desolate Changfeng's attack. Desolate Changfeng. Long. The spatial zone trembled violently. Countless cracks appeared in the void as it was torn apart inch by inch. After Jiang Qin's combat strength had been increased by 10 times, his combat strength had reached an incomparably terrifying level. Desolate Changfeng's golden red fist was instantly smashed by the dragon claw attack, turning into countless golden lights and vanishing into thin air. Desolate Changfeng, do you still have the confidence to kill me now? Jiang Qin's voice rumbled like thunder. His chi soared to the extreme. Not only was he not weaker than Desolate Changfeng, he even vaguely felt an overbearing aura. Transformation technique. You are that Jiang Qin? Desolate Changfeng's facial expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Desolate Wuling was right. Gu Qin of Gu Palace was the Jiang Qin of Pure Land. That's right. It's me. Jiang Qin didn't have anything to hide. In the entire heavens and earth, he was the only one who could transform into a dragon. Today, when he displayed his dragon transformation in front of Desolate Changfeng, he had already made up his mind to not let Desolate Changfeng leave this place alive. It seems like Elder's guess is right. Your identity is indeed suspicious. Jiang Qin, you have killed the patriarch of our desolate family and so many experts and geniuses of our family. This hatred is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. I must kill you today to avenge the fallen heroes of our desolate family and restore the face and dignity that our family has lost. Jiang Qin said. Desolate Changfeng spoke ferociously, but his facial expression began to turn solemn. He dared not underestimate Jiang Qin. Although he was a peak 6th grade Great Saint, Jiang Qin wasn't weak either. Not long ago, this guy had killed the patriarch of Desolate Family and a 7th grade Great Saint Elder of Desolate Palace. At the same time, Desolate Changfeng also felt a trace of jealousy for Jiang Qin. It wasn't just a trace, it was extreme jealousy. Although they were both geniuses, he felt that they weren't on the same level when compared to Jiang Qin. When he was still a 3rd grade Great Saint, he could at most deal with a 4th grade Great Saint. Any ordinary 5th grade Great Saint would surely kill him, but Jiang Qin was strong enough to kill a 7th grade Great Saint. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin had used the transformation technique to increase his combat strength, the transformation technique was also his own ability. You talk a lot of nonsense. Jiang Qin didn't want to talk nonsense with Desolate Changfeng. Today he must not let Desolate Changfeng leave this place alive. Therefore, without further ado, Jiang Qin moved first. His movement was fast to the extreme. He casted the true dragon palm as soon as he arrived. An enormous blood-red dragon claw blotted out the sky and the earth. It was like a huge barrier, pressing towards Desolate Changfeng. Heaven-splitting divine claw. Desolate Changfeng bellowed. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Without any hesitation, he struck out the unique combat skill of the Desolate family, the Heaven-Splitting Divine Claw. The Heaven-Splitting Divine Claw cast by him was many times stronger than the one cast by Desolate Yuntian, who was also a 6th grade Great Saint. It was on a completely different level. Long. The two powerful attacks collided with each other. The aftermath of the explosion swept across the entire miniature spatial zone, cutting the void in the spatial zone into pieces. However, this spatial zone was, after all, constructed by Jiangqin himself. It was incomparably stable. Adding the combination of the 5 elemental domain and the formation laid out by De Huang Dog, even if he and Desolate Changfeng were to fight fiercely, the spatial barrier would still be strong and indestructible. Long. Although Desolate Changfeng couldn't kill Jiangqin, it wasn't an easy task for Jiangqin to kill Desolate Changfeng either. Although Jiangqin could kill a 7th grade Great Saint in his dragon form, Desolate Changfeng was after all a first-class genius of Desolate Palace. Killing a 7th grade Great Saint wasn't a problem for him. At this moment, in another miniature space, Xiao Wuling had placed all his attention on this battle. Unfortunately, he could only do so much. He could feel the fluctuations coming from inside, but he couldn't see what was going on inside. Changfeng, I hope you won't let me down. Desolate Wuling took a deep breath. At this point, he could only place all his hope on Desolate Changfeng because the battle between Jiangqin and Desolate Changfeng was very likely to have alerted the people of Gu Palace. One should know that he was secretly paying attention to Jiangqin's movements. In order to protect Jiangqin, the experts of Gu Palace would certainly be paying attention to him. If he appeared, the people of Gu Palace would certainly come to stop him. Fortunately, he was quite confident in Desolate Changfeng. As a first-class genius of Desolate Palace, a peerless genius who could easily kill a 7th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't have a problem dealing with Gu Qin. Even if Gu Qin was Jiangqin and Desolate Changfeng couldn't kill Jiangqin, the gap between them wouldn't be too big. Anyway, as long as the battle was over and Desolate Changfeng returned, he would know about Jiangqin's background. If Gu Qin was Jiangqin, he would announce the news to the public, making Jiangqin and Gu Palace the target of public criticism. If Gu Qin wasn't Jiangqin, he would be killed by Desolate Changfeng, removing a big hidden danger for Desolate Palace. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. On the battlefield, the two of them had fought for more than 100 rounds, but there was no clear winner. At this time, Jiangqin suddenly struck out the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. 15 violent dragons were launched at the same time. Combined with the 5 Elemental Domain, the violent attacks of 5 completely different attributes affected the weather on the battlefield. The combination of these completely different attacks made Desolate Changfeng feel suffocated. Damn it! What kind of attack is this bastard using? How can he have 5 different attributes? Desolate Changfeng couldn't help but curse. After fighting with Jiangqin for so long, the more he fought, the more surprised he became. Jiangqin had an endless number of trump cards. Now that he had struck out the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal, it made him even more surprised. For a moment he didn't know how to deal with it. Swoosh. However, Desolate Changfeng wasn't an ordinary person. With a turn of his palm, a 30 meters long staff was taken out. The staff was incomparably thick and strong. After being instilled with energy, it looked like a heavenly pillar. Its surface was covered with spikes, giving off a terrifying feeling. Whirlwind Magic Staff. Desolate Changfeng unleashed his Whirlwind Magic Staff. Combined with a powerful staff technique, he instantly struck out countless staff shadows. Countless heavenly pillars exuded an incomparably bright brilliance and collided with Jiangqin's 15 battle dragons. Boom, 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 the wild dragons roared. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The originally violent battlefield was instantly covered by the colorful brilliance of energy. This was an energy that could destroy the heaven and earth. The fierce battle between the two had been divided into a different space as the battlefield. If it had been outside, the sky would have collapsed and the earth would have sunk. The mountains within a radius of 1,000 miles would have been instantly destroyed and turned into powder. Whoosh! Everywhere the whirlwind magic staff passed through, nothing was left. Desolate Changfeng's staff was incomparably sharp. Even the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal had been destroyed. However, it didn't look good for him. He had continuously retreated more than 30 meters under the violent attack. Damn it! How can this bastard be so strong? Desolate Changfeng was incomparably depressed. Although he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position since the beginning of the battle, he was very clear in his heart that his wish to kill Jiangqin would be difficult to achieve. Desolate Changfeng, did you see that? You're not my opponent. If you run away now you might have a chance to live. Jiang Qin said to Desolate Changfeng. In fact, he was afraid that Desolate Changfeng would choose to run away at this time. After all, with Desolate Changfeng's strength, if he ran away now, he would still have a chance even if Jiang Qin had laid out an inescapable net. However, Jiang Qin believed that Desolate Changfeng wouldn't run away. One should know that a peerless genius like Desolate Changfeng would undoubtedly want his face and dignity. His high and mighty self-esteem and sense of superiority would not allow him to run away. Run away? What a joke. Jiang Qin, although your strength has surprised me, I can still kill you. Desolate Changfeng's face was cold. Just as Jiang Qin had expected, his pride would not allow him to run away. Moreover, Desolate Changfeng also had his own plan. In his opinion, the battle between him and Jiang Qin had already been marked by Desolate Wuling. Furthermore, it was precisely because the higher-ups were paying attention to this battle that he had to perform well. If he could kill Jiang Qin with his own hands, his status in Desolate Palace would skyrocket and he would be rewarded handsomely. That's right. More importantly, Desolate Changfeng still had a powerful trump card that he hadn't used yet. This trump card would be enough for him to turn the tables at the last moment. Come on then. Jiang Qin attacked again. The Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in his hand. Although it hadn't recovered to its peak state in his previous life, it was already very terrifying after fusing with the 6 parts of the Heavenly Saint's sword. The Whirlwind Divine Staff in Desolate Changfeng's hand couldn't be compared to it. Oh. The Heavenly Saint's sword turned into a blood-red dragon and issued an ear-piercing howl. It left a long rainbow in the void and arrived in front of Desolate Changfeng in a blink of an eye. Chapter 995. Onglong. A sea of fire spread out in an instant. The extreme collision was enough to destroy everything. The battle between 2 peerless experts could be described as earth-shattering. The Whirlwind Divine Staff was, after all, weaker than the Heavenly Saint's sword. In such a violent collision, Desolate Changfeng was once again pushed back 300 meters. Despite being pushed back, Desolate Changfeng's chi was still as strong as before. He wasn't injured at all and his combat strength wouldn't be affected. In other words, it wouldn't be an easy task for Jiang Qin to kill Desolate Changfeng. Let's not waste any more time. The longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. Devil, come out. Jiang Qin's killing intent soared. Knowing that it wouldn't be easy to kill Desolate Changfeng, he released the 2 7th-grade devil saints that he had subdued previously. Devil roars filled the entire miniature spatial zone. The 2 mighty devil saints had reverted to their true forms. Each of them was 300 meters tall and looked incomparably terrifying. Devil waves were billowing and their roars were unceasing. The entire spatial zone was filled with dense and cold devil chi. 7th-grade devil saint? Desolate Changfeng's facial expression changed. He had never thought that 2 powerful 7th-grade devil saints would suddenly appear during the battle between him and Jiang Qin. Moreover, it seemed that these 2 devil saints were on the same side as Jiang Qin. You 2 kill him for me. Jiang Qin didn't waste any time and ordered the 2 devil saints to attack. Yes, master. The 2 great devil saints didn't dare to neglect Jiang Qin's order. Without saying a word, they rushed towards Desolate Changfeng from the left and right. Of course, they wouldn't be able to kill Desolate Changfeng with their current strength, but in a battle like this, the 2 7th-grade devil saints could play a crucial role and change the situation of the battle in an instant. Jiang Qin, how dare you collude with the devil race? Desolate Changfeng raged. Humph. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint's sword turned into a ray of light and slashed at Desolate Changfeng. He didn't want to explain about the devil because it was unnecessary to explain to a dead man. In Jiang Qin's eyes, Desolate Changfeng was already a dead man. Bastard. Xiao Changfeng was enraged. He used the Whirlwind Divine Staff to the extreme, fighting 1 against 3. Rumble. The battle was getting more and more intense, and the entire battlefield had already been completely annihilated. Xiao Wuling was constantly paying attention to the situation here, and he could only feel that the fluctuations of the battle inside were getting more and more intense, and his heart was getting heavier and heavier. That Gu Qin must be Jiang Qin. Otherwise, given Gu Qin's strength, it's impossible for him to fight against Jiang Changfeng for so long. Desolate Wuling had basically concluded his guess. At this point he no longer hoped that Desolate Changfeng would be able to kill Jiang Qin. He only hoped that Desolate Changfeng would quickly retreat and announce the news of Jiang Qin to the world. On the battlefield, under the frenzied bombardment of Jiang Qin and the two devil saints, desolate Changfeng finally couldn't resist any longer. As he retreated, his qi became weaker and weaker. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His combat strength had been severely depleted, and his face was extremely unsightly. Jiang Qin and the two seventh-grade devil saints surrounded desolate Changfeng in a triangular formation. Jiang Qin's face was wearing a cold smile. Given desolate Changfeng's current condition, there was no way he could escape from Jiang Qin's palm. With the combination of the 5 elemental spheres and the formation of De Huang Dog, plus the encirclement of the 3 experts, Jiang Qin was absolutely sure that desolate Changfeng wouldn't be able to leave this place. Damn it. Jiang Qin, how can you make the devils listen to you? How did you do it? Desolate Changfeng was extremely depressed. He had a good understanding of devils. They were ferocious and overbearing. They would never listen to the arrangement of humans. Devils and humans were mortal enemies, not to mention the 2 powerful 7th-grade devil saints in front of him. Such existences were supreme even in the devil race. But now they were listening to Jiang Qin. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Of course I have my means. Desolate Changfeng, you are going to die today. Given your current condition, you won't be able to hold on for long. Jiang Qin said confidently. Jiang Qin, do you think you can defeat me? That's ridiculous. Let me tell you, I, Desolate Changfeng, still have a powerful trump card that I haven't used yet. Take a look at this. Desolate Changfeng didn't have the slightest fear. He flipped his palm. Immediately, a pill glowing with milky white light floated out from his palm. The pill was crystal clear. The medicinal fragrance that it emitted could make people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Qin knitted his brows because he had never seen this pill before. However, he could feel a trace of immortal qi from it. This was an immortal pill. No, it should be said that it was just a pill that had been infused with a trace of immortal qi. However, its preciousness and power was unimaginable. Jiang Qin, this is an immortal yang pill. It is a reward that I have received before, but I've never been willing to consume it. Although it isn't a true immortal pill, I'm sure you know its benefits. Given my current cultivation grade, as long as I consume this immortal yang pill, my cultivation grade will immediately break through to the 7th grade great saint. At that time, let alone these 2 devils, all of you will die. Xiao Changfeng chuckled out. This immortal yang pill was his greatest trump card. It was also his final trump card. Jiang Qin's eyes glinted with cold light. It was beyond his expectation that desolate Changfeng would have such a powerful pill. Furthermore, desolate Changfeng was right. It was a very difficult process to advance from the 6th grade great saint to the 7th grade great saint, but this immortal yang pill was enough. After all, desolate Changfeng's cultivation grade had already reached the peak of the 6th grade great saint, only a step away from the 7th grade great saint. With the help of this immortal yang pill, he wouldn't have any problem breaking through to the 7th grade great saint. If little desolate Changfeng advanced to the 7th grade great saint, Jiang Qin would be no match for him. The 2 mighty 7th grade devil saints would be killed by desolate Changfeng in an instant. At that time, even if Jiang Qin managed to escape, his identity would be exposed. The identity of Gu Qin would still be of great help to him. Ah, Jiang Qin, are you afraid now? Desolate Changfeng burst into laughter. He had already put all his attention on Jiang Qin and the 2 7th grade devil saints. As long as they made a move, he would immediately swallow the immortal yang pill and turn the tables. I bet that you won't be able to eat this pill. Jiang Qin grinned all of a sudden and said lightly. His words were full of confidence. Desolate Changfeng was a very shrewd man, but there were times when a shrewd man would slip up. Just like now, desolate Changfeng had put all his attention on Jiang Qin and the other 2, completely ignoring the existence of another terrifying existence in this spatial zone, De Huang Dog. What a joke. Desolate Changfeng snorted disdainfully at Jiang Qin's words. However, just as his voice faded, a golden light suddenly flashed past his face. The golden light was so fast that desolate Changfeng, who had put all his attention on Jiang Qin and the other 2, didn't even have the chance to react. When he regained his senses, he was shocked to find that the pill in his hand had disappeared. What? Desolate Changfeng exclaimed. He raised his head and found that his pill had fallen into Jiang Qin's hand. Beside Jiang Qin, there was a De Huang Dog baring its teeth. Desolate Changfeng, I said that you won't be able to eat this pill. Am I right? I have never eaten a pill that has been infused with immortal qi. I wonder what it tastes like. After saying that, Jiang Chen swallowed the immortal yang pill right in front of desolate Changfeng's face. Jiang Chen swallowed the pill in a casual manner. Puff! Desolate Changfeng spurted out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell on the ground. He was so angry that he was about to die. Jiang Chen, desolate Changfeng roared with bloodshot eyes. At this moment his mind was in a mess. That was his trump card. He had treasured it for so long that he couldn't even bear to eat it. Today he planned to eat it to make a breakthrough and then kill Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly he had neglected a dog. Now his pill was eaten by his enemy in front of him. It was like making a wedding dress for someone else. The feeling he had now was beyond the description of wanting to die. A strong wave of qi suddenly burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Not only did Jiang Chen eat the immortal yang pill in front of desolate Changfeng, he also broke through to the 4th grade great saint. Good. This immortal yang pill is really good. It has helped me condense more than 1,000 dragon marks. Now, the number of dragon marks in my body has reached 87,000, only 1,000 away from the 5th grade great saint. My cultivation base has basically reached the peak of the 4th grade great saint. Ah, De Huang, well done. Jiang Chen was so happy that he wanted to shout. His original goal was to kill desolate Changfeng, but he didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward. Kaka. This idiot is going to die of anger. De Huang dog laughed. His words made desolate Changfeng spurt out a mouthful of blood again. Jiang Chen, return my immortal yang pill. Desolate Changfeng was going crazy. Desolate Changfeng, I still have to thank you for giving me the pill today. If it wasn't for your pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the 4th grade great saint. Jiang Chen's words of gratitude made desolate Changfeng spurt out blood again. Desolate Changfeng, you can go to hell now. Jiang Chen took a step forward. A powerful dragon claw appeared out of thin air and grabbed desolate Changfeng firmly. No, desolate Changfeng could feel the qi of death. He struggled violently but found that it was useless. The gap between them had been widened. The current desolate Changfeng and Jiang Chen were no longer on the same level. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Die. Jiang Chen attacked mercilessly. His dragon claw exerted force. Desolate Changfeng let out a shrill scream and his body exploded instantly. He died tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. Then Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and kept the 2 mighty 7th grade great saints into the Zulong Tower. Let's go. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time. He brought the Huang dog out of the miniature spatial zone. On the other side, desolate Wuling was carrying desolate Changfeng's soul jade slip. When the soul jade slip was broken, his facial expression changed completely. Bastard. Chapter 996. The death of desolate Changfeng had made desolate Wuling's heart bleed. A genius like desolate Wuling had been nurtured with a lot of effort and resources. Moreover, desolate Changfeng was a genius that was expected to be nurtured as the secret weapon of Desolate Palace. But today he had lost his life because of his own mistake. Such a loss was too great. More importantly, desolate Changfeng was dead. Even if Gu Chen was Jiang Chen, he had no evidence to prove it. Just as Jiang Chen left the miniature spatial zone and was about to fly towards the inner region of Western Domain, a storm of energy suddenly appeared in the void. This energy confined the entire void in an instant. Then a huge palm as large as the sky pounced at Jiang Chen. The experts of Desolate Palace have a fast reaction. They attacked so quickly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. In the face of such a powerful attack, his face didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness. He didn't even try to escape or resist, because he knew that someone would help him. The experts of Desolate Palace were paying attention to him, so naturally, the experts of Gu Palace were also paying attention to him. It was imaginable how important he was to Gu Palace. Gu Firmament wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to him. Long. A loud sound was heard from another direction. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, the experts of Gu Palace appeared immediately. Similarly, a huge palm appeared out of thin air and collided with the expert of Desolate Palace. Terrifying waves tore the void apart. 2 silhouettes appeared in front of Jiang Chen at the same time. One of them was Desolate Wuling and the other was an 8th grade great saint expert of Gu Palace. The appearance of Desolate Wuling was within his expectation, so was the appearance of the experts of Gu Palace. Desolate Wuling, we are facing a formidable enemy. Everyone should work together to fight against the devil race. How dare you, an elder of Desolate Palace, Secretly attack a junior genius of Gu Palace. Don't you have any shame? The elder of Gu Palace shouted at Desolate Wuling. Gu Jing, this bastard has just killed Desolate Changfeng and a genius of Desolate Palace. I dare to conclude that he is Jiang Qin. Why did you hide his identity? Gu Jing's voice was filled with rage. Xiao Wuling's eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he could not wait to pounce on Jiang Qin and tear him into pieces. Jiang Qin sneered. He didn't put Desolate Wuling in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that there was an 8th grade great saint beside him, he wasn't afraid of Desolate Wuling at all. Given his current cultivation grade, even Desolate Wuling would die in a fight. After absorbing the immortal Yang pill, Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade had reached the peak of 4th grade great saint. It wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an 8th grade great saint in his dragon form. Haha, what a joke. Xiao Changfeng came to kill me but was killed by me in the end. This can only mean that his ability is lacking. Could it be that only he can kill me and I can't kill him? What kind of logic is this? Desolate Palace is really shameless for an old man like you to get involved in the battle between us geniuses. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. Desolate Wuling, don't think that I don't know that you have secretly searched for Gu Chen's location and sent Desolate Changfeng to kill him. Unfortunately, Desolate Changfeng was killed by Gu Chen. Putting aside the fact that Desolate Palace is in the wrong, it's better for us not to interfere in the battle between geniuses. Gu Jing said with a smile. He was getting more and more satisfied with Jiang Qin. It would be extremely beneficial for Gu Palace to have such a powerful genius. Putting aside the fact that he killed Desolate Changfeng, I suspect that he is Jiang Qin. If he didn't use that transformation technique, it would be impossible for him to kill Desolate Changfeng. Jiang Qin has killed the patriarch and countless elders of Desolate Palace. Not even Gu Palace can cover for him. Desolate Wuling said in a stern voice. What evidence do you have? Gu Zheng's face turned cold. His cultivation grade is the evidence. No matter how much of a genius Gu Chen is, it's impossible for him to kill Desolate Changfeng when he is only a 3rd grade great saint, unless he can increase his combat strength. Desolate Wuling said. Old bastard, open your eyes wide and see if I'm a 3rd grade great saint or not. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Feeling the chi that was released from Jiang Chen's body, Desolate Wuling was stunned instantly. His mouth was agape and he couldn't believe his eyes. Just now, he was so angry that he didn't pay attention to Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Now, it seemed that Jiang Chen was no longer a 3rd grade great saint, but a peak 4th grade great saint. Impossible. This is impossible. When did you advance to the 4th grade great saint? Desolate Wuling almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Now, it seemed that it was his mistake that led to the tragic death of Desolate Changfeng. However, Gu Chen had just advanced to the 3rd grade great saint not long ago. It was impossible for him to advance to the 4th grade great saint so quickly even if he was a genius. However, it was impossible for Desolate Wuling to know that Jiang Chen had advanced to the 4th grade great saint during the battle with Desolate Changfeng. Ah! Desolate Wuling, have you seen it clearly? Gu Chen is an unprecedented genius. In my opinion, it's very easy for him to kill Desolate Changfeng with a 4th grade great saint. Gu Jing laughed heartily. Both of his eyes had narrowed into a line. His eyes were filled with admiration for Jiang Qin. This genius was too good. It was hard for him not to like Jiang Qin. He had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never seen a genius who could be on par with Jiang Qin. He had never seen a genius who could advance to the 4th grade great saint so quickly. Little Qinzi, there's no one around now. In my opinion, why don't we seal this area and join forces with Gu Jing to eliminate this old bastard of Desolate Palace? Da Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Qin. No, this old bastard is extremely cunning. Given his peak 8th grade great saint cultivation, I don't have the confidence to kill him instantly. It won't be good if he escapes. I can't expose my identity for the time being. Let him live for a few more days. Jiang Qin shook his head. He wanted to kill Desolate Wuling more than Da Huang Dog, but he wouldn't act without absolute certainty. His current identity was very sensitive. Desolate Palace had begun to suspect him. What he needed to do now was to take advantage of the battle with the devil race to improve his cultivation as much as possible. Desolate Wuling, I know that you people of Desolate Palace want to kill me, but it's a pity that your people are destined to be killed by me. If you aren't afraid of death, just send your people. Jiang Qin left with Da Huang Dog after leaving these words. Gu Jing laughed and left as well, leaving Desolate Wuling with a gloomy face. This brat is growing too fast. Whether he is Gu Qin or Jiang Qin, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise he will become a great threat to us. Desolate Wuling gritted his teeth. Today's loss was too great. He had an unshirkable responsibility. In his heart, Guqin was Jiangqin. There wouldn't be two monstrous geniuses like him at the same time. Furthermore, both of them were related to the ancient people. The speed of Jiangqin's growth had reached a horrifying level. If he couldn't find a way to eliminate him as soon as possible, there would be no end to the troubles in the future. In the next few days, Jiangqin and De Huangdog went on a killing spree. No one knew how many devils they had killed. Jiangqin even edified a powerful 8th grade devil saint as his trump card. They didn't go to Green Lotus Mountain to meet up with Han Yin. After all, his current identity was Guqin. If he got too close to Han Yin, it would arouse more suspicion. Once his identity was exposed, it wouldn't only be Desolate Palace that would deal with him. The other 5 palaces would join hands to eliminate him. At that time he would be in a very dangerous situation. After the devil race had recuperated, they had become incomparably strong. Although they were still fighting against the Western Domain, it had evolved into a war against the entire Saint Origin world with the participation of Saint Origin Palace. After all, the experts of Saint Origin Palace were very strong. In just a few days they had forced the devil race to retreat. Now, with the Great Lightning Toon Temple as the boundary line, the devil race had retreated to the area between Great Lightning Toon Temple and the Devil World, while the higher-ups of Saint Origin Palace had gathered in Great Lightning Toon Temple. The few days of tangled warfare had devastated the Western Domain. After the devil race retreated from Great Lightning Toon Temple, they didn't continue to attack. Both sides had a temporary truce. Inside the Great Lightning Toon Temple, Gu Firmament was sitting on the highest seat. Desolate Emperor, Heavenly Peng King, and the other 5 palace masters were also present. The eminent monks of Great Lightning Toon Temple were sitting in the lower seats. A group of people was discussing the next step of the war. This time they had decided to annihilate the devil race completely instead of invading the devil world. At this time, a young monk walked in and said, "A genius of the devil race called Sangba has come to challenge the geniuses of the human race." "What's the cultivation base of that Sangba?" Gu Firmament asked. "The peak of 6th grade devil saint." The young monk replied. Are you bullying us because we have no one?" A genius of Narang Palace harumphed coldly. The faces of the geniuses in the main hall were filled with anger. "Whoever kills this Sangba and strengthens the prestige of the human race will be rewarded with an immortal pill." Gu Firmament's eyes swept across the geniuses below. The foundation of Law Enforcement Palace was relatively strong, but the immortal pill he mentioned was just a pill that had been infused with immortal qi. It wasn't a real immortal pill, just like the immortal yang pill in Desolate Changfeng's hand. Even so, it was enough to excite these geniuses. One should know that most of them were at the peak of 6th grade great saint just like Sangba. If they could get an immortal pill, they would have a great chance to advance to the 7th grade great saint. Immortal pills were extremely rare even in Saint Origin Palace. Only Law Enforcement Palace could concoct the reward. Now that Gu Firmament had taken out an immortal pill as a reward, these geniuses couldn't sit still anymore. "I'm going to eliminate that Sangba and strengthen the prestige of the human race. The immortal pill will be mine, Narang Yu's." A young man in white rose to his feet and strode out of the main hall. His chi was unparalleled and arrogant, as if the genius of the devil race was already a ghost under his blade. Not long after Narang Yu went out, a fierce battle was heard outside. Chapter 997. From the fluctuations outside, one could tell that the battle between Narang Yu and the devil genius Sangba was very fierce. However, this fierce battle only lasted for a few minutes before it ended and the void outside returned to its original calm state. Narang Yu must have killed Sangba. Brother Gu, the immortal pill of Law Enforcement Palace should be ready, right? The palace master of Narang Palace, Narang Yunha, laughed heartily. He was very confident in Narang Yu. In his point of view, how could a mere genius of the devil race be a match for Narang Yu? Narang Yu had killed the genius of the devil race and strengthened the prestige of the human race. Not only would he be rewarded with an immortal pill, he would also stand out among the other geniuses in the future and bring honor to Narang Palace. Of course, the immortal pill has been prepared. As long as Narang Yu kills Sangba, the immortal pill will be his. Gu Firmament nodded and said, "It's a pity that Narang Yu got the immortal pill first. I wonder if there are any other geniuses of the devil race who will come to challenge us." If there are, I will certainly not give them the chance. Narangyu's luck is really fucking good. He can get an immortal pill so easily. If he advances to the 7th grade great saint in a short period of time, I will surely lose to him. What a pity. Don't celebrate too early. The outcome is still unknown. Maybe Narangyu will be killed by the genius of the devil race. The geniuses on the scene were getting restless. Many of them were vexed, feeling that they had lost a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. They should have taken action before Narangyu did, but not only did they gain fame, they also got an immortal pill. The higher-ups of Narang Palace revealed a smile on their faces. Saint Origin World and the devil race had just come to a truce, but now they had publicly killed a genius of the devil race, which had greatly boosted the morale of the human race. Putting aside the preciousness of the immortal pill, Narang Palace had also gained a lot of face. Just then, a little monk walked in hastily with a trace of fear on his face. Not good, not good. Narangyu has been killed. The little monk said anxiously. He had witnessed the process of Narangyu's death with his own eyes. He couldn't help but tremble with fear. What did you say? Narang Yunha suddenly stood up from his seat, and the expressions of all the experts of Narang Palace changed drastically. The smile on some people's faces froze. This news was like a slap to Narang Palace's face. Just a moment ago, they were sure that Narang Yu killed Sangba, and Narang Yunha even asked Gu Firmament for an immortal pill, but they didn't expect this result. Benefactor Nalan was killed by Sangba. The small monk repeated the words once more with great force. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yu Er is a first-class genius of Narang family, a peak 6th grade great saint. Even an ordinary 7th grade great saint wouldn't be enough to kill him. How could he die in the hands of a 6th grade great saint so quickly? A middle-aged man from Narang Palace was very excited. He couldn't believe that this was true. He was Narang Yu's father. Narang Yu was the greatest pride of his life. Now that his son was killed, how could he accept this? It's absolutely true. That Sangba is too scary. I have no idea what kind of devil art he has cultivated. He ate Narang Yu without leaving any bones behind. The small monk saw the scene with his own eyes. It was too tragic. A 6th grade great saint like Narang Yu was eaten in an instant. Wah. This time the whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone's facial expression changed. Not only the people of Narang Palace, but also the experts of the other 7 major palaces. It wasn't a good thing that such a dazzling genius appeared in the devil race. Although the 8 major palaces didn't have a good relationship with each other, the experts of the other 7 palaces had to admit Narang Yu's ability. He was definitely one of the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of Saint Origin Palace. Now, even Narang Yu wasn't a match for Sangba. What should we do now? The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple knitted his brows. Everyone, this battle concerns the morale of both sides. The geniuses of our human race have been killed by the geniuses of the devil race. This is a battle of morale. Once we lose our morale, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Besides, if we can't find a young genius who can fight Sangba, Saint Origin Palace will become the laughingstock of the whole world. Not only will the devil race laugh at us, but the people of Saint Origin World will also look down on us. They will think that Saint Origin Palace has an undeserved reputation. Which genius would be willing to kill Sangba? Gu Firmament's tone became solemn. Many of them knew that the battle with Sangba wasn't just a competition between the geniuses of the younger generation. It was related to the reputation of Saint Origin Palace and even the fate of the entire war. All the geniuses fell into silence. Many of them were thinking about their own abilities. They admitted that they weren't as strong as Narang Yu. If that was the case, they would only have a slim chance of survival if they encountered Sangba. No one was willing to take their life as a joke. Is there no one in the younger generation of Saint Origin Palace? Law Enforcement Palace is willing to give out 2 immortal pills to whoever can kill Sangba. Gu Firmament's chi fluctuated. The number of immortal pills was extremely limited even in Law Enforcement Palace. It was unprecedented in the history of Saint Origin Palace to give out 2 immortal pills as a reward. I'm going to meet him. A young man stood up. He was none other than the genius of Gu Palace, Gu Xuanhuan. After he stood up, he immediately walked towards the exit of the main hall. Everyone could see a fearless expression on his face. The people of Gu Palace looked at him respectfully. In fact, they all knew that even the reward of 2 immortal pills wasn't as important as their lives. One should know that Sangba was able to kill Narang Yu. Given Gu Xuanhuan's ability, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage, let alone kill Sangba. Gu Xuanhuan was fighting for the dignity of Gu Palace. Now, Gu Firmament was the master of Gu Palace. If Gu Palace didn't stand up for him, who would? Let's go out and have a look. I'd like to see how strong this so-called genius of devil race is. Gu Firmament stood up from his seat, followed by the others. In just a blink of an eye, all of them had left the great lightning tune temple. The void 100 miles away from the temple had been engulfed by the flames of war. The void had turned into a chaotic battlefield with billowing smoke and rustling winds. At this moment, a young man in black robe was standing there. He had an incomparably majestic body, more than 2 meters tall. His face was covered with devil marks, his lips were dark purple, and his eyes were like a pair of venomous snakes, incomparably frightening. He sang Ba. A young monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple said. Everyone's attention was on Sang Ba. On the surface, Sang Ba's cultivation base was only at the peak of 6th grade Great Saint, which was no different from Narangyu. However, the fact that he could kill Narangyu and destroy his body showed how powerful he was. Gu Xuanhuan appeared in front of Sang Ba with a long sword in his hand. Jejia, another one has come to seek death. Your human race has really fallen. No one in the younger generation is a match for me. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I will spare your life. Sang Ba looked at Gu Xuanhuan and said gloomily, "Cut the crap. Do it." Gu Xuanhuan was already prepared to die. It was impossible for him to kneel down and kowtow. If the genius of the human race knelt down, the dignity of the human race would be completely lost. How? Gu Xuanhuan was the first to move. The long sword in his hand turned into a heavenly river and appeared in front of Sang Ba in the blink of an eye. Humph! Sang Ba harumphed coldly. He waved both of his hands. Boundless devil waves rolled out and turned into a black devil wheel. The huge devil wheel collided with Gu Xuanhuan's long sword, producing a lot of sparks. Huluya Ba Sa. Next, Sang Ba let out a long string of demonic words. These words were ancient and difficult to understand. They turned into black runes that rushed into the sky. These demonic words were like some kind of ancient incantation that made people feel incomparably uncomfortable just by listening to them. Everyone saw that Gu Xuanhuan's eyes turned dull for a moment under the impact of the devil language. Not good. This is the great devil language of the devil race. This ancient incantation that has been lost for God knows how long has actually reappeared in the world. The abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple cursed inwardly. After seeing Sang Ba's incantation, he couldn't help but exclaim even with his temperament. Sure enough, as soon as the abbot of the Great Lane Monastery spoke, Sang Ba's body began to change. He turned into an ancient, gigantic demon that was hundreds of feet tall. He opened his bloody mouth, and the surroundings of his mouth were filled with demonic curses. The powerful demonic curses directly turned into a domain. Before Gu Xuanhuan could even react, he was swallowed up in an instant. Bastard! The old man of Gu Palace cursed. The devil language surged and soon, everything returned to normal. Sang Ba reappeared, but Gu Xuanhuan had disappeared. Obviously, Gu Xuanhuan had been swallowed by Sang Ba just like Narangyu. After eating Gu Xuanhuan, Sang Ba's chi had become much stronger. What a terrifying devil language. This devil language can evolve into a terrifying domain. Anyone who enters it will be deeply affected, as if they have entered an illusion. They will be dazed for a short period of time. If we can't find a way to break this devil language, no matter how many people go there, they will die. Desolate Emperor said. Many people were horrified, especially those geniuses of the young generation. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Sang Ba was too terrifying. That terrifying devil language seemed to have no flaws. This is an ancient great devil language that has disappeared for countless years. I didn't expect it to appear again. The experts of the Great Lightning Tune Temple also had an ugly expression. Doesn't your Great Lightning Tune Temple have a way to resist this great devil language? Chapter 998. Yes, we have the Great Compassion Mantra of Buddha sect, which is the nemesis of the Great Devil Curse. Unfortunately, the Great Compassion Mantra only appeared during the Golden Age of Buddha sect and disappeared along with the Great Devil Curse. Now, the Great Devil Curse has reappeared in the Devil race, but the Great Compassion Mantra is no longer in Buddha sect. The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple shook his head helplessly. Even your Buddhist sect doesn't have the means to deal with the Great Devil Curse. Are you going to let this brat show off his strength here? Why don't I kill him? Narang Yunha said with a sinister face. The death of the genius of Narang Palace had just made him feel very uncomfortable. No, this is a battle between geniuses. We can't let the devil race laugh at the fact that the young generation of our human race has no talents. Moreover, this will be a great blow to the dignity of our human race and will seriously affect our morale. Gu Palace has also lost a genius. I want to kill this guy more than you do. Gu Firmament denied it immediately. Given their cultivation grade, killing Sangba was just a matter of raising their hands, but they couldn't do it because it would be a great blow to the human race. Moreover, the experts of the devil race must be watching this battle secretly. They wouldn't just watch their genius get killed. What should we do now? All the 6th grade great saint geniuses of St. Origin Palace are here. 2 of them have already died. I'm afraid that the others will also die if they go against him. Are we going to let this bastard show off his strength here? That will be a great blow to our morale. Narang Yunha's face was filled with anger. Not necessarily. You all have overlooked one person. Gu Qin, the rising star of Gu Palace, is enough to kill this Sangba. One of them said. It was Desolate Wuling. The corner of his mouth was wearing a cold smile. The intention of pushing Jiang Qin to the forefront was too obvious. Impossible. That Gu Qin is just a 3rd grade great saint. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be a match for Sangba. Narang Yunha waved his hand. It seems like you all don't know that this Gu Qin is a peerless genius. He has already advanced to the 4th grade great saint and killed the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Changfeng, said Desolate Wuling. The thought of Desolate Changfeng's death made him gnash his teeth. What? Gu Qin killed Desolate Changfeng? How is this possible? Desolate Changfeng is a peak 6th grade great saint expert. Even if Gu Qin has advanced to the 4th grade great saint, it's still impossible for him to kill Desolate Changfeng. This man is really terrifying, but it must be true coming from the mouth of an elder of Desolate Palace. Plus, we haven't seen Desolate Changfeng for a few days. If he is still alive, he will definitely appear on this occasion. Many people were shocked when they heard this. If these words didn't come from Desolate Wuling's mouth, they would never believe it. For a moment, many people's gazes fell on the group of Gu Palace. Gu Qin can kill Desolate Changfeng. I'm afraid that among the young geniuses of St. Origin Palace, only Gu Qin can deal with Sangba. Palace Master Gu, this is related to the honor of the human race. I hope you can summon Gu Qin here as soon as possible. Desolate Wuling clasped his fists at Gu Firmament. After witnessing the terror of Sangba, especially the Great Devil Curse, he firmly believed that even if Gu Qin appeared, he wouldn't be a match for Sangba. Although he didn't see how Jiang Qin killed Desolate Changfeng, he knew that the battle between Jiang Qin and Desolate Changfeng had lasted for a long time. In other words, it wasn't easy for Jiang Qin to kill Desolate Changfeng. However, Sangba had killed the geniuses of the human race in a matter of seconds. Whether it was Narang Yu or Gu Xuanhuan, both of them were at the same level as Desolate Changfeng, but both of them were devoured by Sangba. No matter how strong Jiang Qin was, if he didn't have the ability to deal with the Great Devil Curse, his ending would be the same. This was a great opportunity to get rid of Jiang Qin. The higher-ups of Gu Palace glared at Desolate Wuling. This old man was really annoying. How could they not know what Desolate Wuling was thinking? What Desolate Wuling was thinking was exactly what they were worried about. Gu Palace had already lost Gu Xuanhuan. If they lost Gu Qin as well, it would be a great loss. Gu Qin was the hope and future of the ancient people. Palace Master Gu, since Gu Qin is the only one who can deal with Sangba, let him do it. Otherwise, the current situation won't be easy to control. Narang Yunha said. Gu Zheng, go and get Gu Qin back. Gu Firmament looked at Gu Zheng. Palace Master, this, Gu Zheng frowned. Getting Gu Qin to come back at this time would only result in death. He didn't have any confidence in letting Gu Qin deal with Sangba. Go. Gu Qin also needs this kind of tempering. Gu Firmament said. He knew the true identity of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had a powerful transformation technique and had advanced to the 4th grade great saint. Even if he couldn't defeat Sangba, he believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't have any accident. Yes. Gu Jing turned and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glare at Desolate Wuling. Ah, is there really no one in your human race? There are so many geniuses in St. Origin Palace, but none of them dares to stand out and fight me. Your human race has really declined. Our devil race is destined to rule the whole world. Sangba mocked loudly. Every word he said was released with powerful devil energy, which severely impacted the morale of the human race. If there were no more geniuses in the human race, their morale would fall even lower. We still don't know when Gu Qin will appear. This Sangba has been undermining our morale. Heavenly Peng King said. By the way, Ancestor Green Lotus once obtained a supreme scripture of Buddha sect. It is very likely to be the long-lost Great Compassion Mantra. The abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple said. Upon hearing the name of Ancestor Green Lotus, Desolate Emperor's facial expression turned a little unnatural, but he concealed it very well. Abbot, what's the use of saying this? Ancestor Green Lotus has been dead for 100 years. The master of Shur Palace said. I dare not say for sure whether Ancestor Green Lotus is dead or not, but as far as I know, he has left behind his inheritance. His disciple, Great Master Ran Feng, has been guarding Green Lotus Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, the Great Compassion Mantra is probably in the hands of Great Master Ran Feng. If he can hand over the Great Compassion Mantra, he will be able to restrain Sangba. The abbot of the Great Lane Temple said. He had his own wishful thinking in his heart. One must know that the Great Lane Temple had spent a lot of effort in order to obtain the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, but Great Master Ran Feng was too stubborn. He refused to hand over the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Today he could use this as an excuse to ask St. Origin Palace to look for Great Master Ran Feng. Alright, I will send a message to Green Lotus Mountain now. Gu Firmament immediately sent a divine sense to Green Lotus Mountain. He didn't have any friendship with Ancestor Green Lotus. If the Great Compassion Mantra really appeared, he might be able to help Jiangchen resist it. After the truce in Green Lotus Mountain, Tyrant, Great Master Ran Feng, Han Yen and Yen Xinyu had been staying here. They didn't go to Great Lightning Tune Temple as they were an independent group. Gu Firmament's divine sense was received by everyone at the same time. Immediately, they knew the situation in Great Lightning Tune Temple. I never thought that such a terrifying genius would appear in the devil race. Even the peak 6th grade Great Saint of St. Origin Palace couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Han Yin said in surprise. That's because of the Great Devil Mantra. The Great Devil Mantra has disappeared for a long time. I didn't expect it to appear again. However, the fact that Sangba could control the Great Devil Mantra is enough to show his extraordinary talent. Now, St. Origin Palace wants us to hand over the supreme scripture of Buddha sect, the Great Compassion Mantra, which is used to counter the Great Devil Mantra. However, the Great Compassion Mantra isn't in the inheritance left by my master. Great Master Ran Feng said. That's right. I have obtained the 3 great Dharma seals of Buddha sect and some other scriptures, but none of them are related to the Great Compassion Mantra. However, I would like to meet this Sangba and see how powerful the Great Devil Mantra is. Tyrant's chi fluctuated. He was a 6th grade Great Saint and the cultivation technique he cultivated was the nemesis of the devil race. Although he didn't have the Great Compassion Mantra, he was very confident in dealing with Sangba. Don't underestimate the enemy. You don't know the terror of the Great Devil Mantra. Great Master Ranfeng's face was filled with worry. Master, my body is filled with Buddha Chi and I have obtained the Sarira that was fused with immortal soul. If I can't even deal with a genius of the devil race, wouldn't it be a disgrace to you and the Grand Master? I will go and meet this Sangba first. After Tyrant finished speaking, he vanished from sight. Let's go and have a look. Then he, Yen Xinyu and Great Master Ran Feng followed after him. They wanted to see the terrifying genius of the devil race. Outside the Great Lightning Tune Temple, Gu Zheng hadn't found Jiang Chen yet. Sangba had been provoking them loudly. Just when the morale of the human race had fallen to a certain point, a golden Buddha light fell from the sky. A young monk appeared in front of Sangba. I will fight you. Tyrant looked at Sangba and unleashed his powerful chi at the same time. Where did this little monk come from? He is also a 6th grade Great Saint. I never thought that your Great Lightning Tune Temple would have such a terrifying genius. That's right. Everyone said that Buddha sect has declined, but I never thought that such a genius would appear. Buddha sect is the nemesis of the devil race. I wonder if this little monk can defeat Sangba. The appearance of Tyrant made a lot of people's eyes sparkled. His name is Tyrant, the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng. I never thought that he would grow to such a terrifying extent. The abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple was shocked. So he is the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Perhaps, he has already obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and inherited the Great Compassion Mantra. Gu Firmament's eyes sparkled, hoping that the little monk could kill Sangba. In that case, Jiangchen wouldn't have to do anything. Chapter 999. The appearance of Tyrant immediately became the center of attention, especially after knowing that he was the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. When Ancestor Green Lotus was at his peak, not to mention in the Western domain, he was a famous existence in the entire Saint origin world. He was second only to the greatest saint, the Supreme Buddha. He was the true nemesis of the devil race. Sangba had been clamoring here for a long time. Many people were paying attention to him. This was a great blow to the dignity and face of the human race. The morale of the human race had almost been destroyed. If no one from the human race came out to fight, the devil race would launch a second round of attack. It was imaginable that if the devil race launched a second round of attack at this time, the human race would certainly suffer a great loss. Putting aside whether Tyrant could kill Sangba or not, the appearance of Tyrant had at least made the human race feel relieved. They felt that there was still a genius in Buddha sect. The cold wind rustled. Sangba stopped clamoring and stared at Tyrant without blinking. The sneer at the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. As a member of the devil race, they hated Tyrant the most. In the history of the devil race, Buddha sect had caused unimaginable damage to the devil race. If the devil race occupied the Great Lightning Tune Temple, none of the Buddha sect members would be able to survive and all of them would die miserably. What a good little monk. I never thought that there would be a genius like you in Buddha sect, but your appearance won't change the situation. Although Buddha sect can restrain the devil race, my great devil curse isn't something that you can restrain unless your great compassion mantra appears. Unfortunately, it's impossible. Sangba said. Even without the great compassion mantra, I can still kill you. Tyrant's tone was also incomparably arrogant. His body was filled with the righteous chi of Buddha sect and he had just advanced to the 6th grade great saint. How could he be afraid of a mere Sangba? Is that so? Then let me see what kind of means you have. Unparalleled devil wheel. After saying that, Sangba made his move. His whole body was covered with steaming devil flames. He struck out the huge unparalleled devil wheel that was 1,000 feet in size. The huge devil wheel was like the face of a devil, cold and emotionless. It rushed towards Tyrant and pressed him down fiercely. Bang! Tyrant let out a soft cry. His eyes turned golden like two scorching suns. The Buddha light that soared into the sky carried mysterious Sanskrit. At this moment, Tyrant was like the incarnation of Buddha, unparalleled in the world. Rumble! Tyrant struck out the unmoving bright king seal. The huge seal was unleashed. The face of the unmoving bright king was extraordinarily majestic. It made people feel reverence for him as he collided with the unparalleled demonic wheel. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in. This was a direct confrontation between the Buddha and the devil. The collision of two great experts was the ultimate manifestation of the dual energy. The void was shattered in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Under countless gazes, Sangba was forced back for the first time. He only managed to stabilize his body after taking a few steps back. On the other hand, Tyrant's mighty body stood in the void without moving an inch. His body was covered with golden radiance as if he was the real Buddha that had come to this world. This was the first time that countless humans were excited at the sight of this. Good. The successor of Ancestor Green Lotus is indeed extraordinary. He actually managed to force Sangba back. Awesome. I never thought that such a powerful genius would appear in Buddha sect. He has the demeanor of Ancestor Green Lotus in the past. Don't be happy too early. Sangba hasn't casted that terrifying great devil curse yet. Many of them were excited. Tyrant had overshadowed Sangba's brilliance. This was a great stimulation to the morale of the human race. The faces of many eminent monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple turned unsightly. They knew that Great Master Ranfeng had a disciple, but they didn't expect that the disciple had grown to such an extent. The relationship between Great Lightning Tune Temple and Green Lotus Mountain had always been bad. Now that Tyrant had truly grown, if he wanted to retaliate, no one in the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple would be a match for him. What a good bald donkey. You do have some skills. You are much stronger than those so-called geniuses of Saint Origin Palace, but this is the end of it. Sangba was also shocked, but he didn't care because he was very confident in his great devil curse. Sangba's aura began to change. He kept spitting out devil incantations. Devil marks appeared around his body. Those incantations turned into a black devil domain that instantly covered the entire battlefield. Tyrant was also shrouded in it. This is the authentic great devil curse. This man must have the highest bloodline of the devil race. From afar, Great Master Ranfeng's face was filled with worry. Although his cultivation base wasn't very strong, his experience was extraordinary. He could see the strength of Sangba with just a glance. At this time Han Yin, who was at the side, had fallen into another state. His pair of black eyes were staring at the devil domain that was conjured by the great devil curse without blinking. His eyes flickered and his mouth was murmuring. In terms of bloodline, Gu Tianma had the highest ancient bloodline of the devil race. Currently, Han Yin was using his noble bloodline to carefully observe the great devil curse. After Gu Tianma's bloodline was fully activated, he could even clearly hear the incantations that Sangba was chanting. The great devil curse had conjured a devil domain. This domain was like an illusory realm. Anyone who fell into this realm was destined to be devoured by Sangba. Sangba had turned into a peerless giant devil. His terrifying eyes were fixed on Tyrant. Devil waves came out of his mouth. Soul-devouring. A buzzing sound could be heard. The invisible waves were like spirit snakes, drilling into the depths of Tyrant's soul. Tyrant was startled. He felt a slight palpitation in the depth of his soul. He finally understood how terrifying this great devil curse was. He also knew how the two geniuses died tragically. Under the attack of such a curse, the opponent would fall into a momentary daze, turning into a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There was no doubt that they would die. However, Tyrant had a pure Buddha nature. Although he was affected by the great devil curse, the influence wasn't too great. At least he wouldn't be eaten alive like Narangyu and Xuanhuan. Seal of Akala. Seal of Lion King. Seal of Dharma King. Tyrant struck out 3 supreme seals of Buddha sect in a row. 3 giant Buddhas transformed into their true forms and formed a triangle around Tyrant. At the same time they launched powerful attacks. What a good monk. He can actually resist my great devil curse. Sangba was even more shocked. Ever since he cultivated the great devil curse, he had rarely met a worthy opponent. Today he had killed 2 of the great geniuses of St. Origin Palace. He had never thought that he would be stopped by a monk. Long. In the devil domain, powerful attacks kept ringing out. The void had been completely destroyed, turning it into a piece of chaos. The scene was extremely horrifying. Tyrant and Sangba were fighting fiercely, but neither of them could defeat the other. Sangba was shocked. Tyrant was equally shocked. Putting aside the power of the great devil curse, Sangba himself was incomparably powerful. He wasn't someone that ordinary geniuses could compare with. What a powerful monk. He can actually fight evenly with Sangba. From this point of view, he is much stronger than us geniuses of St. Origin Palace. Not necessarily. Tyrant is indeed terrifying, but it doesn't mean that he is stronger than us. The reason why he can fight Sangba is because of the cultivation technique he cultivates. All along, Buddha sect has been the nemesis of the devil race, but it seems impossible for Tyrant to kill Sangba. The seals he casted are the 3 supreme seals of Buddha sect. They have also disappeared for a long time. It seems like he has obtained the inheritance of ancestor Green Lotus. In any case, the fact that Tyrant isn't killed by Sangba is a boost to our morale. Many of them were shocked by Tyrant's strength. Putting aside the comparison between Tyrant and the geniuses of St. Origin Palace, the fact that Tyrant was able to fight against Sangba proved that he was indeed a rare genius of Buddha sect. On the other side of the battlefield, at the edge of the inner void, 3 silhouettes were staring at the battlefield attentively. They were 2 men and a dog. They were Jiangqin, De Huang and Gu Zheng. For the past few days, Jiangqin had been in seclusion in the miniature spatial zone. He was found by Gu Zheng and wanted to meet Sangba, but he saw Tyrant and Sangba fighting fiercely. Damn it. Why is this bastard so powerful now? He has already reached the 6th grade great saint. De Huang dog couldn't help but say, "This is very normal. Tyrant has obtained a great opportunity. It would be abnormal if he didn't have such achievements." A smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The change in Tyrant was completely within his expectation. In his point of view, if Tyrant didn't have such achievements after absorbing the Sarira that had fused with the immortal soul, he would appear to be a noob. Little Tyrant is indeed powerful. He is worthy of being the descendant of ancestor Green Lotus. However, it seems impossible for Tyrant to kill Sangba if the battle continues like this. It's already very good that he can fight evenly with Sangba. I'm afraid that you will have to do it yourself if you want to kill this genius of the devil race. Gu Zheng looked at Jiang Qin. Tyrant has just grown up. He needs such tempering. Let him fight for a while. If he can't handle it, I will take action. Jiang Qin said. Sangba was the top genius of the devil race. If he could be absorbed by the Zulong Tower, the fourth level would be fully condensed and even the embryonic form of the fifth level would be formed. Gu Qin, Sang Ba's great devil curse is too powerful. Do you have the confidence to deal with it? Asked Gu Zheng. Gu Shuangtan and Narang Yu were dead. He was very worried that Jiang Qin would have to face this terrifying devil. Rest assured, Elder. I will definitely avenge Gu Shuangtan's death. Chapter 1000. Honglong. The entire battlefield had been completely destroyed. The two of them had opened up a new battlefield. Tyrant and Sang Ba had been fighting fiercely for 3 hours, but the outcome was still a draw. Both sides had their own advantages. Sang Ba's great devil curse was too profound, which was his biggest advantage. Tyrant cultivated a pure Buddha sect cultivation technique, which made him the natural enemy of the devil race. This was his advantage. Under such a situation where both sides had their own advantages, it resulted in this situation where the victor couldn't be determined. Damn it. I didn't expect this bald donkey to be so powerful. Sang Ba was infuriated. Ever since he cultivated the great devil curse, he had never met such an opponent. The fact that he couldn't defeat his opponent made him feel very depressed. The purpose of his appearance today was to dampen the morale of the human race. Now that he was stopped by a little monk, the morale of the human race gradually rose. The monk on the other side was also extremely depressed. But even though he was depressed, he had just cultivated the Dharma. It was a good thing to have a strong opponent like Sang Ba to fight. It was a rare kind of tempering. To him it was also a boundless benefit. Little Qinzi, what do you think of this great devil curse? De Huang Dog said. It's extremely profound, but I have already seen through the foundation of the great devil curse. This is actually an illusion created by the curse, which is similar to the great illusion realm. If I combine the dragon transformation skill with the great illusion realm, it will be enough to restrain the great devil curse. Tyrant has almost finished his fight. It's my turn now. Jiang Qin said in a flat tone. It was beneficial for Jiang Qin to observe the battle for such a long time. At least, he had a complete understanding of the great devil curse and found the method to restrain it, which saved him a lot of trouble. He hadn't used the great illusion realm for a long time. Given his current 4th grade Great Saint cultivation base, he could deal with Sang Ba even without the dragon transformation. It was precisely because he hadn't used the great illusion realm that the people of St. Origin Palace wouldn't suspect his identity. His most obvious method was to transform into a dragon. He didn't use his dragon form today, but instead used the great illusion realm that he had never used before. Even Desolate Wuling wouldn't be able to link him to Jiang Qin, and he wouldn't be able to find any evidence against him. Shua! Jiang Qin moved. The heavenly saint sword roared, and a dazzling sword light descended from the sky, slashing right at the center of the battlefield where Tyrant and Sang Ba were fighting. The momentum of the sword was like a surging ocean, roaring unceasingly. With a chila sound, the battlefield was torn into 2 halves. This sudden scene had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Sang Ba and Tyrant were the first to be startled as they looked at this outsider who had suddenly appeared. The people from the Great Lane Temple, as well as the higher-ups of the demon race who were secretly observing, all had their eyes on this white-robed young man. It's Gu Qin. Gu Qin has appeared. Sure enough, he is unparalleled in this world. He is only a 4th grade Great Saint, but he is able to unleash such a powerful qi, splitting the battlefield between Sang Ba and the little monk in half. This is unbelievable. Gu Qin has finally appeared. However, even the little monk couldn't take down Sang Ba. What means does he have to deal with this terrifying genius of the demon race? The appearance of Jiang Qin had alarmed everyone. The faces of those geniuses of St. Origin Palace showed a trace of palpitation. All of them were arrogant geniuses, but now they were suppressed by a newcomer. The name Gu Qin had become the #1 genius of St. Origin Palace. Gu Firmament and the other higher-ups of Gu Palace revealed a trace of worry on their faces. They were worried about Gu Qin, but at the same time, they were filled with anticipation. If Gu Qin could really kill Sang Ba, it would be incredible. Putting aside the benefits he could bring to this battle, the reputation he gained for Gu Palace was enough to make him the #1 hero of Gu Palace. As a matter of fact, it was Jiang Qin who made Gu Firmament the leader of the demon race. On the battlefield, Sang Ba looked at Jiang Qin. Lung Ling asked, "Who are you?" However, in response to Sang Ba's question, Jiang Qin didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his head and grinned at Tyrant. Although Tyrant had never seen this face before, he could tell who it was from his smile and eyes. Plus, Jiang Chen had already told him about his other identity. Little monk, I think you are tired of fighting. Why don't you leave the battlefield? Jiang Chen teased Tyrant. Be careful. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Tyrant reminded Jiang Chen before turning back to Great Master Ran Feng and Han Yen. He and Sang Ba were in the middle of a fierce battle. Only Jiang Chen could make him leave the battlefield at this time. Moreover, Tyrant knew very well that if he couldn't kill Sang Ba in his current state, then Jiang Chen was the only one among the younger generation of Saint Origin World who could kill Sang Ba. He had great confidence in Jiang Chen. As far as he could remember, Jiang Chen had never fought a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. Kid, not bad. Great Master Ran Feng wasn't stingy with his praise for his disciple. Today Tyrant had become his greatest pride. Even the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace couldn't defeat Sang Ba. Although Tyrant didn't manage to kill Sang Ba, at least the battle ended in a draw. This made him feel proud for Green Lotus Mountain and the entire Buddha sect. Tyrant is indeed very scary now. It's a pity that the Great Devil Curse has been interrupted. I have almost comprehended it, said Han Yen with a hint of regret. Don't worry, Yen. I will let you comprehend it thoroughly later. A voice entered Han Yan's ears. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a shrewd man. How could he not know that Han Yen was comprehending the Great Devil Curse just now? To Han Yen this was an incomparably rare opportunity. Given his Gu Tianma bloodline, it wasn't impossible for him to comprehend the Great Devil Curse. Furthermore, given his current cultivation base, if he could comprehend the Great Devil Curse, his cultivation base would advance further and it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 6th grade Great Saint. Upon hearing this, Han Yan's body quivered. Of course, Jiang Chen understood his thoughts the best. Without any hesitation, he adjusted himself to his best condition, circulated his bloodline to the limit, and focused all his attention on the battlefield. He had reason to believe that the arrival of Jiang Chen would be the doomsday of Sang Ba. Even if the Great Devil Curse was incomparably scary, Jiang Chen must have a way to restrain it. That Sang Ba is very scary. I wonder if Brother Chen can handle him? Yan Qinyu said worriedly. Don't worry. Little Qinzi is now a 4th grade Great Saint. Given his heaven-defying strength, he can handle Sang Ba even without transforming into his dragon form, said Tyrant. Tyrant said. All along, the image of Jiang Chen in their hearts was that he was omnipotent. He was always full of confidence. In their hearts, a picture had been formed. As long as Jiang Chen took action, he would be able to defeat any enemy. On the side of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, everyone's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. This peerless genius was the pride of Gu Palace, but they couldn't help but feel worried when facing Sang Ba of the Devil Race. Gu Firmament had even made up his mind that he would disregard his status and identity to stop Jiang Chen from dying in Sang Ba's hands. The people of Desolate Palace, on the other hand, were wearing a cold smile, especially Desolate Wooling. He hated Jiang Chen so much that he wanted to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. The tragic death of Desolate Changfeng was like a sharp thorn that pierced his heart. He couldn't let it go for a long time. If he could kill Jiang Chen with the help of Sang Ba, Desolate Palace would be very happy. On the battlefield, Sang Ba couldn't help but burst into laughter when he sensed Jiang Chen's cultivation. Presumptuous. Absolutely presumptuous. I never thought that there would be such an arrogant person in the human race. A puny 4th grade Great Saint dares to fight me? You must be courting death. There really isn't anyone in the human race who can match you. Sang Ba didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. It was normal. Sang Ba was almost invincible among the younger generation. How could he put a young man who was weaker than him in his eyes? Unfortunately, he had never fought Jiang Chen face to face, so he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Is that so? Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a cold smile. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Sang Ba. He immediately executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Even though he was in the form of a human, the true dragon combat skill was still a terrifying 5 steps. His speed was extremely fast. The spatial shift had changed the pace of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. When he arrived in front of Sang Ba, he had already taken the 5th step. A terrifying force like a towering mountain was emitted from Jiang Chen's body. The chi of purest yang and the traces of pure yang flames suppressed Sang Ba so much that he couldn't fully utilize his devil force. What? Sang Ba couldn't help but exclaim. The contempt he had for Jiang Chen vanished instantly, because he was shocked to find out that the attack of this young man was even more powerful than the Buddha sect's cultivation technique. It was simply a form of suppression. Sang Ba couldn't help but exclaim. Unparalleled devil wheel. In desperation, Sangba hastily conjured the powerful unparalleled devil wheel, but it couldn't stop Jiang Chen's steps. It was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. Bang, the devil wheel was crushed. Countless of dragon marks rippled under Jiang Chen's foot, pressing down on his head. Ding ding ding. Under such tremendous force, Sangba couldn't help but retreat hundreds of meters back. He spurted out a mouthful of black devil blood. He had suffered a great shock on the spot. It was just a single move, but it had such a powerful deterrent force. Sangba, who was a 6th grade great saint, was no match for Jiang Chen in a head-on confrontation. He was already very proud that he was only injured by the Azure Dragon 5 steps. One should know that desolate Changfeng, who was also a 6th grade great saint, was like an ant in Jiang Chen's hands. All right. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.